Guy from North Berwick. Isn't that odd in 2026? But that wouldn't have already been done a million times,
That's what
widely
you'd think,
available. You would think. But no, go and check it out. You'll find what we've been saying is the case. The water's flat, just like it
Who was that
appears.
Australian guy I was speaking to? Been up all night.
Yeah,
Can't
we've got a
remember the dude's
few
name.
down underers here. We've got Matrix, we've got T-Dub, Timbo.
It might have been T-Dub.
If you want.
Oh,
Yeah, any of them will point out the same thing. The water's flat. The ground ain't moving. The sun is moving. Every single day, everywhere, the most obvious thing in the world. Flat Earth. But they've made it this crazy thing. Oh my god, these people think they're flying on a disc through space with water falling off. And they're getting trapped in by an ice wall. And people are like, haha, flat earthers. It's
yeah. So
reality
then
we're talking
wouldn't the
about.
water be falling off the edge of the map?
Because water has to be contained. You know this. Water has shoreline.
Right. So if it was being contained, wouldn't it be like piling up
In
on the
some
edges?
kind of depression. Yeah, so there's a shoreline. There has to be. There's no edge of reality that we can find, because that's what we were talking about. That's what we're really talking about. Like, if you have this heliocentric space conception, you imagine something else other than the Earth. But the reality is it's just the Earth. You'll save yourself a lot of time and effort if you just frame it correctly, which is, this is all we know, right? Doesn't make sense to go speculating about some other reality. Reality is this. So if you're saying, hey, where's the edge of it? You're basically asking, hey, where's the edge of reality? I don't know. How would you know? I've never seen it. So no, and it's not a floating disc in space, right? Not like some landmass floating around in space.
Yeah, I got what you meant
system.
earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a closed, contained system. It's not in space. It's not in a vacuum. It's more like a giant construct with walls and a ceiling. It really is much more intuitive if you think about it. We're very familiar with buildings and rooms. We're certainly not familiar with living on the exterior of a ball. So yeah, it's like a big giant building and all the water is flat. 70% of the surface of that we live on, they say it's water. The water is flat. That's it. Mostly a flat Earth, but they give people all these crazy notions about what we're saying. It just isn't true. We're just pointing out the literal obvious. And then proving it beyond reasonable doubt with measurements, observations, all kinds of line of sight tests. Right, it's proven far beyond reasonable doubt. But yeah, good for you. You should go and test it out yourself. Do your due diligence. Anyway, I'm going to peace out in a minute, but good to meet you. Guess, that's your name?
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, stick around, ask questions. There's no real stupid questions here, because unless you seek this information out, you're just coming in fresh. You really need to listen and learn and kind of understand.
That was DJ. It was DJ.
Points
That
you're
was the
making.
dude.
DJ, of course. How am I forgetting DJ? DJ is a legend. Well, you did well then if you came in speaking to DJ, because he'll properly sort you out with sources and all that stuff. I'm too lazy most of the time, but I'll just chat to you. But DJ will really hook you up.
Yeah, sounds
Get an
good.
invite to his server. He's got loads of information saved. I'm sure he'll hook you up. But yeah, stick around, ask questions. There's always folk in the channel just hanging about, waiting for some hope.
I think it was actually
fresh meat.
I think it was actually TW you were chatting to earlier.
Who?
The dubbers.
No, it was DJ. I think, wasn't it?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
DJ's always about, though. You'll catch him soon. Worth chatting to him for sure. T-Dub as well, legend. Anyway, stay flat, bros.
Yeah, I gotta head off too. See you later, man.
You guys, what is the mechanism of raining in your worldview?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I said, what is the mechanism of raining? Because when I'm like here, I'm sitting, it's about to rain, so I'm quite curious.
Raining is due to evaporation and then condensation.
That's it.
Yeah, condensation. Yeah, water in the clouds condensates around small particles, dust, and falls.
Okay.
I've been told that most rain begins as ice or forms into ice very quickly, and it on its way down it reaches temperatures which cause it to melt. I don't know how true that is, but that's what I heard.
Oh, yeah. I've been told that when frogs started making noise, the rain starts. That's only I know.
When frogs start to croak? Oh yeah, I've seen ants go crazy before storms. So they seem to have a
Yeah.
feeling. My dog used to run around in circles, really crazy, because he could hear a thunderstorm coming from miles away before I could hear it. So nature's really in touch with animals. Animals is really in touch with nature, I should say, and they seem to be able to sense things before we do. Oftentimes.
Oh, damn! Isn't it very terrible for the ants? I mean, they are experiencing like existential threat. I mean, each and every month. The nature is very cruel for the ants.
So if rain actually starts out as ice, that would mean that it doesn't condensate. It's at what do they call it when gas turns into solid and skips the liquid stage? What's that called? Someone remind me.
Sublimation.
Sublimation.
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you. Yeah. Condensation, evaporation, sublimation. What's the other one?
Yeah, it's like the crystallization.
Crystallization. Sublimation is solid to gas directly, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like when you open the your freezer, and like later on you check and there's like the ice is all gone, and you're like,
Right.
what the fuck happened to my ice? It's sublimated.
Right. So is it crystallization? Is it when it goes from gas directly to solid?
Oh.
Is that what it is? I've got it written down somewhere. I don't know where. Actually, I think it starts with D. Yeah, it's deposition. Yeah, that's what it's
Deposition.
called. Yeah. It goes directly from gas to solid without becoming liquid. It's called deposition.
Ah, okay.
So examples include frost forming on windows and ice formation in clouds. Yeah. There you go. It's sometimes known as desublimation because it's the reverse of it. Huh, also,
Okay.
soot build up in chimneys. Right, yeah. Freezing is just liquid to solid. It's just called freezing.
Yeah. Such a big globe, isn't it?
Oh, he's gone. Sometimes I talk about the triple point, which is the range of temperature, both temperature and pressure, within which all three states of matter can be present simultaneously. Ice, and water vapor, and liquid water. And the only way that I've ever seen it demonstrated is inside a container. I've never seen it demonstrated.
Naturally occurring.
Yeah, well, naturally occurring. I've seen it like when they teach students about it, they get them to perform, like, I guess you could call it an experiment or a
They do the
demonstration
same
of
thing
it.
with the supercritical CO2 as well, where they force
Right.
it into a liquid, or in between liquid and gas state.
And they need a container to do that.
Of course.
Yeah, yeah. Saw an interesting one the other day. Guy asks AI, what happens when I put a balloon in a vacuum chamber? Explains how, like, if the pressure's low enough that the balloon will expand, and if it expands so much that it exceeds the tension, the tensile strength of the balloon material, that the balloon will pop. Right? And he asked it then, what would happen if I put Earth in a vacuum chamber? And he called it out. It said that, well, that would be quite a violent scenario where the air would be stripped away from the Earth's surface, and all the water would evaporate, and there'd be no life left, nothing to breathe, no water to sustain life. Quite catastrophic. It was kind of funny. And then he asks it about, like, the vacuum of space, and it sort of tripped itself up and blah blah. But so I tried the same thing on Google's AI mode, and it was onto me straight away. It was like, oh yeah, Earth's already in a vacuum. Yeah. But it gave me the same outcome if it proposed, well, if Earth, if you didn't consider gravity, right, and Earth was inside a vacuum, and such would happen. Actually, I think I challenged it on it. Got into it a bit, and tried to tell me about gravity preventing gas from reaching, getting too far away from the Earth's surface or whatever. So it's like bubble around Earth, right? Got into it with it a bit about thermodynamics and all that, because it said something about I said something about what that means. Wouldn't that mean that the gas would have to stop at some point? And it's like, yes. And I'm like, well, does gravity like do that? It's like, yes, basically that's what it does. And I was like, okay. While ever gas has a temperature, it moves, right? It's like, yes, that's correct. That's kinetic energy. That's driving force of its motion. I'm like, okay. So does it get to zero? And it said something about zero, and I was like, there's no such thing as absolute zero. And it's like, you are correct. Right? it's, it was, it's quite interesting when you get into it with AI stuff. AI programs. Sometimes it doesn't know where to go with it. It'll just loop back around on you, just repeat itself, double down.
When you said about that thing about putting Earth in a vacuum, was that something you asked AI, or was that someone asking a professor or something?
Someone else asked like a voice chat AI about that, and it didn't do what it didn't give the answer that I got from Google's AI mode. It gave him a response that it would just like, if you put Earth inside a vacuum chamber, it'd rip the Earth's air off, resulting in evaporation of all the Earth's oceans, liquids, and life would end as we know it.
Yeah, pretty much. It should be a question that students should be asking their physics teacher.
Yeah, I got the AI, Google's AI, to admit like that if a gas molecule's going straight up, like so, vertical, right? It's vertical, like it was saying, like center of Earth shit, radially and all that shit. If it's going straight up, right, away from the center in a perfectly straight line, and it doesn't collide with anything, there's no amount of gravity that's going to slow it down. Like, well, I even gave it that gravity could slow it down, right? But it wouldn't stop it. Doesn't reach zero ever. Doesn't. So it's always got temperature, which means it would just continue moving in that direction. Wouldn't stop. Might slow down, but it would keep going. Never reach zero, which never reach zero temperature, so it will never reach zero motion. Just keep going. It's like a guy in politics the other night. He's like, talking about all that, and I said, "Does gravity prevent the complete dissipation of gas or diffusion of gas?" And it's like, no. He's like, no, it doesn't. Well, welcome to no outer space vacuum then. He's like, no. Actually, yes, it does. He had to change his stance on it. He had no choice. He'd have to either concede that the outer space vacuum doesn't exist, or claim that gravity can pretty much prevent entropy from taking place. So he was stuck in a position where he's saying, in one breath, he's saying, gravity does not violate the second law of thermodynamics. And in another breath, he's saying, yes, it does. And then eventually tried to tell me that, what are you talking about? Entropy has nothing to do with gases.
It's simple stuff, isn't it? But it's taboo thinking most of the world.
Yeah, they got their reason, they got their excuse, and they're sticking with it. Atmospheric pressure and gas pressure are two distinct things. They're separated. Gas pressure is for us mere mortal humans on the surface of the earth, blowing up balloons and filling gas canisters for our barbecues and things like that. Whereas atmospheric pressure is the result of a large mass maintaining a volume of gas by tugging on it, keeping it within reach, not allowing it to expand.
I love it when you get to the point where you've got them to concede that the gravity is not having an effect on the gas, but then they say that the gas itself is containing the gas.
يا بستين شو بحبك انا
That's it. Let it all out.
Some people might argue that we can't say that Artemis isn't real because of the vacuum of space not existing like that. So they could be claiming they're in a vacuum of space, right? But misinforming us about what the medium actually is, and they really are out there, right? So we can't disprove space travel by, bringing up the second law of thermodynamics, etc., right? Because what if it's a different medium, right?
But surely they should be able to have apparatus on these things to check that while they're up there, and then they could come down and go, look, here is that pressure reading.
It's a bit tricky, the stuff, the measuring pressures when you're in microgravity state, apparently, because barometers don't work properly. Because they need a pool of liquid for the gas to press on. That would require your gravity, right?
Well, mind you, yeah, because we can't recreate the apparent pressure or lack of pressure up there to actually test it down here, if you know what I mean. So, because obviously, if you're building something to survive out there, you'd have to test it in that environment, but we can't do that because we can't recreate it.
We can get pretty close, and they'll say that, you know, like even in their strongest, you know, vacuum create, that we're close enough to Earth that gravity's taking effect. I don't know about a barometer in a vacuum, actually, because isn't the liquid exposed to the vacuum, so it would actually, depending on the temperature, cause evaporation of the liquid. So I don't know. So it's a pool of mercury, isn't it?
Yeah, and isn't it normally reliant on air as well? So you'd have to find a different way to test it.
Yeah. So apparently they've got these devices. I can't remember the name of them for the love of me, but they have some sort of
Hello.
electrical coil or something that when it interacts with a gas, it creates turns it into ionizes it and becomes plasmic, and they can measure the amount of plasma that's formed, right? So then they can average out or whatever, like they can say that so much plasma formed, so there must have been X amount of gas present over this period of time, and then they can extrapolate from that a pressure, right?
Well, I thought they might be able to do it with like just a normal gas canister. You know, if you've got a really a gas canister that's tested to, you know, external pressures, and then they know when it ruptures. Like, do you know what I mean? Like in that sense, they could try and find out what the external pressure is by having
Right.
something, a container that's extremely strong and we can withstand a lot of external pressure.
Well, it'd actually be resisting. Well, there'd be the internal pressure.
Yeah, internal.
So
Yeah.
because the pressure on the inside would be greater than the outside. So, well, I was thinking that too. Like, what about just an inside-out chamber, right? So, because we have vacuum chambers with the pressure gauge on the outside. Well, when you just reverse it, put it on the inside. So you have your box of gas, right, with the pressure gauge on the inside of that, measuring the pressure on the outside of the box, instead of on the outside measuring the pressure on the inside. I don't know.
Well, it's like knowing when the canister will rupture tells you its limit of where that inside pressure wants to escape. You know, what's that critical point? Like, how low does the outside pressure need to be before it makes that happen? You know.
Right. Yeah. At any rate, those kind of claims, are unfalsifiable for the average person. And I'm not going to extreme altitudes anytime soon with any pressure gauges.
But I mean, like the huge vacuums we have where they test things, they could have, like the strongest gas containers known and test it in those, see when they fail from the outside pressure being so low.
Yeah, see the problem, because they don't have the same problem. If your external is a low pressure, you don't have the same problem as you do when your external is of a great pressure, like at sea level, 14.7 psi on average, pushing on all sides of your container. And
it's the opposite. It's the pressure inside trying to escape. Yeah.
Right. So you don't have the same problem. You only have to. All you need to do is make the.
But it's equivalent to their claim of outer space, right? That's why I'm saying it. It's like
it's not because it's a matter of amount, right, and container strength. So the less gas you have, you might be able to achieve a certain pressure, right? But because basically the Earth's air is like, you've seen those big huge containers that they cut on trains, and then they suck all the air out of it, and then they just crush. Big solid metal tanks just like fold in on themselves and just implode.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. That's because of the air.
The difference in between the two pressures. Yeah.
Right. But it's because there's a lot. They say it's because there's a lot of it. Right. I'm not so sure. Well, I guess.
Right, because the actual tank itself is quite big.
You could scale it down, I guess, to like a can inside a smaller vacuum chamber. Fill it with air. Take the air out of the can. Put it in the chamber. Like, you could have it in the chamber with air. Take the air out of it while it's in the chamber, and then see if that pressure inside the container, inside your chamber, crushes the can. It's the same pressure. See, it's all to do with your container strength as well. So they say right, with the tire, like, because people argue about air in the tires, and like with the whole Elon Musk thing and all that. If they had air, right? If they had air, then those tires would just keep blowing up, and pop. But not if the strength of the tire could withstand the pressure, right?
It's the gas sorry, dude. It's not the gas inside the tire. I'm going to say, it's going to sound weird. It's the gas inside the tire. So actually, within the physical structure of the rubber, the gas molecules inside the rubber. Not so much the gas that's inside the tire. And obviously, I understand what you're saying. The gas within inside that would expand if it wasn't met with an equal more pressure outside. Obviously, right. But the actual rubber structure itself is going to contain lots of gas molecules as well, which are going to expand.
Right. But with the increase of volume, it's going to be a decrease in pressure, right? As well.
Increase in volume equals a decrease in pressure. 100%.
So, is that right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Right. So, as it expands, there's going to be less force acting on it. So, if your container is strong enough, could withstand
It's going to have
that,
less
right?
structural integrity after that as well, though.
Well,
after it expanding and thinning.
that's true, but as long as it can withstand whatever, like, forces
so
acting on the inside of it, it will just maintain its structure. It won't be
that's how we have
compromised.
vacuum chambers. Yeah, that's how we have the vacuum chamber in the first instance, right? The structure itself can withhold the pressure.
Right. So there's argument that those tires on that electric car wouldn't have necessarily popped.
Yeah, if the rubber themselves had enough strength, yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
are the dust caps still on them? You know, are the valve caps still on them? I wonder. They should have
would
popped
definitely,
off, right?
yeah, the tires would have definitely expanded. Whether they would have breached the structural integrity of the tire or not, that's a really good point and good question. But they would have expanded.
right. Exactly.
That was my
yeah.
first thought. I would have expected them to expand and pop pretty quickly.
So some people say, I've heard like Matthew Lone say that, okay, right, let's say it's got the 32 pounds in it, right, PSI, and you've filled it up inside 14.7, right? So you take it up away to what's 0 PSI. You just take the 14.7 PSI and add it to the 32. And as long as the tires and structural integrity can withstand that extra pressure, it's going to just stay at that pressure and not pop.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, but
that
is there
fair.
not something to do with the volume as well? You know, like the volume of the
No, it's to
vacuum
do with
chambers we
energy
use
levels.
are much smaller than the vacuum of space that they tell us. You know.
It's to do with energy levels.
It's to
A
do with,
vacuum is massive
yeah.
amounts of power compared to positive pressure. So you have a look at how much energy it takes to get you to that vacuum level. So you'll go from one pressure and you'll halve that. You use X amount of energy. Now to get half that again, you've got to double your energy. And half that again, you double your energy to hold and contain those levels. So to go from 420 torr down to 10 to the negative 17, that is a monstrous amount of energy. That little tiny soda can would be obliterated. Those tires would not exist. Anything that's got a couple of molecules of gas in them are toast. That car is an absolute joke. Like, that's why the whole space thing is just, it's a non-event.
Right. I suppose too, like, okay, so you imagine, right, because you got to imagine it's in the vacuum of space. Maybe one side of it's facing away from the sun, so it's not getting sunlight. So it's going to be super cold, which is going to transfer that heat energy to the gas. Gas is going to slow down.
That's going to cause huge problems, isn't it? If you're talking about a rotating body that's having direct sunlight, we have this with fucking astronauts, right? One side of an astronaut when doing the spacewalk is facing. So comparatively dynamic changes in temperature from one side of the surface to the other, the surface being three-dimensional, right? So that's a huge problem if we're talking about a car that's being directly heated from the sun on one side and left in really cold conditions on the other. Obviously, the heat on the side that we're talking about is going to cause expansion of metals, degrading of rubbers and plastics and stuff like that very, very quickly. And compared to the colder side of the object, it's going to be crazy, dude. I think Triangles has spoken about this, and what's his name? Jin CBR speaks a lot about radioactivity of things like the ISS side that's facing the sun comparable to the side that isn't facing the sun, and all objects that are
Right.
in this environment like satellites and so on.
Right. So those surfaces have to get hot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and cold.
Yeah, and they've got to disperse that heat as well. And being as there's no air molecules around it, a vacuum. Where does the energy go? Obviously, the body,
Right.
let's say the Tesla car is absorbing the heat, but where the fuck does it go? Do you see the problem?
Yeah. Yeah, if you're talking about like melting.
Yeah, and we're also talking about highly radioactive, apparently, right? Lots of energy up there. Not a lot of gas, but a lot of energy. Radioactive energy from the sun. Electromagnetic energy, that type of shit.
Right.
Yeah, Jin CBR1 is a good guy to talk to about this. He goes into a little bit of details of like the heat transference and the actual values and numbers and stuff. The whole thing's a farce. When you start taking apart the engineering and the problems with it, it becomes farcical in the end. I mean, this came to mind the other day only because somebody brought it up in the text chat, and I hadn't really thought about it, and I'm not sure if anybody. And if you have, then I apologise. I haven't heard you say it. But Van Allen radiation belts, they used to be an issue. I'm sure that was all solved with Artemis and stuff, right? Everything went well. No problems with radiation belts up in the sky this time. Not that there were in the first instance. It was just something that was made up in the.
Yeah, I think that Orion had been working for decades on solving that problem. That was the whole thing. The Orion capsule. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That was one of the whole things about it, was to deal with that problem, because it wasn't a problem before. Obviously, they went to the moon and shit, but had to this time.
Right. Yeah, and then didn't they try and backtrack and change the story after that fact and try to say that they went through the part that's least
Yeah. Yeah, they kind of skim the edges of it. In one of the ways I've found out is like it's like a donut, if anything, and it's like surrounds the Earth like Saturn's rings, but quite thick and dense. But yeah, they went over it or something. I don't know. It was all okay at the end of the day.
Right.
ليه قلب دي؟
الو
تعال لسه جنبي عشان مش
طب خلي بالك عشان الصوت شغال دلوقتي.
Hello.
الو.
Hello.
Are you Arab?
No.
Where are you from?
UK.
Where?
England.
England, yeah.
Yeah.
What does this channel talk about?
He'll see you soon.
Talk about what?
Flat Earth. Deafening silence.
Yeah, Earth is flat, man.
Inshallah.
Who did say inshallah?
No, I don't know. Anyway, how can we help you?
Are you Muslim?
Not yet. Not yet, no. How can we help you?
Not yet. This is one of your aims?
No. How can we help you?
Help me?
Yeah.
I don't need any help. I need to elevate my English level and يا اسطى تقفل الميكروفون ليه؟
مفيش حاجة والله.
ماشي okay. I need to elevate my English level so I enter to this channel.
Okay, this is high level English, advanced level. Specific topic is the Earth, the planet Earth, and what it is. So we speak about geometry and science and a lot of complicated high level subjects. It's
Yeah, I'm not
advanced
bad in
English.
I'm not bad in geology.
Okay,
What is the current topic?
the Earth, is it flat?
The air.
Is it round?
Yeah. Flat or oval?
Yes,
What do you think about that?
I think it's flat.
You think it's flat? What about
Yes.
satellites that's approved that it oval?
How?
From records that we have seen.
So pictures of the Earth from satellites.
Yeah.
Okay. How do we validate that image to be true?
I will approve that because we have morning and night, and this is a good improvement about that the Earth is oval and rotate around himself because we got morning and night.
Okay. Hold on, I'll
It
get
can
the
be
call. Just got a T-double somebody else.
It can't be happening if the Earth is flat. We will be in morning all the time.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Can you show me your point of view?
Well, we're trying to understand yours. You seem to think because something happens, it affects something else. The shape of the ground is just a question of measurement. Go out, measure it. If it comes out curved, so be it. If it comes out flat, hey, that's it. You pointing to things in the sky means nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
Okay, bro. Do you think which is bigger, sun or the Earth? The sun or the Earth?
Well, considering where I live, doesn't make really any difference which one's better, purple or green crayons.
No,
So
it's matter.
it's not relevant.
If you imagine that, it's
Yeah.
impossible to
We
say
don't do
that's the
it.
end.
That's the problem. You spend too much time imagining as opposed to checking out reality. We don't have to
But
imagine.
there is physics and astronomy. We don't
That's great.
say.
So tell me what physics is going to prove the shape of the ground.
The physics approved the black hole. It can't approve.
No. You're still talking about space things, my friend. We're talking about the ground. We're talking about Earth. And you said physics does it. So what physics is going to prove the ground is curving or not curving?
Okay, what's your improvement about the Earth is flat? What's your
No.
improvement?
You're the one that said physics proves curvature. I'm asking you how physics proves curvature. Please, the floor's yours.
Okay, I don't have a current improvement, but I need. I prefer to hear your opinion and your improvement about that the Earth is flat. Can you?
Oh, right. Well, anyways, it's not my opinion, but I'll put some laser tests up for you. How does that sound? So you can check them out for yourself.
Check what?
Just stand by. I'll grab you some proof.
Okay, go and give me your proofs.
I've just got to wait for my hard drive to spool up, that's all. Here we go. Laser. Laser test. All right, in the side chat.
Go ahead.
There's a whole pile of laser tests just for you. I might chuck a couple more in too, just for good measure. And a PDF with that one. So, what I'm going to do now in the side chat, I'm going to put a picture in there for you so you can understand what the laser tests are doing. All right? So, picture number 1. When they go out and do the laser tests, that is what they're expecting to see. The laser being nice and straight, there be a curved ground underneath it, and a deviation showing at one end the ground is close to the laser, and at the other end it's a long way away from the laser. That is what they think they should see if they live on a ball. Now the problem is when they go and do these tests, loading, that one there is what they actually get.
Are you sure that is trusted websites? Or are you asking ChatGPT?
No, I'm not asking
Okay.
ChatGPT anything.
Okay.
You
I
are.
believe you, but what thing making we got morning and night? What make this change from your point of view?
What makes morning and night change? Well, the sun moves.
Yeah.
So when the sun is over the top of my house, it's daytime, and it's nighttime at your house. And then the sun moves over the top of your house, and it's daytime there and nighttime for me.
You want to say that the sun is that move, not the earth?
Well, when I stick my head outside and watch, to me it appears the sun's moving.
Yeah.
And I'm
Okay.
pretty sure you agree.
That mean our earth is fixed, not movable.
That's what it's lending to, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good luck, bro.
Oh, that was funny.
I don't know if anyone's ever told you, Matrix, but you've got the most contagious laugh.
Been
There it
told
is.
heaps of times, bro. Oh man, that shit's funny.
I thought that guy was Arab, not made in China. He broke too quickly.
Ooh.
Ceasefire.
Broken. Toy.
Well, being that it's 11 o'clock, and I don't want anyone stupid to wreck that last one, I'm going to nick off to bed, and I'll leave you all in peace. Have a good one, guys. Take it easy.
Night, dude. Ah, what wonderful weather we have in the UK today. Oh, loving it.
So we still have people that think they live on a made up ball. Is that real? Anybody here? Guess everybody's busy. It's a bad sign when T-Dub doesn't say something. He's here. Anyway, Earth is not a spinning ball, despite what you may have been taught in your education system. There's no empirical evidence for the globe. Somebody else say something, or we'll go back to silent. This has been Dead Air Day.
Hi, anybody there willing to talk?
Hey, is anyone here? Is anyone available over here?
Welcome, Mohammed.
Hello.
How are you, Mohammed?
I'm good. Who is believing that the Earth is flat here?
That will be a acknowledgement of the state of the world as it presents itself to us, and as we experience it and measure it with help of our God-given senses.
What's your opinion about that Earth is flat?
My opinion will be that Earth is flat is a term that is used to describe in a short term the orientation of the world as a horizontal frame of reference, that there is no curvature across the surface of the earth, which most of the surface of the realm that we find ourselves in, it's water, and water on its surface doesn't curve, it lays flat, horizontal, and is used to establish horizontality from any distance to the next one. And people describe it as flat, or use the term
Okay,
flat earth to describe it.
okay, that's mean your final answer is the Earth is flat. Okay.
The earth is earth. The earth is orientated as a horizontal frame of reference. The water lays flat, level, horizontal.
Okay, please give me an answer of two. Earth is flat or oval? Flat or oval?
Flat or what?
Or oval? Or
يا
Oval?
ابني هو بيقول لك
spherical or take a curve.
Spherical? No. For the earth to be spherical, it would have to be curving. Curve? You know, like a
Curving,
sphere?
yeah.
Like,
Is it
yeah, it
curving
will
or
have to be
flat?
curving. But the earth
Yes.
doesn't curve, so it cannot be a sphere.
No, the earth curve.
I think it's ovamic, like ovum. Do you know ovum?
Like an egg?
Yeah, that's what I mean. But a regular egg.
Yeah, but it will have to be curving, but it's not.
Yes, it curve.
Yeah, yeah.
No,
Because
it doesn't curve.
there are some guys says that the Earth is flat, and it's impossible because there is morning and night, and it's impossible on a flat land.
Wait, you're saying that it's impossible to have
Impossible.
darkness on a flat surface, or or
Yeah,
brightness on a flat surface?
yeah, yeah. Because the sun
So,
is bigger than the Earth, and it's release its light on the Earth. But what make there's morning and there is night? That's the rotation
Mohammed,
of the Earth.
Mohammed,
What?
think about it. You're saying the sun is bigger than the earth.
Yeah.
So you said you actually don't know that. It's a baseless
No, no.
assertion.
I know that from astronomy and physics
Mohammed,
science.
Mohammed, Mohammed, that is doctrines of men. That is men's religion. That the sun is bigger than the earth, that's a religion.
No, no,
That's a
no.
belief.
My religion and the astronomy approved that.
Incorrect. Your religion doesn't approve that.
My are you Muslim?
Muslims don't claim that the sun is bigger than the earth.
Who say that?
No Muslim says that.
Say what? No Muslim say what?
They might be under the belief of the heliocentric religion, so if they wouldn't be practicing the Muslim religion, they will be practicing something else, some pseudoscience belief that no man can prove or show that the sun is
Okay,
bigger than the earth.
I haven't say I take it. I haven't said I have taken my information from my religion. I took my information from astronomy science. Okay.
Astronomy
Why did
is Mohammed. Astronomy
why did
is
you
not science.
why did you lead us to the religion zone? I'm now talking about science. What is
because
your opinion
because
about what
the
astronomy says?
because astronomy is not science.
How? I think there is
Tell
a
me.
astronomy field in NASA and Harvard University and a lot of universities in around the world.
Mohammed, science will use the scientific method to establish a cause and effect relationship of an observed phenomena in the physical and natural world. So if you observe a phenomena, then you can
Yeah.
make a hypothesis to establish what is the cause of that phenomena, and then you experiment to control the variables that will tell you what is causing and what is not causing phenomena. Looking at the
Okay.
stars and saying that looking at the sun and the moon and the stars and making ideas of those things and making stories about that is not science.
But physical telescopes approved that a lot of information that we have talking about that.
Okay, Mohammed, men looking through telescopes or through optic devices, looking at the sky and making different ideas, only doctrines of men. It's religious ideas. Men cannot go to the heavenly bodies and be at God's position and have God's eye view to determine the mechanisms that governs the luminaries that God put in place. Men can only make stories about it.
Yeah, do you think all this information are stories, not correct information?
No, not all information is stories. There is information of data sets that we can check, verify, demonstrate, repeat, confirm, validate. There's a lot of information of data that we can validate, right? But the information about the sun, the distance to the sun, the makeup of the sun, the size of it, the medium that the sun is in, what operates, what causes the sun to be the sun, that's only men's doctrines, religion of
What,
men.
bro? That's like stupidity. This
Okay, okay.
your
Is
opinion.
Tazi, is that your argument that
How
you're
do you see
stupid?
the
Thanks, Tazi.
No, I did, bro. You're just proving that this is nonsense. This is,
Tazi, you just join and you
medieval.
interrupt. Tazi, you're interrupting a conversation. Can you shut up and not interrupt? Tazi, you're proving you're stupid because you're just jumping into a
I'm not,
conversation. You don't know what
bro.
we're talking about, and you're
I
interrupting. So
know.
stop proving
You're
your stupidity,
brainwashed.
Tazi. Just
Brainwashed. You're
Tazi,
brainwashed.
just show how smart
be
you are.
calm, Mr. Jensen,
Show
be calm.
show how smart you can be and mute yourself, Tazi.
Okay, doesn't matter,
You're
doesn't matter.
brainwashed.
Let me ask you the final question. From your point of view, do you think what is the correct definition of these astronomy fields in a lot of universities?
Wait, can you ask that again?
From your point of view, what is the correct definition or the correct reality of these astronomy fields in a lot of universities around the world? Because like NASA and astronomy field in Harvard University or something like that.
Astronomy is a pseudoscience. It's not a science.
Do you see that it's not a science?
It's not a science because for a science you will have to manipulate variables and conduct experiments Tell me one experiment that any man can conduct with the sun.
But there is a lot of scientists don't have theories, not experiment. Do you know
No,
a lot of say
in
a
the
lot of theories?
Mohammed, in science, a scientific theory will be validated after repeated experimentation, and that will make it a scientific theory. If you don't have experimentation, you don't have a scientific theory. You only have baseless assertions like the size of the sun, the distance to the sun. No man has measured the sun. No man has been to the sun. No man can determine any of the variables that you believe these pseudoscientists have established, but they have not. They have
Okay,
not.
Mr. Jimsy.
Uh,
That that's leading us to another space. That's now you are incorrecting the reaching of American team to the moon.
uh,
What's your opinion
Mohammed,
about that?
Mohammed, no man can live reality. That's why you get it only in the TV, Mohammed. The TV that the show that they're showing you, just that the moon landing,
Yeah.
another version of that. That's to tell you that America is better than you, Mohammed. And now you
Yeah.
believe it. Americans are better than you, Mohammed, because they went to the moon. That's complete nonsense.
Yeah, I think that's happened due to the war between America and Soviet combination
Mohammed,
to
what
America
you
prove
got
that
about the
he is the best.
But what America does, that they make a TV show, they put it in the TV, and some people believe it. Not everyone believes it, but some people do. Like, believers. Globe believers believe that Americans went to the moon.
Okay, but what is your proof about America make a TV show and they didn't reach to the moon?
Because when they show you the Earth, they show
Can you
you a
prove that?
globe Earth. Yeah, they show you a misrepresentation of the Earth, Mohammed. A misrepresentation. The Earth, as we can hear on the Earth, measure it, use it, test it, verify it. We have falsified the curvature of the Earth. So when someone showing you a curving Earth, that is a misrepresentation of the Earth.
Okay. I appreciate your point of view, but I gotta go now. Thank you for
All
your
right, bye.
conversation and
Bye, Mohammed. Next, RB or Speedy Mexico, go ahead.
About what? I'm sorry.
About the topic of the VC. If you have any questions about flat Earth, globe Earth topic, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm actually a flat earther myself.
Oh, you're a flat earther. Okay. Why is that? What will you be a flat earther though?
I guess it was more because I did read the Bible, and in Genesis they actually talked about how the earth was created, and it made sense once I did a lot more research. Um, Technically, what the Bible says is literally what, like, all the research that I have found out, that the world is flat, and they're actually trying to like cover up a lot of things, but we won't know the truth.
Okay. Well, I mean, the Bible kind of reference like the earth is motionless, that is not a sphere in our space, because kind of like the creator set up certain foundations and axioms of physics, like the laws of thermodynamics and, you know, your senses. And the globe idea goes contrary to everything that we can experience, sense, observe, measure, and demonstrate. The globe goes contrary to the reality that we live on. So the Bible might be kind of like a reference of the design of this place, yeah, by the creator. And it doesn't it doesn't say anywhere that it's a globe of impossibilities, like the Globers believe.
Yep, true that. I also question, if space is if the sun is outside of space, right? How come when you go into those like satellite videos, how come we can't see the sun? Like we don't even see the Earth moving or nothing like that. So everything that talks about how the world is round, it's like, where's the proof of that? Like, even if people would tell me like, oh, look, you could even get a light video, and it's like, okay, where is the stars? Where is the sun? Like they said, certain cameras, like they did it for like it won't get the light of the stars, and that's fine. But the sun's light, like, come on, like we're going around the sun according to what scientists said. So where's the sun? Like the Earth is, if the satellite is taking a record of the Earth, where is the sun that we're going around? Like it just made no
No,
sense to me.
no man, no instrument, no measurement, no observation. Nothing has ever shown anyone that the Earth is going around the sun. No man
Yo.
can demonstrate that. No
Oh, and
instrument
then
can show that.
and my cousin, she's a flight attendant, and she literally told me like, no, the sun is literally like on Earth with us. Like it's not outside in space, how they like to say it. So I was like, ah, it makes sense.
Yeah, the claims of the sun being bigger than the Earth and the Earth going around it, all of these claims are baseless. There is no foundation of that stuff. We actually see the sun moving across the sky like clockwork. The sun being part of a system of the sky that is the celestial, of the heavenly bodies, the sun being one of the hands of the clock of the sky. But that's celestial stuff. The earth is not part of that clock in a sense. The earth is the floor of the universe. From what we can tell, it's like you're standing in your house, you got the floor below your feet, and you see the clock on the wall, and you see the clock moving. That doesn't make the floor that you're standing on part of that clock or going around that clock. Kind of like silly to think that the earth is it's a celestial up in the sky when obviously the earth is below your feet. Welcome. YZR101. Welcome. YZR101. Is that what your daddy told you to reply? Let's open say welcome.
Yes.
What about your mommy? What did she say? Did she say,
Oh,
Is it possible that those symptoms are being caused by brainworms? YZR?
probably, yeah.
Have you ever got rid of the brainworms? Or have they taken over?
Once or twice.
Once or twice? Oh, maybe you don't have any brainworms. If you got rid of them, what did you do to get rid of them, YZR?
Ah,
He abandoned ship. Abort. Mike. Piri Mexico. Is it Mexico or Mexico?
My English friend gave me this name, so it's Mexico.
How dare he?
I'm sorry, I'm watering plants and trying to give food to my chickens.
You feeding your child?
I wouldn't call them children, but yeah.
I thought you said you're making food for your kid or something. Did I misheard?
Probably. No, I'm watering my plants and feeding my
Oh,
roosters and chickens. Well, my chickens.
okay, got it now. You're taking care of your garden, your animals. Perfect. Good job. Take care of that. That sounds like fun. When you water your plants, you just add water. Have you tried anything special mixtures of soil, or are you just keeping it simple? Oh, welcome, Bay Daddy. Daddy? Him, he jumps. He jumped out. Welcome, Daddy. How are you, Daddy?
I'm not bad.
Let's see.
You guys have an explanation for why the sun goes below the Earth, like it actually sets.
The sun goes below the Earth. I might be able to give you an explanation. Yes, there are many explanations, but no one has ever seen the sun below the Earth. Every time people look at the sun, it's above the Earth. Because when you don't see it, you don't see it below the Earth because the Earth is in the way. Unless the Earth is transparent, then you might be able to see it below
setting,
the
yeah.
Earth.
What it means for it to set is the Earth is in the way.
The Earth is in the way? Because you don't see the sun anymore?
Yeah.
So when there's like a Category 5 hurricane, and for 2 days straight, you don't see the sun, does that mean that the sun is not above the sky? Because you don't see the sun?
The Earth isn't in the way in that situation.
Is the Earth in the way in the other situation?
Mm-hmm.
How do you know that? Can you demonstrate that?
That's what it means for the sun to set.
Is that your explanation? So the sun sets, right? So listen, Daddy, the sun sets. That debunks the globe right there, though. The sunset.
How?
Yeah. Remember, the Earth is stationary and the sun is moving, setting, right? So the sun is moving across the sky. So that makes sense on a flat Earth, but not on a globe.
What about
flat Earth
when you and your wife are at the airport, right? You're getting on the plane, your wife stays at the airport and watches you fly away to the west. Now, the both of you see the sun in the sky at the same time, but you in the airplane continue to follow the sun in the westerly direction. It's now nighttime for your wife, but it's still daytime for you while you follow the sun. At what point did the sun go below the ground?
Oh, I just mean below with respect to the reference point. But if you're moving with the sun, then obviously it's gonna go away for you.
Yeah. And then the instrumentation in the plane says you're flying level for thousands of miles, but the sun never
level
went
doesn't mean
below
flat,
the
though, right?
ground. Say it again.
Level doesn't mean flat, though, right?
Level means one portion, not higher than another.
Yeah, but higher just means like further away from the center of the Earth.
So now you
Or the
need to
ground.
demonstrate the curvature of the ground over water, which is level, and show that the level is actually curved.
I mean, we could go into all of the footage, but you guys usually call it all fake.
Okay, the footage from space shows a sphere. Level is apparently curved, and that means it's on a sphere. Now you need to give me the measurement for the Earth being a sphere with the 3,959 mile radius value that they claim in order for that outer space stuff to be true.
Yeah, it's really easy. I mean, you can look at there's like a paper on this, by the way, it's published. It's from a plane window. They took a photo properly. They outlined their methods for taking a photo and getting the right lining it up with the right lens so that you're not getting any artificial curving. And then they draw the arc of that, and from there they know their height, they know the curve of the arc, they can calculate the radius of the Earth. You also cross-verify that from even any plane window that you look at. Like, there's something anyone can do. And there's even like amateur rocket footage where they use modified rectilinear lens, flies up 300,000 feet. You can even see the curve there. And also, like, there's like this, it looks like you can see space in that footage. Which, what are they seeing if not, like, what would that be on, if not space? I don't know, but
All right,
even
so I'm
you can measure the
pointing
arc there, and then also
north.
calculate the radius of the Earth that way, and it's
Cool.
the same.
I know
It's
you've
always the
claimed
same.
back a couple things, and you're trying to get me to run away to something else, but I'm going to address the first thing first. I'm now facing azimuthal north. Okay. I take out my camera. I'm in a plane. I'm looking out the window. I take a picture, right? I now have that parabolic horizon that you're claiming needs to be there. Now I turn at a sufficient azimuthal direction so that the edge of my second photo will line up with the end of the parabolic arc from the first photo. I take another picture. I have another parabolic arc in front of me. I set the two pictures next to each other, and now I've got two parabolic arcs sitting next to each other. That's Earth curvature?
You could do it in one photo. 35,000 feet's high enough to get it. It's like a
No,
few pixels
I'm.
higher
You're saying I'm looking in a
in the middle.
direction. Of course, the middle of my eyes or the middle of the camera is going to be at the top of the parabolic arc. Okay, so now I turn at a sufficient azimuthal angle so that I now have a second viewing point, and then I can turn again and have another viewing point. I could put the edges of those pictures next to each other, and now I got three parabolic arcs sitting next to each other, and they touch at the ends and they make little hills. That's the curvature that you're talking about?
Well, it's harder to do it in multiple pictures because you have to line them up. Like, you can do this in one picture.
Yeah, you can do
35,000
it in
feet.
one picture so that you can hold your position to say that you can see curvature from an airplane window. But the fact of the matter would be, if you turn 360 degrees, that parabolic arc will always be at the top. You will always be staring at the top of that parabolic arc as you turn around azimuthally and you look 360 degrees around you. But it goes to show that it's not Earth curvature. It is a horizontal line, and it's an optic effect when you take multiple pictures and you put the parabolic arcs next to each other.
Sure, but it is kind of weird
Okay, sure.
to
Done.
think
End
that.
of that.
No,
What I'm asking for is
problem with
drop
that.
over distance so that I can have that arc circumference so that I can measure a radius value.
Well, here's the problem with that is that in those photos, anytime you do it, if you actually calculate the curve, like you take the arc, you take the height you're at, so you can calculate the actual radius, it will always line up with the actual official radius, which is really weird that your random photo, if it's susceptible to like fisheye lensing or maybe some atmospheric effects, that it would actually align with the official numbers, and it would like it would actually come out that way. And I mean,
So
furthermore, like,
the
you can
radius
cross
value
verify.
came from looking at the parabolic arc out in front of you that turns into a flat line when you turn 360 degrees.
Well, why does it line up with the official numbers though? And
That's what you're
I mean,
saying.
even
I'm
from
trying to clarify. This is how they officially got the numbers, is by staring at the parabolic arc and
no,
then getting your
we're just
angles
cross
to the
verifying
center.
it. Anyone can easily cross verify this. This is something that you
Well,
don't need to go down
why
the
is
flat
it
Earth
that
rabbit hole. You can confirm
actually
it
that
yourself.
way? Why is it that the parabolic arc out in front of you, right, with the top of the parabolic arc being at the center of your vision, why is that giving you the numbers for the official radius value and not looking forward straight ahead of you to get a distance arc down and away from you? Why
Oh,
does it
you're saying like
that
the
I can change
z-axis versus the
azimuth
x-axis, you mean?
directions? Yeah, why is it I change azimuth directions and then I can get this parabolic arc that no one fucking sees unless they're high up in an airplane, and then assert that this parabolic arc is the actual thing that we're actually fucking talking about, and it's not a flat horizon line all the way around you.
Well, I'm just saying, like, you can actually calculate the accurate R value, that way it lines up. But whenever, like, if somebody gives you surveying stuff, because I don't want to go into that, that's
Okay.
going to be depth access, but you guys usually reject that, right? Like, they calculate you do the reciprocal zenith angles or, like, celestial, whatever, right? Like,
That
you guys
usually
usually reject that. So I don't, like,
So the zenith angles coming off of the parabolic arc out in front of you, that shows,
yeah,
but
because
not
last time
directly in
it
front
was a
of
couple
you.
days ago, I was in here and it seemed like people had issues with the reciprocal zenith angle stuff, like that. They didn't feel like, if you're looking through a medium to point B and you have somebody at point B looking back at you, that doesn't sufficiently cancel out refraction. Or like if we show you surveying videos on YouTube, like those aren't good enough because they're not actually measuring the refraction. I can understand that actually, because I agree with that with respect to usually like the black swan stuff, like the refraction's not measured there either. Like if we're rejecting all of that, I'm just trying to show you some other stuff that you can use. Like for example, like the NASA stuff. If you're looking at the live feed of NASA, it is interesting how if it's a recording, it wouldn't make sense for it to be a recording because uh, the weather patterns line up with what you can actually go outside and see. Like if you look at the NASA footage and it flies over where you're at, and you go outside and you see if the weather aligns, that's actually really hard to fake. And if it is a pre-recording, it would be impossible, unless they're like unless you think that they're just modifying global weather 24/7, which would be really weird.
No, but what you actually have is several models that combine to make a single image for the spherical Earth from space, right? Mr. Blue Marble gave the description of the system, and the system is accessible by the weather stations. That is what they use whenever they're describing you the weather patterns, which are coming from sensors that would be on the Earth to identify the anomalies or the patterns. So that information from sensors gets translated into the coordinate system, which would then get put into a system that creates or generates clouds over land, another one that generates clouds over water, another one that's generating the land portion and the water portion in another. So that's 4 programs.
You're saying these are like live, the NASA thing is like live algorithms generating that?
Is it?
Because if it's fake, like let's say if there's an image like the 1970 photo of Earth, right, before we even had Photoshop, if that is fake, there's going to be evidence that it is fake. You can point out certain things, like people normally, I've heard people say, well, the blue marble photo, they point to like the one from the 2000s that was literally fake. Like, well, it was like it was never claimed to be real, by the way. But like the original one, that's real. How could it be fake? How could it be? You can go to the University of Arizona and see it, like on camera, on the camera roll. You can see the photo. Like how would that be faked?
Which one? From them sitting in the window, or excuse me, them sitting in the capsule, putting the camera out the window, and then videoing the Earth from space and saying, well, we got the camera at the window and it's taken up the entire window and we're seeing the Earth off in the distance. Are you talking about that?
There's a lot of photos. I don't know if we're talking about the same one.
That's why I'm asking and trying to clarify. Is this the video that you're talking about?
Which one? Inside
Neil
check here?
Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, they stick the camera at the window and they're looking at the Earth from space and they're saying, well, we've got the camera up against the window so that we can see everything. You talking
Let
about
me
that
try
one?
to let me try to find it. The thing is, there's a lot, and you can search through many
Because
different ones
if
from.
that's the one that you're referring to, they're inside of um, a compartment and they've got the camera away from the window and they black out the inside of the compartment and they put a cardboard cutout on the window to give you the shadowing effect on what would be outside the window is representing Earth. And that was a forged video. Because if you're talking about that one, that's just them pointing the camera at a window and making it look like it's Earth from space by darkening the inside. So then, of course, that wouldn't be a CGI. That wouldn't be a computer generated image. And if we're talking about the Africa on Earth and they're out in space and they can see Africa, that's painting, that's artwork. So then you could take a picture of that. That's not a computer generated image.
Debate that, people can draw hyper-realistic images and they can take a photo of that image. Like, people can draw other people hyper-realistically, landscapes, and take a photo of that. Yeah, it is a photo.
And people forget about that, the era of hyperrealism, which was popular for a while. And they're also unaware of the fact that one of the Apollo astronauts, I think it was Michael Collins, was an artist who specialized in hyperrealism. Call it a
Did
coinkydink.
you know that NASA hired artists to create a giant model of the moon? And they were using close-up images of the moon to get into the details in this giant model so that they could get it accurate. They painted it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they also sculpted it in 3D.
Here's one of the classic photos of Earth from 1972. I linked that one. Was that the one you're talking about?
Must be Earthrise.
Blue Marble.
When I click your link, it says potential dangerous download. What the heck is this?
Me too. Whoa there. While programs downloaded from the internet may be beneficial, this type of file can damage your device or steal your personal data. Make sure to only run executable from developers that you trust.
Uh-oh. Be careful.
Daddy, what are you doing, Daddy?
It's just NASA.gov. I mean,
okay.
Yeah, be careful of that.
NASA as a space agency might be trying to steal our data. Is that what you're saying, Daddy?
Well, why is NASA's .gov giving me EOL.jsc.nasa.gov?
Daddy, are you selling our data or something, Daddy?
I'm on the
What are you
web
doing,
page
Daddy?
right now. That's the link. I can screenshot the page if you want. I can just post it.
1972 NASA from space.
Real low. My mic real low. Or is it okay, or can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. My bad, bro. Go ahead.
I'll copy the image directly.
Oh, okay.
There's the image from that page. If you don't want to click it.
Okay.
Here's the image I got from this page.
So on the page it says focal length. It says the date taken, the time taken, and you can actually go and confirm. Like you can see this image and confirm it for yourself in the camera roll itself is in the University of Arizona.
How can you confirm the image if you can't go to the place itself?
You can go and look at the actual raw camera roll. How would it get there if it was fake?
Oh, okay. The raw camera roll, they can't fake.
What you mean, like somewhere they've got the camera roll, maybe a section of the film in a display case that you can look at?
Yeah, you can look at it yourself and confirm that
Is
this
this the
actually
part that
exists.
didn't go poof
Like a
with the
link.
telemetry data?
Yeah, like you can confirm this is an actual photo taken on an actual camera roll, and you can see the raw,
Go to the
unprocessed
physical.
version yourself.
Is he talking about?
I mean,
Are
before
you talking about
proceeding,
the
I would like a
negative?
link to that.
But you can't
Are you
go
talking that we can pull out the negatives?
Yeah, that's what he's
Yeah,
saying.
this is like before digital cameras. This is the actual like camera roll.
Yeah, the
no shit.
negatives.
Yeah, it's in the University of Arizona. You can go see it.
You can't go to the physical location itself and confirm that's actually real.
Yeah, so that's a real photo. Before Photoshop, before all that, but you can actually go and confirm it was
If
a
you
real
say
photo.
so, Daddy. If you say so, Daddy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
like a claim.
well, I'm surprised none of you like gone and looked. Is
Well,
anyone?
how do you know that that
You're
film was
assuming
actually in
no
the
one
location
has.
that they said it was? You know what I mean? Because they said that that
Well,
film had to have been in Earth orbit. How do you determine that that film physically was in Earth orbit?
Without going there yourself.
Well, you can like presumably maybe. Well, how would they even fake it? Like, how would that have gotten onto that camera roll otherwise?
How would they fake it? Like you're asking us how David Copperfield does a magic trick?
If you don't, if
You're
you
saying
cannot
that- you're
tell
saying
how
that it
how
would-
he did the magic, it must be real.
Right.
Right. I mean, just
You're saying
because
it
you
would be
may
really
not
easy
know
to
how a
fake?
magic trick was done doesn't mean that it's not a magic trick.
The question is how did you confirm it?
What is that fallacy? I cannot conceive how could it be done. Therefore, it has to be truth.
Right. It's like a reversal of the burden of proof. You know, it's like you and I, Gemsy, we are watching David Copperfield on TV live performing a magic trick. He is making the Statue of Liberty disappear. How do you
Right.
know he's going to do this? Because when you're watching TV, you're going to see about 20 people sitting on bleachers that David Copperfield is talking to. And those 20 people are witnesses to his event of making the Statue of Liberty disappear. You know how you know he actually made the Statue of Liberty disappear, Gemsy? You saw it happen, and everybody sitting in those bleachers, all 20 people, confirmed that they saw the same thing. They saw the Statue of Liberty disappear. So, Gemsy, I'm going to ask you, how would they fake it? If this was fake, how could they possibly fake it, Gemsy?
All of the same people that
Based on that, David, he's a real magician, and he actually has superpowers, and he made it disappear.
No, don't be silly. Listen, if you can't tell us how they faked it, it means he really did make the Statue of Liberty disappear.
According to
And
Daddy,
you're just living in denial. You're just a denialist.
you
You're
deny
denying the science.
Daddy.
No, it's not science. It's magic. He's a magic denier.
bro.
Well,
It's magic.
Hey, Daddy, real quick,
evidence of it
Daddy,
being
is
fake.
it possible that this is just a painting and they took a photograph of a
I'll
painting?
give you
Is that
evidence
possible?
of it's being fake. Do you want the
Bro,
evidence?
it's magic.
Yes.
Water don't curve, brother. You can go to the ocean that is in that picture and measure the water, and it's not curving on the surface. That's how we know it's fake.
Yeah, that's the best one, obviously.
I don't know
If they
because
showed like one of the Pyramid of Giza in the middle of New York City, you could just go to New York City and see it's not there. You don't need to know how they faked the photograph. There's no Pyramid of
but
Giza in New
Indigo,
York.
if I show you like
If I show
survey
you,
data, if we
dude, you
both
have
are
no
looking at the same
idea
survey
about.
data,
Oh yeah, let's hear this
and
one.
there's like if there's a surveyor and there's a
Yeah,
drop
the
over
best-
distance,
Did you hear? Did
you're
you
gonna
did
like I can say, oh, that's curve, and then you'll say, oh, that's refraction. And if you show me a longer like distance one, I can say, oh, that's refraction, and you can say, oh, that's lack of
I
curve.
won't. You have
Right? Like
no
we're both
idea
just
what
gonna
I
be
say. You,
we're
look, brother.
it's
We're
gonna be
gonna
a dead
shine a
end.
laser. We're gonna shine a laser over a stretch of water, right? And then we're gonna measure the height of the laser.
All right, you can't poison the well before he even says something. You can't tell him what he's going to say.
And they ain't gonna measure
Well,
that anyway. You're
we've had the
misinformed.
conversation before. It's gonna be a dead
Well,
end.
you're
But
you,
with
no
the
one
laser
is measuring
thing,
that anyway. You're misinformed.
sure, we could talk about because I was just wondering like how is this NASA live stream fake? But if you're saying there's layers of algorithms that like show the exact weather patterns
How do
that
you
your
know it's
curve and
live?
Yeah, you can't prove
because you
it's
can go
true,
outside and
dude.
look at
That's
the
the
weather and
point.
it
You
matches
got it wrong.
perfectly.
You're
And it
reversing the
matches.
burden.
Show us the match, dude.
Yeah, but wait, but Indigo.
No, I
Yeah,
want to
but
see the correlation match, dude. Give us numbers.
says
Well, I don't have
Yeah,
like
you just
it
made that
flying over
shit
my
up,
house
dude.
right
This is
now.
the desperation you guys do. You eventually would just start making shit up. Just like you said you're going to measure drop over distance, which you're not going to. You made that shit up. You've never looked
Yeah,
at
just
any
like when
survey data in your entire life.
No, the thing
you
is
also said that the
we
clouds and
do, but
NASA
when we do,
images
you say
match what's on the
refraction.
No,
ground,
you
and you can
don't,
verify
dude.
when you look up.
You
So
said
you're
when
lying
we
about the clouds
refraction.
too.
He said he watched
You
the
just
video.
think you do because some anti-flat earther said we measure drop over distance. You've never looked at any data set in your entire life about this, ever.
No, he
I
said
literally have.
But I have.
Yeah, like look, it's a gridlock where you
That's not
say,
a
oh,
gridlock. You're
that drop
making
over
shit up.
distance, that's refraction.
No, we don't say that.
And I
We
say
no, we don't say the drop over distance is refraction. That's a straw man. We've never said that.
So
poisoning the well.
if I show you survey data that shows the exact predicted drop over distance,
What is
you're gonna
that?
say refraction.
What
You're
is the
literally going
exact?
to.
No, but first of all, what is the exact predicted drop over distance?
The 8 inches per mile squared?
And are you claiming that's what they measure?
There's plenty of surveying data. You guys reject
Okay, are you claiming that's what they measure? I've seen the survey data. I know more about surveying
sure
than
you
the
have.
surveyors you're gonna cite.
Yeah.
Dude, you just heard some shit and you're parroting it, dude. You have no idea what you're talking about. Not even a little bit.
You don't
Okay?
even know what surveying is basically a death blow to the globe anyway.
Look, bro, check this out.
It's a death blow.
You know what? You know what the WGS 84 is? Do you know what? Have you ever heard that? The WGS 84?
No.
Okay.
Oh my
It's
God.
a reference ellipsoid that surveyors use. If they measured
I'm not a
curvature, why would they
surveyor,
need?
so
Okay.
I wouldn't know.
No. So they take measurements and they map them to this reference ellipsoid, this imaginary mathematical surface.
Mm-hmm.
Why would they need to do that if they're measuring curvature?
Right.
Oh, like we went over last time, the angles are going to be over 180 unless you
they're
correct
not.
He knows
for the
about
actual
spherical access.
geometry.
He didn't know about
brother.
WGS 84, but now he's totally going to give you a lesson on spherical access. That's just
I know
great.
nothing. That's fine. Yeah, I know nothing. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay.
You really
Well,
don't.
you don't
Actually,
because you don't know rejection. It's called reduction of the horizontal direction. It's the first thing they do to the numbers. You have no idea. That's where the spherical axis comes from because
It's because they literally
they're
have
tilting
to
the
correct for
azimuth.
it.
You want me to give you the surveying fucking documents where it says it? Reduction of the
If you're
horizontal
looking at
direction. Do you know what that
reciprocal
is?
zenith angles,
There is
if
no
you're looking at
reciprocal
reciprocal
zenith angles, dude.
you expect it to come out to 180 degrees. If it's over, you got to correct for the curve.
okay, he needs to describe this now.
And then it lines up. Why does it
We
line
just
up when you correct
confused
for
the
the curve?
vertical with the horizontal, dude.
Yep, he did.
Okay,
So, Indio,
well-
I think he needs to describe in detail what spherical excess looks like to the surveyor.
Yeah, he don't know what it is.
Yeah, I think, well, maybe we can test him because he brought it up. He's talking spherical excess. So, hey, our guest friend, let's say you are the surveyor, you got your theodolite. What's happening? For you to determine that there's spherical excess, what's happening? What are you doing and what's so confounding?
For reciprocal zenith angles, you take measurement from point A to B.
I asked for spherical excess.
Yeah, that's not the spherical axis, dude.
What do you mean by spherical axis then?
What do you
What
mean
do
by
you
spherical
mean?
axis?
You're the one
You
who brought
brought it up. We know what it is. You freaking don't. And that's what we're
Wait.
highlighting for the audience right
You
now.
said the
What do you
phrase
mean by you
spherical axis.
people?
I didn't phrase it that way.
No, you totally did. You totally brought up spherical excess. It wasn't a word in the conversation until you brought it up.
Play back
Yeah,
the live stream. I never
did
said
bring it
that.
up, though. You did bring it up, debate. You did bring it up because actually he was talking about the
I might have
ellipsoid.
brought up a concept that he calls spherical excess. I just want to know what he means when he assigns that
You
phrase
brought
to
it up, bro.
You brought it up as if you knew what it mean when he was talking about the ellipsoid. He was asking you a question,
No, I
and you
didn't.
brought that as your answer. Remember?
And you're on the right track to bring up reciprocal zeniths. That's part of it, but I don't think you understand what the full claim entails.
Well, why don't you explain it to me then?
Yeah,
No,
'cause
that's
if you had-
okay. I'd rather the audience listen to you
Okay,
bring
he
up
doesn't want to
claims that you
explain it.
can't
Okay,
back
that's
up.
fine. So
I
he
mean,
doesn't
I
want to
can. I've
explain
done it.
it.
I've done it so many times before. You could actually listen to any of our live streams going back years. And I've discussed this topic at length. So is Indio, so is Rojo, and others.
Yeah, can you guys
you can just
like
go to-
link in chat
go to
a
Indio's channel
a
and you can
reciprocal zenith angle, show the methodology, show it adding up, and the raw numbers adding up to 180 degrees.
Your claim. You brought it up.
Dude, you're confusing the vertical with the horizontal, dude. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, but this is his claim. He the one brought this up as an answer to your thing about the ellipsoid.
Okay, brother.
Our friend guest,
Spherical
when you do
axis is the
reciprocal
horizontal
zeniths,
direction. Okay.
I was going to ask.
Reciprocal zenith angles are the vertical. You're confused.
You have to add up
That's right,
both
it's
of them,
about the
right?
dip.
And then divide by 2.
No. Okay, if you have a triangle on a sphere, if you have a triangle, it's going to measure to greater than 180 degrees. Okay, so if the Earth was a sphere and you had a line on the surface of the sphere, you'd have a triangle greater than 180 degrees. The excess from a regular planar triangle is the spherical axis. Reciprocal zenith angles is when you take a vertical and the verticals are tilted away from each other.
Yeah.
They're two.
So why do they tilt away from each other in your
They don't.
in your perspective?
They don't.
Okay. Show me your measurements.
I'll show you. Look, bro.
Yeah, pick one.
Hold
If you
on. Look
correlate
at the
those, so-
paper. Hold on. I don't even need theirs. I got the one that's in the regular server.
And to be clear, from my understanding is that if you do this time and time again, it's going to consistently add up to over 180. There are a couple times where there's
You're still confusing
actually lead to a concave Earth. So
No,
if you guys
it's
have
not.
one example
Idiot.
that might not be
Idiot,
as compelling,
dude.
if you guys have a
Idiot.
bunch, that actually would be.
You're
compelling.
being an idiot. You're still confusing two different things, dude.
Yeah, you asked
I
him to
don't
show
think he knows what he's even supposed to be adding. So which angles are
He's
you
reading
adding?
what
Let's-
Dr.
you're the-
Phil's
you're the
fucking telling
surveyor.
him.
You're the surveyor. You need to add the angles. What angles did you measure that you're adding? Can you describe what you did? So
Add up
let's
all the
say
angles
angle
of a
A
triangle,
to
it's gotta add
what?
up to 180
Angle B
degrees.
to what?
From you to the other person.
Yeah,
And
so
you
I
know you
measure
have
an angle from me to the other person that's 180 degrees. Congratulations.
and you have from you directly up 90 degrees.
All right, great. So we got from me to the person that's 180 degree angle.
And the idea of the
then I've got a vertical, and then he's got a vertical. Excellent.
the idea is that if there's a reciprocation, so somebody looking back at you, they also have a triangle, right? If
Wait,
you
we
add
didn't
those up
form a
and divide by
triangle yet.
2,
We did not form a triangle yet, dude.
Yeah, you didn't form a triangle. You only named 2 points. Triangle need 3.
you can calculate the triangle
Yeah,
though.
what triangle are you calculating?
Right, you only got an 80-degree angle. That's 2 points.
I'm going to say that you heard the phrase reciprocal zenith angle uttered by some anti-flat earther, and he seemed to use it to great effect. So you come in here and you're doing the same thing. That's just my impression.
Who are these anti-flat earthers?
I don't know,
McToon,
Dave McKeegan, McToon, all the people that avoid talking to us
Simon
because when they
Dan,
came in here
Professor
years ago, they
Dave.
got their asses tossed.
Oh shit! I wish I was around for that.
Yeah, it sounds
Is there
like you got
recordings
stuff.
of this? Like, can I go listen to
Yeah,
this?
you can listen to the recordings when McToon and others
There's a
came in. Yep.
recent one. There's a
Oh, I'm
recent
down.
one. DJ and McToon. There's
McToon had a meltdown.
I heard that one actually. I actually think DJ won that debate.
It's one.
That's why MC2 doesn't come here anymore.
That was a shutout. Like, just worse than a win.
He had a meltdown and ran out the room. How he win a debate and had a meltdown and ran out the room?
Well, because I mean, I'm only saying that I think DJ won because it seemed like MC Toon kind of had to like refine his goalpost, but like in a way that looked like it was moving the goalpost, or like I don't know, maybe
Yeah,
maybe
he
just
actually
wasn't
moved the
clear. Like he
goalpost,
didn't
then he
state
called
it
him
as
a
clearly
dickhead.
as.
He called
Yeah,
him a dickhead.
well, that's what I heard.
Ran out the room.
And kept begging him to leave.
Like, he didn't even want to talk anymore. How is that?
Yeah, but he was in QOP server and DJ was a mod there.
Oh, what happened?
He's
I
like,
went
"Aren't
away
you
for a couple
leaving?"
days. What happened to QOP server?
You need to
When?
spread his
Like,
video,
He
or
went-
he's not activating it anymore.
Yeah, he's
not.
just out.
I think Mattoon was recording, and I think he took it off his channel.
But did McToon take it off? That's hilarious if he removed it.
I would.
The internet remembers. Yeah.
So, debate, dude. Debate daddy. So, we're going to give you a crash course in this, okay? First of all, reciprocal zenith angles are horseshit because in the globe model, the plumb line is curved. It's not perpendicular to the ground in the first place, right? That's why they have two things, right? They have a geoid, which is the equipotential surface of gravity, which indicates the direction of plumb, okay? Lumpy gravity. And then they have the reference ellipsoid, which is supposed to be oblate spheroid. Those are two different things that they meld together. So they don't measure curvature. All this shit comes from calculation. Doesn't come from measurements. This isn't my opinion. You can check this yourself, dude. Anybody listening to this live stream can check themselves. Everything I'm saying is 100% factual and accurate. And if you look in the thing, if you look at what I posted, so I posted them measuring a concave Earth, a flat Earth, a convex Earth, reciprocal zenith angles, and the reduction of the horizontal direction, which is the calculation which gives you the spherical excess. Because think about it, if I have a surveying instrument, we got 3 surveying instruments forming a triangle, and we have lines of sight between each point of this triangle. That's a planar triangle, and it's going to be 180 degrees. It wouldn't become a spherical triangle until you projected that onto the surface of the sphere, the actual ballpark. But from the point of the telescope, that's just a planar triangle. So they're not measuring any spherical excess.
Right, they have to calculate it because they don't have an actual curving surface to measure. So they have to make all these inferences
Bingo.
about it.
And since there's no curving surface, this fucking stupid image is fake.
Okay, you tagged me in the refraction coefficient will be minus 3.3 and minus 2.9, respectively. It certainly illustrates
That's
the assumption
concave,
of plus
dude.
13 for most of terrestrial surveying instruments by default will not definitely be correct. Well, yeah, I mean, like, it's saying plus
So
13 for most of them.
Well, what we're trying to tell
will
you is
not
what
always
actually
be correct.
happens. What actually happens is you're going to get, because of the meteorological conditions, if you go do lots of measurements, you're just going to get a variation. Sometimes it'll be a plus angle. Sometimes it'll be diverging angles. Sometimes it'll be converging angles. Sometimes it'll be parallel angles. It all depends on when you make the measurement. There is no one thing that happens.
So why do you think the plumb line is curved again?
I don't think it's curved. Globe
Oh, I
charts
thought you
think
said the
it's
plumb
curved.
line was curved.
Yeah, in geodesy, plumb lines are curved. in geodetic surveying, plumb lines curve.
What?
Right. If you defend the
Is
globe,
there a
you have to
citation
curve
for
the
that?
plumb line, right?
Oh, I sure do.
Yeah, there's like 200 years of curving plumb lines that we could post for you in the side chat.
Why is McToon.net coming up? The first search result.
Because they,
This is a
whoever
shit
they are in
promoter.
parentheses, want you to see it before our shit.
This is
Yeah, because
the first thing that
he's
came up,
he's
but
like a priest. He's one of the priests, so you have to pass through the priest first.
I don't think he has like a partnership with Google. I don't know.
Well, Google has a partnership with Congress.
Actually, wait, am I using Google?
I don't know if it's even worth getting into, but the social
I'm
media
using
companies
I'm using
have a
Brave
partnership
Search.
with Congress.
I'm using Brave Search, not Google, but
Congress told social media to censor Flat Earth. We've got that on video from C-SPAN.
Yeah, and part of censoring is giving you the misinformation that they want you to see. That's what you're getting, and that's what you are trying to push at the moment. Nonsense.
so you're looking at this deflection of the vertical.
Yeah.
What
And
am I looking at here?
curving
Like,
plumb lines. It's a bit different. So there's deflection and a curve. Because a plumb
I don't
line is not
understand
only
why.
curving. They claim that the plumb line is not only curving in some places, but it's also deflected. So the plumb is being shifted off of where it's expected to be. Meanwhile, the whole line is going to be arcing instead of being held taut and straight.
Isn't it just going to be like it's just going to be taken from the instrumentation itself? Like the instrument will auto level and then take a perfect plumb line. Why would that deviate?
Yeah, it will. The instrument will be true. What won't be true is the calculation that follows. So people measure the Earth flat with these instruments, and then they curve their measurements around a mathematical reference ellipsoid.
I don't think they would do that.
That's how they describe it. I can give
They just
you a
take the angle from
university lecture. I can
perfect
give you
horizontal.
several university lectures on this. I can give you books and papers going back to the 1800s on this. The process Indio told you has an actual name. He isn't making this up. It's called the reduction of the horizontal datum, or the reduction of the mathematical datum. That's the actual phrase, and that's what they're doing when they take these measurements and bend them.
It's the first thing they do before they even enter it into the log. They do the calculation because they're changing the direction, the azimuth. They're rotating it because if you they're assuming the Earth is a ball, right? So if you have a vertical, right, the plane of the vertical is going to be different at each location. This is kind of like the reciprocal zenith angle thing. So they're tilting them away, but when you tilt this, you have to rotate the azimuth a little bit. So this is what they're doing. They're rotating the azimuth. So they're not measuring these azimuths. They're rotating it by taking, say you take the measurement at 1,000 feet. You have to send that down to the surface of the Earth. Otherwise, you're going to have a planar triangle. You're trying to map it to the surface of the reference ellipsoid that they're using, this mathematical surface. And when you do that, you take it from a point off the surface to a point on the surface. The azimuth will rotate because the surface is tilted relative to that point. So I know it's hard to probably to wrap your head around this because this is all new and shit, but it's created mathematically. It's not measured. Period. People that telling you it is don't understand either what they're doing or listening to some other fucking moron. I mean, curved plumb lines, bro. Really, they got to go that far? That plumb line's curved. I mean, how many band-aids are required?
All the refraction wasn't good enough.
Debate Daddy, are you gonna recognize what is being said, acknowledge it, maybe concede,
Yeah, I'm trying to
or are
pull up
you
the.
gonna?
I'm trying to pull up the papers myself to actually see.
This is why they say GPS clocks need to be tuned and why atomic clocks are off and all this other crap.
I love like the motions of the stars can be explained by a rotate, or the day and night can be explained by the orbit or the rotation of the Earth. I said, yeah, and refraction and orbits and eccentricity and obliquity and wobble and precession and sidereal years. And, yeah. I think they got a couple other cycles in there too. Don't they have like a precession, a nutation cycle, right? So not only is there a wobble, the wobble is wobbling.
That's right. The wobble wobbles. That's mutation. Nutty mutation.
And then, like, the funny thing is, right? Epicycles were complicated. That's why we don't use them anymore, because we kept having to add difference, and we kept having to add pieces to do the orbits. What the hell are you doing? You're doing the same thing.
Yeah, it still doesn't work, and they still have to add them in just in the reverse.
You know, within our lifetime, you're going to add something else. The Earth is slightly flipping over or something stupid, right?
Yeah, and it will be like a 2 billion year cycle.
It'll be like a back and forth pole wobble or something. You know what I mean? In the direction of the orbit, it'll flip back and forth a little bit.
Oh yeah, like those screws or nuts in zero gravity that flip back and forth when you rotate them.
Oh yeah, there we go. Why isn't the Earth doing that?
Maybe it is, and we're due for one.
Can't wait.
Well, the south becomes a north, and north becomes a south.
Just wherever I am, make it beachfront property in a warm climate.
Well, within the medical industry, they can use these dual magnets to move North Pole to whatever position they want to. So maybe the creator can do that and just switch the polarities of north or south poles or whatever. Just flip them.
Well, they're thinking that the ancient North Pole used to be east of Madagascar, the celestial north, and it's going to go back to that again.
You know, think about this topic. Now, consider what I just said about surveying and then what other people say. Who's spreading disinformation or misinformation?
Not me.
When you think about it, that's what they're actually doing. I mean, definitionally, I guess it would be disinformation because they're trying to convince them of something that's not the case. I don't even know what the definition of misinformation is. I guess it depends on the motive of the speaker.
Daddy, is it possible that the Earth is not a globe? And would you just be misinformed or disinformed?
I think it is possible. Yeah. I mean, the thing that would convince me, again, I told DJ this, but it would be the Black Swan stuff and like a bunch of them, but with refraction measured in it, factored in to say, okay, well, we also did proper refraction measurements time and time again. And so not just saying that, oh, you should only see as far as the geometry allows, but factoring in the optics and any other covariate. If you factor in all the covariates and you still see quote unquote too far, I know that's not the right language, but then yeah,
If you studied what we know, like if you studied optics and refraction, you're going to end up further on our side on this.
I mean, the refraction that they say is necessary is not even possible. It's not
Yeah,
physically
I get that's
possible.
the argument. It's like it's either not
It's not
possible
just.
or
It's not an argument.
incredibly
That, like,
unlikely.
it's not incredible. It's not possible. It's not possible.
Well, you gotta do the measurement.
It's like
then, yeah,
saying. It's like
gotta
when they
prove that.
say maybe gravity's bending the light, right? And then the equations that relativity based upon the mass, they say the mass of the Earth, it would bend the light 1/16 millionth of 1 degree. So if a glober come up and said, "Hey, it's gravity bending the light," and everybody, this is basically the same thing. Instead of saying gravity, they're saying it's refraction. But gravity and refraction have the same level of plausibility. None. But because they're familiar with refraction as a phenomenon, because of lenses and all these things, they think, hey, yeah, it's possible. No, it's not possible. Not what we observe. You need refraction. I mean, DJ, I'm sure he presented it to you. Walter, like, you need refraction that's so severe. Like, we're talking like 70-degree temperature gradients in a span of like 10 feet. Where does that exist on Earth?
So is he saying that if you
especially
guys
over
take
water.
into account, is he saying that if you guys take into account the impossible refraction and demonstrate that, then I don't know. It's like he's asking for the impossible or
Well,
something.
I get that
something
you're.
that
Yeah, you're claiming that you need a 70-degree difference. Yeah, and maybe there could be some pressure that contributes or humidity or something as well. But just if you actually had the calculations and the instrumentation and measurements, it would bolster the argument in an incredibly strong way.
It does the opposite. If you understand what refraction's doing, like I hate to say it, the molecular freaking level, you're going to realize that what you need to provide is backup and information for your side of the argument.
Oh, I agree. I think that because DJ also said, well, if globers had the same refraction measurements and we went out and we saw a curve and we factored in how far you see and to the other side, if we had equally enough, hundreds of measurements, hundreds of factoring in all the covariates refraction, he would also equally be convincing the other way as well. But like we're both
look, bro. That's like saying,
oh,
you need to rule out general relativity, and you need to take gravitometer fucking measurements to make sure light isn't bending around due to fucking curving space time. Okay, that's bullshit. There's no justification for doing any refraction, anything. You understand? You need to have look, if you're going to say, hey, this could be a confounding variable. Okay, you can say that, but you need to demonstrate how it would be a confounding variable.
Especially as the terrestrial refraction formula.
I actually agree with that.
The terrestrial refraction formula has distilled its variables down to kinematics and not any variable force equivalent dynamics. And that's a huge problem because terrestrial refraction is based on a model without any underlying physics.
Yeah, there's no, especially if you start getting into the wavelength differences, right? You start trying to add what happens when refraction actually happens, dispersion, chromatic aberrations, and these effects that we observe whenever we design a lens or see something through an actual refracted medium of sufficient distance or sufficient severity, we would see these other optical effects, right? We would see magnification. We would see things looking small. We would see distortion. We would see, like I said, chromatic aberration, where it's blue, like blue on top, red on the bottom. We would see these other effects that we don't observe. All they say, hey, man, the Earth looks flat.
Everywhere.
The Earth looks flat. We know it's a globe, so there must be refraction. That's the justification.
Yeah,
the Earth looking flat is not a justification for saying there's refraction for a globe. Think how crazy that is. What's your evidence for refraction on a globe? The Earth looks flat. I mean, how dumb does that sound?
Yeah, it looks flat, and it wouldn't look flat if it wouldn't be flat if you take into account this refraction that you cannot actually account for.
I mean, you guys
don't have the atmospheric
you guys
physics
agree that on different
built out
days,
yet to describe it.
Depending on the conditions, you can see further or shorter depending on the day you're at there, right? Okay, so there you go.
But what is the factor that determines that? It's opacity. It's the
Right, and then
opacity of the
further
air.
than
How
what?
many
Further than something you
particles? How much
imagine to be
water
true.
vapor?
Let's say the opacity were equal on both days. Like, you think you would be able to see the same
Look,
if there were different
meteorological.
refraction?
When I say opacity, I'm talking about meteorological visibility. Okay.
Yeah.
Meteorological visibility determines how far you can see. It's the transparency of the air.
And what does that have to do with a globe? That's not evidence for a globe.
Well, I think that's well, it's one variable that can affect how far you can see, but you don't think that.
How do you know that?
How do I know that that's one because you just said it was a variable.
No, I said opacity of the air. That has nothing to do with refraction. That's absorption.
I
and
know.
attenuation.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying, you don't think that there could be some other variable like refraction that could affect it as well?
Could be gravity too. Could be freaking magic machine helps. I mean, it could be anything. We could just sit here. We need some justification for saying, yeah, this variable is a confounding
Yeah,
variable.
but so on the gravity thing, like I looked into that. Okay, so like on Hung's work, what's the argument that you think Hung's making in this paper?
Hung? What are you talking about?
The plumb line curve that you linked, because he does go over
lumpy gravity, dude. That's what they say it is. They say it's lumpy gravity.
Well, it's mass anomalies, right?
Yeah,
Which,
lumpy
by the way,
gravity.
is
That is
yeah,
lumpy gravity.
yeah. Well, it's only like what, like a tiny fraction of an arc
Depends.
curve that it's gonna
So
it's
does
gonna
that
have
mean
to
it's
curve.
not
Like,
enough or enough to make a difference?
it's not enough to make a difference.
Okay, so you don't have an argument for your side.
Then why are they accounting for it? If it isn't enough to make a difference, then why are they using it at all?
Because the lumpiness is only gonna make it like a tiny curve, but he said that it's this is only something you can see with high precision mapping. Like, it's so
Precision.
minuscule.
Statistical significance is lost on the general public, including those that do science.
Yeah, exactly.
He's saying it like he's arguing it can be treated as a straight
don't
line without
need-
introducing a significant error at all. Like, it's not considered a
How
significant.
did we just go from refraction
error.
to the lumpy gravity thing? Like, dude,
Because you were
you're supposed
talking.
you're supposed to push in the
gravity
clutch
is
before you change gears.
because the gravity thing. I don't think anyone's actually saying gravity can affect how far you can see. Who seriously, like, because the gravity variations due to lumpy gravity, it's not going to explain why you can see on another day. Number
What are
one,
you
because
talking?
the
Dude,
actual.
are you high or fuck or something?
Wait.
These are two separate
What you're
arguments,
saying,
dude.
What you're saying about gravity can. People saying gravity can affect how far you can see. That would, if anyone said that would be really dumb.
No. General relativity.
Sounds like one
right?
of us.
Look, brother, general relativity. We've heard this before. People come in and say, because general relativity curves space-time, the light does not travel in a straight path and would curve around a ball the same way like a black hole, right?
Oh,
right.
No, but what I'm saying is, if you can see further on day 2 versus day 1, that can't be explained
are you
by
not getting
general
it?
relativity.
If someone said that was a reason that we could see too far, they would need to justify. I'm using an analogy argument, okay?
Yeah.
If they said that, we couldn't take that at face value. We'd say, okay, why? Okay, let's do the calculation. Would we actually, with the calculation of general relativity of how much, quote unquote, space-time would be bent, is 1/16 millionth of a degree, which at 25 miles is like 4 nanometers. No, we don't need to take that into account.
Well, I agree.
So
I agree with that.
if we apply the same reasoning to refraction, hey, can refraction actually deflect like this much? There's no evidence it can. Are there sufficient weather conditions on Earth that would make this possible? No one's demonstrated that there is. No one's shown it in formula, in equations, in a model. No one's shown it. They just say it.
Yeah,
yes,
I mean,
it's
like,
a variable that needs to be accounted for. How do I account for it? I don't know. Why should I account for it? I don't know. Because refraction. You don't believe refraction exists?
Let's just hope it's true, because if it's not true, we're screwed.
And
He better be
but
true
like,
because he
but the
has to be
key
a
thing
ghost.
is the other phenomenon that if there was a very strong refraction that existed the way is claimed, there would be other visual phenomenon that would indicate that it's happening. There would be dispersion because refraction depends on the wavelength. Okay, so a red ray and a blue ray would take different paths to the camera, and the blue ray would appear higher than the red ray, right? So if you're taking a picture of something, and this is shown astronomically, take a picture of Jupiter. Jupiter's redder or bluer on top and redder on the bottom. Okay, you can see this in the picture. They actually make a device called a chromatic aberration corrector, which is two mirrors which will merge the blue and red image together, so it just looks like a one clear image. So we see this in astronomy. We've never seen this terrestrially. And I assume we're looking through the same air, right?
But don't you guys aren't you the guys who post the image of the green laser at night curving upwards? Like, you don't think that light can bend, affecting how far you could see, and affecting
Look,
what you see?
yeah, I believe light can bend, but is it bending sufficient to account for the observations? Is it possible to do that?
That's what you have to measure. You haven't measured it.
To know it's possible or not?
To measure the covariates and factor those
If
in.
it's 3 orders of magnitude outside the fucking prediction, dude, like, what are you talking about?
Well, if the standard refraction is just is it considered an average or the
Okay,
median? Like,
okay, let me just give you. I'll just spitball some numbers. Could refraction account for an observation of 300 miles? If I saw it, if I was on the beach and I could see a boat 300 miles away, or a bright light or whatever, could you count?
Are you just saying in theory?
Yeah, this is a hypothetical.
Well, yeah, in theory,
Can a a meteorological condition exist on Earth that would allow that to happen?
Have we? Well, it depends how you're asking that. Like, if you're saying, have we actually met?
Is there a meteorological condition that can exist that would bend the light so that something 300 miles away would appear in my line of sight?
Well, do I have an example of that on hand? No, but in theory, I can imagine.
No, in theory. Yeah, that's what's in
in theory,
question.
I can imagine it.
Is it in theory? Is it actually possible in theory?
Sure, why not? Yeah, why not?
Because the fucking meteorological conditions that would necessitate that don't exist on Earth.
That just sounds like a claim.
A claim. The meteorological conditions that would allow that to happen would be a fucking temperature gradient of, I don't know, 10,000 degrees in a meter.
I don't know if it would just be temperature. You realize, it's temperature, pressure, and humidity, right?
The temperature is the only factor that matters.
Well, that's just another claim.
It's not another claim. It's an Understanding Astronomical Fraction by Andrew Thomas Young. It's 4,000 times greater than the other variables. Changes in temperature.
So you're just going to.
It's not a claim. I just gave you the citation, dude.
That's fine. Well, it just seems weird for you to ignore
Temperature is the
things
major
that have an
factor
effect.
that determines that, especially if you fit it in any. Because what do we have? We have models that make predictions. None of these models make accurate predictions. Okay. And if we
Sure,
insert,
I'm just saying, I don't know this guy. I don't know his methodology. I'd have to read the paper to see. But
Understanding Astronomical Refractions on Harvard's website.
Yeah, I might sign off, and I'd have to read the paper.
So let me read a simulation study of refraction effects by Kay Beckett, School of Surveying, University of New South Wales. The atmosphere, an optical environment, and electromagnetic observations has an unstable and chaotic structure, which is also seen in the refraction effects of electromagnetic wave propagation. For over 300 years, hundreds of models were created describing the influence of the refraction effects on the results of geodetic observations. So far, no universal solution has been found which fulfills the precision requirements of geodesy in 300 years. Okay?
I mean, I could see how, if you go down to the pavement on a hot day, it's obviously going to be the temperature that is like affecting that, right? Like I can see in some cases how that can be very obvious, but I don't know. Like, what if there's I don't know some like humidity or something that like I can just conceive of.
I don't know
Like
why you
I would have
keep
to read the
naming
paper.
humidity. Humidity is not really a factor in refraction. It's almost
I'll read
nothing.
the paper out.
CO2 is more important than that. CO2 content.
Well, I'll read it.
Okay, but the point is that no one's demonstrated that there's terrestrial refraction that can exist that can allow these observations. They just say they can. You have to account for it, and you say, how do you account for it? They don't know how. None of the models that are available to anybody make accurate predictions, so they're
Aren't the
useless.
calculations? Aren't the
calculation of what? A model that don't work? If you're doing a calculation with a model that don't work, what good are they?
I thought the refraction coefficient, all the calculations that go into it is like they do know and they do factor that in.
They don't match any observation. Do you understand? You come up with a model, you go out into the world, and then you test to see if the model makes accurate predictions.
Yeah,
it doesn't make accurate predictions, and your model's useless. None of these models make accurate predictions, so they're all useless.
With your long distance observations, you have the photo, you have the height and all that, you have the lens, but you don't have the actual measurements of the covariates on that day.
Okay, but even if I did, what would I do with them?
You'd factor them in, and you'd say, "Hey, look,
into
we did
what?
what you wanted."
I would factor them into what? Into a model that don't work? I take the temperature, I take the humidity, I take the wind speed, I take the fucking temperature gradient, I know the fucking everything along the entire line of sight. And then I take that data and I take those measurements and stick them into what?
You would factor in the refraction.
How?
And you could plug
You're just saying you would do it. There's no model I can put them in.
You should see on the model, but just to say I'd factor
no
it into
model
a model that
works.
doesn't work, that's question begging.
Brother, which model?
You understand that's question begging, though, to
Which
say
model,
that
dude?
The model doesn't
No,
work.
you're just saying that somehow there's a model out there. No, dude, you're saying I can take these measurements and there's some model available where the measurements will actually make a coherent fucking result. There is not. You just think there are. That's why you guys just say account for refraction. You can't say how to account for it. Even if I had all the data you wanted to, what do I do with it?
Well, I mean, the math is pretty clear how to do it. Like,
yeah, the math is pretty clear, but it don't work.
Well, it's like you think physicists don't know any of this stuff. That's very arrogant of you.
What did I just read to you? And you can't just appeal to credentials, okay? They don't know. If you read the literature on terrestrial refraction, they admit they don't know. I could sit here and read fucking 10 citations from the literature. I just read one.
So you're saying
so far, no universal solution has been found. For over 300 years, hundreds of models were created describing the influence of refraction effects. So far, no universal solution has been found. What's confusing about that? So there's no model I can take the data and stick it into, which will give me a predictive result. And we know this because people have tried this. There's plenty of papers, okay, where people have actually went out and they've done measurements. They've compared the measurements to the model in the meteorological conditions were measured, vertical ones, line of sight, all types of stuff, and they don't match. And they don't match because they're making assumptions in their model, or there's variables in their model that they're not accounting for. Okay?
Yeah, but what?
Probably assumptions in the model that don't.
You could still build a case, right, and make it stronger than you're doing now. Which, for example, I don't know which model. Like I'm not familiar with the hundreds of models you're talking. But well, just let me.
My case is open and shut, dude. You don't have evidence to present in counter of it.
Let me respond, please. So let's say that they're saying, okay, well, it's not a universal model. There's none of them that fit all cases. There's always some edge cases in each model. But I think
that's not what they're saying. Okay, that's not what they're saying at all.
Well, I'm just inferring it based on like what you said. I haven't read the paper
based on
yet.
what you want. That's bullshit, bro.
You have to give me time to read the paper. I can't read it right now, right? But if you took a bunch of their models and you plugged in the math for each of them, and you said, this observation works
None
on
of
none of them.
them work,
There might be a
dude.
model that it does work on. Try to find it. If you can't, you could say, look, we tried all of your refraction models, tried the math in every way that you guys claim that you guys have up until this point. None of them worked. I think that would be a strong case. Don't you agree?
I have a strong case. You have nothing to counter it. You have just like, maybe they meant something else. Maybe there's a model that there isn't. In the literature itself, it says there isn't. They say that there is no deterministic model that can be made. Okay,
It's not
you guys.
universal, but it works. It might work in
No,
most
this is
cases, but
another
there might be
paper that
edge
says there
cases.
is no determinant. It's not just one paper, brother. It's the entire body of the literature on terrestrial refraction that you guys never read.
And they misinterpret and say their English words mean something else.
Yeah, I know, the refraction whisperer over here. Look,
well,
there's what's in
there's hundreds of
academia.
models.
No, there's what's in
Well, plug in your
academia,
math,
and what
plug
they
in your
say.
measurements to all the models, and then say, "Hey, look, it works on none of them." That would
Yeah,
be a
it works
strong
on none of
case.
them.
That's
What
a
do you mean
claim.
works on? What are you talking about?
But if you actually plug it in and show it, that would be strong evidence.
Bro, are you okay?
What I'm saying is
wondering
not
about you right now.
controversial. I don't know. Like, it's saying it like if
Plug
you're
it
more
into a
thorough
model
about
to
it, it's
see
going to
that
be
it
more
doesn't
compelling.
work. Why?
What model?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to. You don't have a
Well,
model.
he's saying there's hundreds, so I'm saying
You have a bunch of
try.
formulas of meaningless fucking symbols.
Well, I'm pretty sure like some of those models have like varying degrees of explanatory power, and
people
they might not cover all
Oh my
cases.
god, explanatory
No,
power.
dude.
What?
No, so they actually explanatory power in a model. That's a non sequitur. Models don't explain things. Okay.
You don't think a model can make predictions?
Yeah, they can make predictions, but whether the model's valid or not is based upon do the predictions match reality.
And you don't
Otherwise,
think,
it's a meaningless assembly of symbols.
Don't you agree the purpose of a model is to try
Who
to
cares?
explain
The
why
human
things happen?
intent is not a factor in this.
If the model is trying to explain why things happen,
No, models just describe. That's all they do.
it's one of the purposes.
Look, models describe. It's supposed to make measurements, stick the measurements into the variables, and you're supposed to output some result. That result,
Yeah, but
when
by
tested,
describe,
should match reality. And if it doesn't, you just have a meaningless concoction of symbols.
yeah, but by describing reality and tweaking some of the variables, we can
It's
understand
obviously
what
not
affects what, and we
reality
can
if it
understand
doesn't
why.
match. If it doesn't match the experimental result, it's obviously not reality.
That's true. That's the point of the model.
Yeah, and if the model doesn't match, first of all, I don't even want to get into the reification problem, but if the model itself doesn't match reality, it's fucking useless. Doesn't mean anything. And there is no model that I can take this data, right, these measurements, and stick them in and get a fucking meaningful result.
I don't think it
Because the
follows that
models
it's totally
themselves haven't been
useless.
proven to be viable.
Well, I think it's going to be useless in the cases that it's like that it can't explain, but it might be able to explain some cases.
What do you mean explain? Why do you keep going back to that? Models don't explain things. Models don't tell you how and why. They're only telling you what's happening. That's it.
Sure, it's going to explain what's happening. Are you happy?
Doesn't explain.
You're doing some weird semantic objections.
No,
I'm interested.
no, you're using lame rhetorical gimmicks. It's a globetard rhetorical gimmick is to use the word explain. Flat Earth can't explain this.
You're literally arguing semantics and calling me rhetorical.
No, I'm not arguing semantics. I'm using definitions because words mean things. So the word explanation is how and why, whereas descriptions are what is. It's completely different. So when we say describe, it only just describes what's happening. So if the model stick in the variables and it outputs something It's not describing what's happening. Okay? There's probably assumptions in the model
I
which you're
don't
not
think we
accounting
disagree,
for.
sir.
Well, there's probably assumptions in these models which you're not accounting for. Okay? Namely, that the Earth's a globe. That's one. And the spherically symmetric atmosphere. That's two. That light is rays. That's three. Why do you think they use things like 7 6-hour approximations? Because this can't be modeled. So when you say, hey, we need to know the refractive conditions between A and B, why? To do what with it? There's no reason we should even think they exist. We're observing a flat Earth. Why don't we just say we're observing a flat Earth? Why should we question whether that's the observation? Oh, because you think the Earth is a globe. And if you observe a flat Earth, something weird has to be happening. Even though there's no evidence for this weird thing happening.
Well, I mean, the only one assuming things you're saying, well, on some days the particles let us see further, but we're not going to factor in any other things like refraction because it's
I
hard to
have a
account for.
justification for what I'm saying, whereas you don't.
You're just saying it's hard to account for, so we shouldn't do it at all.
There's no evidence we should be accounting for
That's
it.
literally
That's
got
the
to be a
point.
fallacy, by the way.
No,
Like
there's
I'm
no
not gonna be
evidence.
like
No,
fallacy, but
that's a straw man. That should be a fallacy. Okay, I didn't say that. I said there's no evidence it should be accounted for. You keep jumping the shark. Okay, I want the justification for using it.
Yeah, because we can see further on some days and shorter on others. Like we got to explain that. And
Okay.
I don't think that the particle thing is, or like the atmospheric.
Now, what is the
what is it?
evidence that refraction is the reason that's happening? Nothing.
I don't think that like the day being a little bit more misty can explain it, because even if
Oh,
it's
well, it's
clear,
weird because they actually will measure the content, and that's when the National Weather Service, they tell you what the visibility is. That's because they actually measured the transparency of the air.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, they measured
So
it.
you don't think that if the transparency of the air is the same on day 1 and day 2, that you would be able to see the same distance? You think you'd always be able to see the same distance?
No, it only depends on
Even
the
if
meteorological
refraction differed?
conditions. I don't accept that there's refraction happening at all, dude.
Okay,
What
so
aren't you understanding? You
This
haven't
is something we could
demonstrated
test.
your
This is
fundamental
good.
fucking premise, dude, that refraction
This is
is
something we can
occurring.
prove right or wrong. This is a falsifiable view.
Okay.
So atmospheric conditions on day 1 and 2 are equal. Your prediction is that you're going to be able to see this exact same distance, and no matter how many times you do it, you'll always see the same distance as long as the clarity on that day is the same, independent of any other thing like refraction, right?
There's other
Now we can
factors,
go and
dude.
test that. We can
There's other
actually test
factors.
that.
Wind speed, direction of the wind. There's a lot of brightness, color of the water. There's other
You
variables.
think that, like, the color of the water is going to change from
Yes, because
within 24 hours?
like if you're trying to look at the horizon, the color of the water and the color of the sky, because human beings see less contrast, the least amount of colors in blue. If the colors of the sky and the water are close to each other, it will be hard to discern where the horizon exactly is.
No,
because you can't
I'm just saying, like,
differentiate the water from the sky.
I don't see lakes changing color within
The
24
ocean
hours all
does.
the time.
Within 24 hours all the time. Is that a big enough fucking oh my
Sure,
god.
so let's pick a different location that's less variable then. And let's go when the wind speed and the visibility is the same. Do you think that you're always going to be able to see the same and refraction will never come into play? Is that your prediction?
Yeah. I have no idea. Why would I think
That's testable.
refraction's coming into play? Well, even if we look, brother, even if we didn't see exactly the same thing, that doesn't mean refraction was the cause of it not being seen. Do you understand? You have to demonstrate.
Do, but you would hopefully
how do you
have
know
to
it's
explain
refraction
it,
doing it? How do you
and
know it's
hopefully not just
refraction
say
doing it?
winds.
How do you know it's refraction doing it?
Well, we'd have to measure it. You don't want to measure it.
Why? Why not look for fucking gravity instead?
You don't want to fucking measure it. Well,
Why not
gravity's
look
not
for
going to
gravity
fucking
instead?
change in the same
No,
location.
we know what you're doing, Debate Daddy. We know what you're doing. You're trying to make the globe unfalsifiable.
Telling you to
You know
measure.
that refraction, the index of refraction can't be measured along the length of the optical path. So you want to make your claim unfalsifiable. We know the
We
game.
could do reciprocal zenith
I knew
angles that
this
cancel it
an
out. You guys
hour
don't
and a
like
half
that.
ago, what you were doing.
You don't like
No.
the reciprocal zenith angles.
You don't even know what they are.
I'm not a fucking surveyor. Like I don't know
Then why would
everything
I
about
not
them. You've
like them?
looked
I know what they are. You don't.
But your objection to reciprocal zenith angles was that the tiniest non-significant amount of curve of a plumb line means
No,
that you can't even use it at all.
my objection was the post I put where they measured concave zenith angles. That was my objection. You haven't shown that there's positive, what's called a positive zenith angle. You haven't shown that this is a
There is a case
ubiquitous
of
universal.
yeah,
You haven't shown that this is a ubiquitous universal observation.
as far as I know, when the concave
obviously
one was
it's not.
measured, he said that it was due to interference.
Care?
Interference,
you're just
dude?
cherry
You have
picking
no
then.
idea. You're
You're
just an
just cherry
embarrassment.
picking.
Right?
You're ignoring the 99% of
We
cases
know
that
what
don't have
reciprocal
that.
zeniths are.
Yeah,
We know what
what the
spherical excess
99.
is. You
That's what I
don't.
just said. That's what I just said. There's
You're
no
cherry picking
evidence
the
that there.
0.1%
No.
measurements that
You have no evidence anything's being cherry picked. You presented nothing.
That is literally cherry picking.
How do you know what it? Okay, tell us. Out of 100 measurements, what percentage will have positive zenith angles?
If you're actually telling me, can I cite this?
Yeah, you
then
don't. You've
no,
never
but-
seen anything. Of course not.
So you
You're just
think that
making shit up,
you
like I
think that
said you
this is
would.
a common thing to have concave measurements?
Yes.
Then okay, show me.
I did.
Yeah, I know. There's literally one case I've heard of.
There's more.
Have you heard of more?
Dude, it's well known. It's posted in fucking the U.S. Geological Survey.
Yeah. Do you know what the geoid is? The equipotential.
Dude.
The equipotential model shows
look.
that there's going to be concave and flat parts on your globe.
I mean, we ended this. If they were measuring curvature of these zenith angles, any of that shit, okay, they wouldn't need to do reductions of the horizontal direction. They wouldn't need an ellipsoid at all. They would just be measuring the curve of the Earth. But they're not.
That's right. Those models create more ambiguity and error.
Why would they need to calculate? Why would they need to project their measurements onto a imaginary surface? Why not just measure the surface directly if they're just measuring curve?
Because the plumb lines aren't parallel.
What?
But then you say they're curved, which is non-significant. So I'm still not understanding the objection.
It is significant. You're just saying they're non-significant. They wouldn't even account for them if they're insignificant. They are significant. They have a whole gravitational model for it.
The paper you linked said that they're not significant.
They are. It depends on the application. They are significant. Why would they even account for them if they weren't significant?
It doesn't lead to an error. It doesn't lead to any error. You don't.
Error. It doesn't lead to any error in what?
If the plumb line is curved, like, look, I see the argument. If the plumb line is like literally so curved it's a circle, how are you going to get an angle off that? I agree.
No,
it's
you
not
don't
that
understand. Okay, so this is a two-part problem. Okay, so you have the celestial sphere. That celestial sphere has latitude, longitude coordinates in it. So if you go to a location on Earth, there should be a certain latitude, longitude coordinate on it. So they set up the theodolite and they level it vertically. Instead of them say there was a star at that exact coordinate, exactly at zenith, their vertical is not aligned with that star. So they say, hey, gravity must be deflecting my plumb line, okay, a certain amount because it's supposed to be aligned with that star and it's not. So we must have lumpy fucking gravity deflecting my plumb line, okay? Now, the reason they say the plumb line's curved is because they have to project that point onto a reference ellipsoid, and it has to intersect it at 90 degrees. So they curved this tilted plumb line. Now imagine you have one surface and a surface underneath it. The surface above your plumb line is at an angle. Well, if it's at an angle, it can't intersect that lower surface at 90 degrees. So the only way you can do that is to curve it. Okay, which is what the graphic I posted shows.
Yeah, but it's only detectable
Curving
with
from one.
the highest of precision
That's nonsense.
instrumentation.
It's nonsense,
Like, it's
dude.
so
They've known
small,
about it since the
you can't even
1400s.
detect it.
They've known about it
Yeah,
since
but
the
I'm saying you can't.
1400s, dude.
Yeah, you have to do a high precision measurement to even
In the
detect it. It's so
1400s?
small.
In the 1400s.
It's not something that's even observable with the eye,
You're
right?
just coping, bro. This is crazy cope. You're just making
I'm
shit
just
up.
reading
dude.
what your paper says.
It does not say that. You're not quoting anything. So now you resorted to lying.
I think you're proof texting what I think you're misrepresenting what he's arguing in the paper anyway.
I don't care what you think. You don't even comprehend what's in the paper in the first place.
It's because you showed me and I have to debate you and like scan the paper at the same. Like,
Well, you're the one
I can
making
read it more
claims
thoroughly
about
after.
zenith angles and spherical excess. You don't know anything about either one of them. Okay, you're making claims about refraction. That you have no idea about any of that either. Okay, but you came in here showing photos.
Well, you're saying that even
that you
like
think are photos that you just like. Oh,
you're saying even
this is a
physicists
photo
don't
of
know
the
what
Earth.
refraction is, right? So like when you
I
say
know what
I have
refraction
no
is
idea
as
what
a
refraction is.
phenomenon. I know what
You're
refraction is
saying
as a
no one.
phenomenon. No
You're
doubt.
saying no one knows. So it's not like
We're talking about
a jab
terrestrial
against me.
refraction. We're talking about terrestrial refraction. It's a different thing.
Yeah, you're saying. Well, you're saying
It's
even
subset.
physicists don't know what that is.
No, they don't.
Okay, so then why even point that out about
Physicists
me?
don't study terrestrial refraction. They don't study that.
I don't know if they don't study it. How do you know that they don't? That seems like
Because
really
I
strange.
read papers and none of them have degrees in physics. They all have degrees in geoinformatics and shit like that. Maybe in the 60s and before that they were physicists, but nowadays they're not. Everything is so specialized, and it wouldn't matter anyway. They could have a fucking 1,000 degrees. It wouldn't make them right. Evidence makes them right. And if you look at all in the academic literature about testing of these models, in the actual testing and the test results, they don't match. There's no correlation between the meteorological conditions and the deflection of an object in the distance with surveying.
Sure, but I mean, yeah, like the credentials don't make someone right, but it does make them more equipped to actually be right, right?
I don't even know what that means.
You understand that?
Why
Like,
don't
for
makes people
example,
right? Evidence. That makes
I'll
people
make
right.
an analogy, right? Like, let's say you're playing a game of chess, and let's say like you're waging, like if you lose the game of chess, you die. And let's say you're about to make a move, and you ask every chess grandmaster on planet Earth, should I make this move?
Appeal to emotion.
And all of them say no, there's no emotion. And all of them say that is a bad
when
move,
you
that
start
you'll
saying
lose the game
die,
if you
then
make that
people's
move.
not wanting to die causes an
Let's
emotional
say
response. This is an appeal to
Magnus
emotion.
Carlsen says,
It's so fucking lame, dude. This is childish.
let's say Magnus Carlsen says, do not make that chess move. Do you think it's more likely that that's a bad chess move if Magnus Carlsen and all of his colleagues say it's a terrible move?
Who cares?
It doesn't increase the probability that it's a bad move.
Look, appeal to probability is a logical
I tell you
fallacy.
what, chess tables are flat though.
And good and bad
It
are
could be a good
subjective measures.
move. I'm just saying, like, you don't think that
Good and bad are
they
subjective
have more
measures.
experience?
Who cares?
Chess doesn't work on a
Who
globe
cares?
though.
When they do a move, and then at the end of the game, when they say, "Look, that move was good. I won. I'm at that." How did the game end up? Okay, not in the middle of the game. At the end of the game. At the end of the game,
Would you
in this
reconsider your move?
context, is when we go out into nature and we make measurements that and try to correlate that with the model's prediction. That's the end of the game. Okay, doesn't matter what they thought on their way. You look. The arbiter of all of this is the experiment. Doesn't matter what the fuck they think, what their credentials are. All that matters is the experimental result. Why do you think human beings invented science? so that we didn't have to deal with these social fucking ideas. Right? We would just look at the experimental result, and that would be the arbitrator of who was right or wrong. Not
That's
whether they
fine, but
had
they're better at setting
credentials,
those up.
not whether they were in the right club, not whether they had a sir before their name. That the experiment would determine who is right and wrong.
Yeah, but
You're saying
look,
abandon that for
a
credentials.
physicist knows how to conduct the experiments
How do you know that?
because they literally do that in
Not all
as they're
physicists are
studying. They have to do
experimentalists.
labs.
So
They actually
that
have to
shows
set
your
up experiments
ignorance.
and
Experimental. Not all physicists are experimentalists. In fact,
they have to.
experimentalists are a
All
very
of them
small
have to do
subset of
labs. What do you think
physicists.
they do?
Dude, most physicists are doing experimental physics, or they're doing some
Like every
form of
week they're doing
engineering.
another having to write another lab.
That's
They have
bullshit,
to write
dude.
the entire. They have to write the entire scientific
You
method down
That's nonsense. They don't even
every
follow the
week.
scientific method. What's the
I
first
did
step
this
of
in
the
my
scientific
undergrad.
method?
Like for
Oh,
chemistry,
okay.
you have
What's
to
the
do it
first
every
step of the
week.
scientific method?
What's the first step? Okay, like we're gonna do quizzes now.
Well, you said you did it every week, so
You're saying that physicists don't do
most
labs?
physicists don't do experiments. Experimental science is different than theoretical science. Most physicists today, especially in academia, they're just writing papers. They're not actually doing the experiments. A subset of their department is doing the experiments because experiments are so complicated. You need lots of skills. You need engineering skills, machining skills, mechanic skills. You need those skills, right? The
Yeah, not
physicist
all
will
of them are
be
going to
the
be able to do
advisors of
every
how this
experiment.
experiment is set up. Their
Yeah,
undergrads
but
and
they're
shit are doing the fucking experiments.
okay. Well, I bet if we got a physicist in here, he would not agree with
I've
you.
talked to lots of physicists. In
And
fact, the last
well,
one
do you
I
have any
talked to
physicists who
was
agree the
like,
Earth's flat?
we might be brains in a jar.
Do you have any physicists who think the Earth's flat?
Yeah.
They're published
Why would that matter?
because all physicists are published. That's what they do. They write papers.
All physicists are published.
That's what it means to be a physicist in the field. The field
Well, if you have a
is
PhD, you have to be published at
the
least twice.
literature.
Well, John Dee, the guy, the windmill guy, he's a flat earther. He has a PhD. He teaches at the University of Brighton in the UK.
Show me his flat Earth papers.
His flat Earth papers.
Show me it.
How would they be
All
published?
papers are flat, dude.
That was actually
Like I
kinda
said,
funny.
you're trying to
I
make
didn't laugh though, sorry.
you all you've been doing the entire time is trying to construct a wall so high nobody can jump over it
Well, no, I'm just saying that
because you got your
like
pictures.
me, some random Discord person.
You
I don't know. Like if Magnus Carlsen told me to make a chess move, and I was dead set on the other move, I would heavily reconsider. Like anyone who's played chess, right? You could play a million games of chess with Magnus Carlsen and lose every one. That's how good he is.
But the difference
And if he
between
tells you to make a
Magnus
move,
Carlsen and you in chess ability is orders of
He's-
magnitude, and it's objectively true. He's way better than you. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, a physicist, their
orders of
did you not
magnitude
hear?
better than me.
Well, if they're not magnitudes better than me.
You're on the so you're saying you're on par with a physicist.
Why are you
You've never studied it.
idolizing physicists?
You never
I don't
studied.
understand this.
You never studied the formulas. You never done the experiment. You never
You know-
done
you
any
know
of
what
that.
happens when-
Hold on a second, bro. What makes you think that?
That's like me saying
What makes you think
I-
that? What makes you think
I watched a
I've never
chess
studied
video,
the
so I'm as good
formulas
as
or ever
Magnus
went to?
Carlsen.
Look, what makes you think that? What makes you
I
think
watched a
that I've
chess
never
video. I'm
studied
as
the
good as Magnus
formulas?
Carlsen. That's you.
What makes you think I've
Sorry,
never
you're
studied the
not.
formulas?
You're not as good as Magnus Carlsen. You're not as good as physicists. Like you're
This
just
is
not.
some
Come
pathetic
on.
fucking cope
Isn't it?
production.
Isn't it? Is crazy appeal to
It's
emotion?
like you took your anti-flat Earth information from fucking randoms on YouTube called McToon.
No
Professor
shit,
Dave,
bro.
and all this.
They're
Like,
not
can you
physicists.
name for us who is the equivalent Magnus Carlsen of the globe that you've taken your information for us from?
Well, I use the chess example because anyone who's actually played chess knows that.
Yeah,
You're not winning by
name
chance.
personality that's of that level in regards
Magnus
to
Carlsen
knowledge
has
and
experimental
evidence
results
for the globe.
You know that Magnus
Yeah, like
Carlsen has
Magnus Carlsen's
experimental.
on
Magnus Carlsen has
million
experimental. Bro, he has experimental results. Okay, the physicists you're talking
physicists
about
have
don't.
papers. They do.
Where?
Physicists literally create the math, right? They have
Literally, what are you?
papers. They literally have
You know that
experimental
most
results.
peer-reviewed papers are wrong. Are you aware of that? Most.
Oh, in
Something like
which field?
90%. The
Which
entire,
field?
all the field, all of science.
If we're talking like sociology, I agree.
No, all of science. All of science.
Oh, okay, where did that stat come from?
National Institute of Health.
Okay, well, the health sciences.
Yeah, says the guy that's fucking triple vaxxed.
Daddy, you know that talking about experts in India's field, when the experts do so he can fix it for them.
And we don't have to theoretically talk about whether they're right or wrong. We can look at the experimental results and know.
We have to look at the methodology as well, not just the results that you like.
Okay, there's only the results. Yes, the methodology matters because there's sources of error and there's assumptions. We only need to look at the experimental results. Doesn't matter who did it. Adolf Hitler could be doing the experiment. It fucking doesn't matter.
I thought you guys hate that like NASA hired Nazis or whatever. So I guess this is
Oh
fresh.
my lord!
God, you're like a dog that sees a fucking ball getting thrown the other direction.
Bro, do you know why NASA hired the Nazi rocket scientists? Do you know why?
I actually do.
Because they had rockets that actually worked. That's why. Duh.
They created rockets, and then NASA was like, "Hey, we can actually use those to go to the moon. We could go to space with those. That would be cool."
Right. So yeah. So
Rockets have been
results,
around
brother.
since the 1400s, dude.
Exactly.
There's fucking wood carving etchings of fucking people with rockets in the 1400s.
Hey, watch this one. How many rockets does it take to get to the moon,
rockets.
brother?
The fucking goddamn Genghis Khan had rockets, dude. They fired them at people. They filled them with gunpowder. Like, this isn't new.
Like a bottle rocket?
Yeah, if you have 10 feet, fucking more like a Katusha rocket.
That's not going to count, my guy.
Oh, so going like, I don't know, 3-4 kilometers, that don't count.
Define a rocket.
Can you get into space that way?
Been to space.
It has
So
to
the
reach a
Nazis
place
never
that
invented
doesn't
rockets
exist.
then. So I guess the Nazis didn't invent rockets. The rockets didn't go to space.
They invented missiles. They can shoot from ground.
Didn't go to
Attack someone
space.
without having to bomb them.
Oh,
Yeah,
Without having to
didn't go to
Started then.
space.
They recruited a bunch of missile scientists.
How did the scientists design rockets to go to a place they haven't
pathetic.
discovered, though?
Well, you guys would think they would, if they kept going up, they would just hit a dome, right?
Look, dome. No dome, bro.
Or it's going to be some kind of physical barrier, surely, right?
Well, you think it's going to go into it? Yeah, some barrier, but don't necessarily a dome.
You don't know where. You've never seen it. You've never proven it, and you just think that. Like,
yeah, you think there's a vacuum of space. You never seen it. You never proven it. You just think that.
India wasn't the vacuum of space.
And actually, your idea is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, whereas ours isn't.
Okay, I think you're strawmanning or don't understand the law, but go on. I could just show you NASA footage, right? And then you guys will just say, "Oh, everything you showed is fake."
That footage would be against the second law of thermodynamics. And I can show you footage of sticking gas in a vacuum where the gas disperses evenly throughout the vacuum. Doesn't sink to the bottom, isn't held away from the vacuum by gravity. So you're talking about an environment that they're claiming they're in, which can't exist.
I think it can exist, though.
Yeah, why is that? Because they showed you pictures on the screen.
Yeah, but you realize there's like
Which
competing forces. So
let me ask you this: what pictures would NASA show you which you wouldn't believe? How far would they have to go? If they showed a man walking on the surface of the sun, would you believe that?
probably not.
Well, you made some special NASA spacesuits. They have a man walking on the surface of the sun. Why wouldn't you believe
bro,
that?
Aerogel 3.0, brother. Aerogel 3.0.
Why wouldn't you believe that? Why wouldn't you believe that imagery?
Given
Because it violates the laws of physics. So does all their pictures. Violates the laws of physics. That's what we're trying to tell you.
I don't think it does.
Yeah, but that's not an argument because it does. Objectively does.
Because you're saying that the gas particles, there's not an escape they would bypass this escape velocity.
None of that applies to gases. You can look at the kinetic theory of gases. There is no fucking G in any of that shit.
It applies to all
Gases have
physical part. You don't think gas particles are physical particle?
Yeah, they are physical particles, and they're not subject to any of that
And it
shit.
applies.
Just saying it does, but you can't show
Forces
experimentally that it
You
applies.
agree forces apply to them, right?
That first of all, gravity's not a force anymore. Second of all, you can just say it, but what can you demonstrate
It's not a force anymore.
experimentally?
Like,
It hasn't been a force for 100 years.
oh, because Einstein, I forgot.
Yeah, but that's not the point. The point is you can
Him
say
adding to Newton.
gravity
Him adding
affects
to Newton
gas.
just disables what Newton said, right?
Look, you can. Yeah, it's a totally different paradigm. It's completely different in every way, shape, or form.
Yeah, but wait a minute, real quick. What did Newton say after all?
So I don't believe that shit.
He said, "I'm right."
Yeah, Newton said anybody who thinks that mass attracts mass by virtue of mass alone at a distance doesn't have a competent set of faculties in thinking. That's what he said.
Yeah, you said anyone that believes that's retarded. But that's not the point. The point is we can talk about gravity restraining gas, but it doesn't. And it definitely doesn't restrain it from a vacuum. And we can prove this experimentally.
Well, if you're going to show that one, the GIF with the vacuum chamber and the gas
I don't
goes
need.
up.
No. If you have a vacuum chamber, okay, and you insert gas into it, the gas distributes itself until it reaches thermodynamic equilibrium. It is not held away from the vacuum by gravity. So it isn't like vacuum chamber at the top, gas at the bottom. That's what you guys think the Earth is. Vacuum chamber at the top, gas at the bottom. That's not what happens. No one's ever demonstrated it can happen. No one can think of an experiment to demonstrate how it could happen. No one has a theory, and there's other problems. That means gravity would do work. Gravity would cause phase changes of matter. It would turn fucking gas into liquids. It would turn liquids into solids. It would do all sorts of other shit.
Yeah, real quick, Indio, let me double down on your point there. The only postulation that has ever been put forth about demonstrating the variance that you just said is by first putting the gas in a container. So, I mean, it's kind of a moot point at that end, isn't it?
I know.
Yeah, but the container doesn't have to be physical, right? It could be a force.
Yeah, you keep saying that. Can you demonstrate that?
The force is not physical.
It's you don't think it's even theoretically
A force isn't even a thing, right? A force is just
It's
another word for
obviously theoretically
acceleration.
possible. And you guys, like, if you have that 2-inch like vacuum chamber where the gas goes up, like, why don't you do it like 10 miles up with the same experiment? See if the gas can go that high up.
Why don't you do it 10 miles up with the same experiment? You're the one who thinks it's possible.
You're the one who thinks it's not. You're saying it's impossible.
Yeah. Why do
You're
I
saying it
think it's
violates the
not?
laws of physics. That's a claim.
Yeah,
You're
it
not
violates the second
demonstrating
law
that.
of thermodynamics.
You're just
That if you
again
have a
begging the
closed system,
question.
the gas will reach thermodynamic equilibrium. If you have an open system, it'll try to reach thermodynamic equilibrium. The gas, wherever it's high pressure, will move to the low pressure spot until everything's even.
Yeah, but
so
all I'm
debate
hearing
daddy, I
is
think what you need to understand is we know enough to doubt. I don't think you know enough to doubt yet.
that he can't prove his claim, though.
I just
No,
So
we need you to prove your claim.
What do you mean prove my claim? The
saying
second
it
law of
violates the law-
thermodynamics proves my claim.
violates the laws of physics.
Yes, the second law of thermodynamics, that law.
You can't
the
prove
law
that, right?
second. Yes, I did. The experiment I just said.
Well, you have no experiment proving it, though, right?
Any experiment with a vacuum chamber proves it.
No.
Oh yeah.
The
Oh my
forces,
God. He said
the
no.
forces have to be analogous, right? Like if I do a 2-inch one,
You can do any size you want. There's no evidence it's
That's
possible.
what she said.
Ooh, snap.
Oh no, what she said.
She never said it to you.
If he will
like
do a 2-inch one, she will
She got
leave.
standards.
yeah, if you're gonna do the experiment, like maybe do the
Why do
experiment
I
either higher
need to
up
do
or
any
make a taller
experiment?
tube.
Where's your experiment? Like, bro, like
How would
seriously.
you
just claimed it
demonstrate
violates
something
the laws of
analogous
physics.
to a
Hold
10 to the
on.
negative 17 torr vacuum? How would you
So you're
demonstrate
saying-
something analogous to that, debate daddy?
Well, what he's asking is really strange, right? He's saying he's claiming it violates the laws of physics, and he's asking me for an experiment that it doesn't.
It does violate the laws of physics. The second law
And
of
where's the experiment?
thermodynamics.
You're supposed to show that it's
Every
violating
experiment
the
ever done with a vacuum chamber. You're asking where's the experiment? Everywhere. Fill up a tire. Breathe. All you have to do is breathe. Why
Those
does the
aren't gonna be
pressure in your
analogous,
lungs?
though, right?
Why does the pressure in your lungs dissipate?
You understand how those are disanalogous, right?
They are analogous. There's pressure, high pressure next to low pressure without a barrier.
Yeah, but the forces aren't analogous.
What force?
Because with our atmosphere, right? What the model is that you're saying is impossible is that there's an escape velocity because the particles can't reach that high.
What
Without
model are you
having
referring
I
to?
high
didn't
enough
say
escape velocity.
anything even remotely like that idiotic fucking shit you just said.
If you do the experiment up there, maybe you'd have a different result. If you had a higher tube and went all the way up
Maybe
there,
if I
you'd
watch
probably see
TV,
it.
I'll just believe the shit you believe.
I'm just saying, like, doing the little, like, 2-inch vacuum chamber experiment's not good enough.
Why?
Well, for one, we know that, like, the gases that you use can go that high.
How do we know that?
We observe them that high.
Really? Which
Like,
gas?
if the pressure and if the vacuum, if the gravity, if you're not equalizing the forces, you're not doing an analogous experiment. It's not proving anything.
I can
Right, so
I
just
can
do
look
a
in the
better
textbook at the
experiment.
kinetic theory of gases, and I look and I don't see gravity in it anywhere in the entire textbook that describes
That's good
gas
for you,
behavior.
Magnus.
What?
Magnus Carlsen, that's good for you.
Yeah, is that the best you can do? Magnus Carlsen? A guy that actually has an experimental result?
You're a poser. You're not
Jesus, how
you're not a
badly do you not want to
physicist.
be wrong,
Dude,
Redux? You know,
look.
this is sad, man.
So, a genetic fallacy. That's what you're doing? The information is wrong because it comes from you?
I'm not claiming that.
Okay, then drop it. Everything I'm saying is right and correct. Factually correct. Ask ChatGPT.
Ask ChatGPT if it's round.
Well, ChatGPT doesn't give a naturalistic answer on that. It gate kept that question. So here's a good question. Seeing you won't believe someone can walk on the sun, but you'll believe you can have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a barrier, and that the gas won't go into the vacuum for some reason. I don't know why you believe that. It's like having a fucking, hey, go pump up your tire without the fucking tire. You think that's possible?
Because there's competing forces, right?
Yeah, gravity's not a force. You just keep saying that. What is a define force? What is a force?
It's a pressure applied in a particular direction.
It's a pressure applied in a particular direction. So, what is the force in this case?
I mean, I'm not a physicist. That's not a perfect definition, but I know there's a directional angle.
Okay, force is just a change in acceleration or deceleration. They just made a new word for it. It's just a rate of change of speed. That's what a force is. They just made another word and tried to act like it's a thing.
I'm just trying
It's
to
not.
look.
Forces aren't things, dude. Okay.
It's
They
not a
took a
physical
verb
thing.
and they
Yeah.
turned it into a noun for convenience. Okay. If something
Anyway,
decelerates, instead of describing that deceleration, we'll say there's a force. If
well,
something
I mean, I would
accelerates,
like.
instead of describing that acceleration, we'll say it's a force. Okay.
I
There's
would
no
like.
such thing as forces.
I would like to know why you, assuming you think this, because I know that there's flat earthers that do or don't believe in gravity. If you don't believe in it, do you have any experiments disproving gravity?
What does that even mean? What do you mean by gravity?
We could just use Newtonian gravity.
Which part?
Use as formulas.
Little g or
Okay,
big
so
G?
ours.
Little g or big G? Which
Why
one?
not? Let's go with both.
Let's go with both. No, they're not the same thing.
Do you believe little g? Wait, do you accept little g?
Yeah, things fall. Why wouldn't I accept that?
Okay.
Yeah, things fall. 9.8 meters per second squared.
Hey, real quick, bro. I just want to point out a psychological fact about the nature of these questions. Imagine asking somebody if they believe if things fall down when you drop them, and thinking that that is a genuine question.
No, it's not. It's not that.
Go ahead.
That's not what I was asking. I was asking because like Newton can derive little g with his formulas, and I'm
Oh,
wondering if
really? How? How do you find M1?
how do you derive little
Newton
g?
didn't even find big G didn't even exist when Newton was alive. I don't even know how he found that.
I'm just wondering, can you derive little g in a non-Newtonian way?
What is it? What do you mean in a non-Newtonian way?
Yeah, you can literally just measure it, dude.
Without using
Holy
his
crap.
formulas.
We can just
Yeah, you
measure it.
just
We know it
measure it.
empirically.
No. No.
No, we can't. Holy crap.
Oh, so you're. I think that's just a reification fallacy, by the way.
These
We can just
people are so
observe it, but like he can
anti-measurement,
actually
man.
predict
If it's
it
not
with his math.
calculation, if it's not
Okay.
reified, they want nothing to do with
Little
it.
g was not predicted, dude. That's just made up bullshit. You don't know the history of any of this, and you don't even know where big G comes from. Big G
So
had
do you-
nothing to do with the Earth itself. Big
So
G
do
is
you
a
think that-
geometric. Big G is a geometric relationship that of elliptical orbits. It's not a physical law. It didn't come from fucking any experiments.
Do you think that if we
Hey, Indio. Hold on, Debatey. I want to ask Indio if I can ask Debatey a question.
Oh, sure.
All right, so Debatey.
You can
How
call
do
me double
you
D.
convert? How do you convert little g into big G?
I don't know. I'm
The
not.
shift key.
Who's in your
That's a good
DMs
one.
telling you horseshit?
I was wondering.
The shift key,
funny.
you motherfucker.
I was
Well,
wondering.
that answer. But listen, my response is equivalent to your level of intellect in these matters. So I just thought I'd put in some humor.
That's fine. I'm not a
But that's
physicist.
how I feel about your. I know you're not.
posing as
That's
a
the problem.
physicist. That's fine.
Do you need to be a physicist to know that if you drop something, you could just measure how fast it falls? I mean, come on now, bro.
No, like I was saying, like predicting how fast it would fall. So, like, let's say
It didn't predict it.
Anyway,
It was
do you
known
think that if we
before fucking Newton's universal law of gravitation was never predicted.
Do you think if we dropped a pebble and a boulder in a vacuum chamber, they would fall at the same acceleration?
Yes. Depends on what they're made out of.
What do you like the charge of them, or like what would differ?
Well, there's some experiments that were done in the Bremen drop chamber in Germany, which is a 4-story tall vacuum chamber done with different elements, and they fall at different rates.
Weren't there problems
And
with
there's a
that?
bunch of experiments done by a physicist named Sky Darnos.
Guy in Sky or whatever?
No, Sky Darnos. He's a physicist. With
Okay,
different
wait.
elements
With
that
the
showing
Bremen drop, though,
with the
if you look at the frame by frame on the Bremen drop, some of the objects get a head start. What, like,
how would they get a head start?
because the
Were they floating when
release,
they dropped it?
the release mechanism that was holding them down caused like an elastic effect, and you can look at it in frame by frame, showing some of them actually leave early.
What do you mean holding them down? What are you talking about? Okay, listen,
Dude.
brother. Okay, it's a capsule. The capsule is inside of a tower. Those elements are in the capsule, on the bottom of the capsule, sitting there. Then they let the entire capsule go. One floats higher than the others because they're not falling at the same rate. There's a difference in the rate of fall. But this isn't the only experiment. This isn't the only experiment. Hold on, DJ. That's shown
That
this.
one was like
There's a
famously bad, by the
physicist.
way.
There's hold on. There's a physicist named Sky
there's published
Darnos
rebuttals
that's
of
been
that.
doing. Stop it. Okay. There's another physicist named Sky Darnos that has been doing these experiments on camera for, I don't know, like a year now. Okay, showing that he has a theory that it's the neutron count in the element which determines that the rate of fall is.
Is that the one where he uses PVC pipe and then the feather sticks to the side, or static electricity plays a role, or
No.
it's
He's
not a
putting 1
perfect vacuum?
kilogram. He's using 1 kilogram elements and sticking them inside a ball so that the air resistance is identical, and dropping them and timing the drop speed.
Okay, so it wasn't like in a vacuum?
No.
Okay, then that's not
He's
going to
using
argue against
He's
gravity.
using this. They're inside of a plastic ball that have the same air resistance. Get it? So if I take an element of fucking lead, 1 kilogram, and 1 kilogram of cobalt, and I stick them in the same little fucking balls that are exact same size, they're going to have the same air resistance. They should
Yeah,
both
but
drop at the same speed.
lead and cobalt balls are going to be different sizes if they're the same
No,
weight, right?
the
They have
element
different
is
densities.
inside of it. These are hollow plastic spheres.
Okay, so you're saying like if you don't do it in a vacuum chamber, you have different results than if you do. Well, I mean, like, do you have anything in a vacuum chamber that's
Yeah, the Bremen drop tower.
the one that's famously been debunked and there's papers debunking it?
Yeah, has not been debunked at all.
It literally has.
Why? Because you said
Alex
so?
DJ.
Because you Googled Bremen debunk, and some anti-flat earther says, I debunked this? It hasn't been debunked.
They did a frame-by-frame analysis showing that some of them got a head
daddy,
start.
debate
Now,
daddy, bro.
If that was their
Debate daddy.
analysis, they didn't understand the experiment.
the thing
They
is,
didn't understand what was done.
if some of them got a head
Hey,
start,
debate. Just hold
How
on
would they
for a
get a
second.
head start?
That's
They're on the
invalid.
floor of the capsule.
It's
hold
invalid if
on,
they get a
brother.
head start.
How would
Debate,
they get a
debate.
head start? They're on the floor of the capsule.
All right, debate. I had to mute you just so I could get this in. The capsule is dropped. The floor moves, and the objects move. They should all be moving at the exact same accelerative rate if gravity is affecting them in all the same way. The fact that you understood that they moved at a different rate proves the point. The only way to disprove this test is to do the test again and have them all drop at the same rate, not to just write about it. All right, I'm going to unmute you, brother. Go ahead.
What he's saying is that when they're released by the release mechanism, there's like a elastic effect, and some of them also were released early. So it's not. You can't use
An
that as
elastic
evidence.
effect? What's
Not
elastic?
precision.
An elastic effect of what?
How could
They're held
objects that
down.
aren't being released be released separately? How could that happen?
Well, if you give one of them a head start and you say, "Hey, look, they're,"
How?
and you look at a later frame and you say, "Hey, look, it looks
How
like
would
that
you
one's
give it
going
a head start?
faster." He just had a head start, so it's not valid.
How? It's at the bottom of the floor, something sitting there. Okay, me and you are in the
Just ask
elevator.
AJ.
We're both standing in the elevator. They cut the cable. How is one of us going to get a head start?
You could just I could pull up the paper, but you'd have to read it. I
Yeah,
don't want to
exactly.
spring it
Don't
on
make
you.
sense. It's bullshit.
Sound like a
I can pull up the
conspiracy
paper. It does
theorist
make sense.
production.
It's been famously debunked.
Yeah, famously not debunked, and you can't say how anything could get a head start sitting
It's
on the
been
floor of a fucking elevator.
demonstrably debunked.
Yeah,
Did a
but you didn't
frame-by-frame
demonstrate it.
analysis.
Yeah, a frame-by-frame analysis of something they don't understand, obviously.
This is a published response.
So what? That doesn't make it valid.
Yes, the arguments in it are valid. You just
Okay, I asked you what the
argument.
argument was. You said one got a head start. You can't tell me how it got a head start.
Oh, I guess it's wrong then.
You're damn right it's wrong. If you can't tell me the mechanism how it got a head start, then it's wrong. You're claiming that there's a reason that it fell at different rates. You got to pinpoint what that mechanism was that allowed that to happen.
All right, I had to walk out of my office.
That's what the
Can you
paper
hear
goes
me?
into.
Can you hear me? Can you hear
Yeah.
me?
Yeah.
Okay, so this Joker thinks that everything is being held down in place by like some kind of imaginary clamp holding everything down, and then they release it. And that's not what's happening. This thing is just raised with these items, these elements laying on the bottom of the capsule, and then they just cut the capsule and let it go. There's no contraption holding them down.
You obviously have no idea how science is performed and no idea how you debunk a claim, Production. Why the hell are you in any debate forum regarding any topic?
So whoever that was, I hope when I link this paper, you actually read it.
I read it. It doesn't debunk it at all. And in fact, what you're saying about them being dropped at different rates and that kind of thing, it's completely false, right? Just like Indio's telling you. It's like an elevator, like the example Indio gave you. They're all sitting on the bottom of a container, and then it drops. The whole thing drops at the same time. You might be mistaking the video of it when it actually makes an impact at the bottom of the chamber and you see them jump up. I don't know if you're mistaking it as that, but the paper that you shared, it's not someone testing it. It's just someone's opinion on it. But yeah, share the paper so we can look at it and show you in the paper. It doesn't actually say it. It doesn't debunk it. It doesn't test it. It doesn't correct it and retest it or anything like that and say, look, this is why it was wrong. It's just some guy's opinion on it.
Well, no, like he's doing a frame-by-frame analysis, and he observed that some of them got a head start, and the thing is that in more high precision tests, you don't see this effect, and you guys don't have a response to that, right?
No,
This
you're not.
lower
Okay,
precision approach
you need to show
had
us. You need to show
invariable
us
results.
Show us where it's validated that some of them had a head start because they're all dropped, right? In a similar way that Indio said with the like they're all just sitting at the bottom of a container, and then it's the whole container's dropped at the same time. So how would any of them possibly have a head start?
Yeah, all you have to do is answer that one question.
Well, you can look at the frame by frame proving they have a head start, but given that given the frame by frame speculated, like it could be due to
Are you actually
the release
mistaken in the fact they're
mechanism.
dropping at different fucking rates for some of them having a head start?
Yeah, back up your claim.
Do you have that link? I tagged you in it a couple days ago. I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to search for it. If you
I
have it
didn't
on
save it
ping.
because I read it and it was crap.
I didn't either, yeah. I'm just trying to find it.
Like how he said, eyeballing frame by frame and then high precision in the next sentence. Wasn't that tower demolished shortly after that test was performed?
So that thing, those elements are sitting on the bottom of a capsule. It's raised to the top and then the capsule's let go. Those things are not being held down by anything that's letting them go. So wherever this kid got the idea that those are being held down by something and then they're released by something else, there's nothing in there moving, dude.
Dude, this has got to rank in my top 3 dumbest rebuttals ever on this channel.
It is pretty up there, yeah.
The funniest bit I found was right. So when we go out and observe the Earth, we just find flatness. Okay, when we're doing observations, we're not trying to prove the Earth's flat because that's just what everyone experiences. We're going out to try to find the curvature that should be there, right? But it's still flat. Now he's saying that there's some magical level of refraction that can make the curved surface flat, and it's the flat Earther's job to prove that that's there. Like, what the freaking hell is that kind of an argument? Right? We got to prove your globe magic. Like, that's you, dude. That's your claim. We're just observing flatness and we're unable to find the curvature that would have to be there if it's a globe. You're claiming there's some crazy shit happening that has no evidence, that you don't have any empirical evidence for, and you're saying that flat earthers are the ones that have to prove that that's possible. Prove something that's impossible and doesn't have any empirical evidence is possible, and it's your claim.
Is this the specific drop tower experiment? I'm just trying to find it again. Is it the
Wait, you don't know what you're looking for?
Cezaz's? The Cezaz's Atoms SE experiment? June 21st, 2020 or 2004.
I don't think so. Let me check. 2004.
Can you just cite the mechanism that allowed for some elements to have a head start?
Is so I just want to confirm, is this the one we're talking about? Is the Dr. Istvan Cezaz's? I don't know how to pronounce his name. June 21st, 2004. Is that the experiment we're talking about?
Yes,
He
yes.
dropped lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, aluminum, lead. He dropped those inside an aluminum drop capsule, which fell inside of a vacuum. Let me just pull. I can't find the peer-reviewed response I linked to the other day, but I think another response to this is that inside the chamber, that was normal air pressure. Like the drop was actually in a vacuum, but inside each capsule was not a vacuum as well, which obviously is problematic as well. Like, surely you would agree if that's true, then they would obviously experience different buoyant forces and air resistance interactions.
Hey, where are you getting this information? Because that's not what the mainstream explanation was. And
Well,
I
I
posted
mean, I
in the
went over this a
text
couple
chat
days ago.
what the excuse was, and you can read it for yourself.
Let me see.
Nowhere did anyone say they were dropped at different times or there was air in the capsule. That's just, I don't even know where that's coming from. It just sounds like you're reading it off some anti-FE site or something.
That's not some anti-FE say. I'm just trying to Google it, but
Why would they make a vacuum chamber? Why would they make a vacuum-proof capsule that you just put the shit in the capsule and pull the vacuum on the whole thing? You're gonna pull the vacuum on the capsule
you're
too.
arguing.
Do you get it?
That's not the thing you want to. That's not the point you. Bro, the whole point of doing it in a vacuum chamber is to eliminate air drag. If you introduce air drag, don't you think that's a
Are you
problem?
just reading AI now because and ignoring what
No,
I
I'm
posted?
trying to search for, because I linked DJ a paper 3 days ago and I can't find it, but that was one response to it.
Okay, well, you can see what emails were actually being sent right after this happened to cover for it, and none of them make the claims that you're stating.
Induced by transient disturbances which came in through relaxing the internal stress of the capsule. Okay, this is something like what I was seeing earlier, like the release mechanism or the head start thing or whatever. Like it's not as
like that at
precise of
all.
a.
It's
The
not
thing is,
like
like,
that at all.
this would be replicatable if
If it was
true.
allowed to be. No, you're making the assumption that
No, it's just higher precision.
scientists,
They have
that
replicated it.
no. Why do you make the
They just
assumption
found.
that people want their beliefs to be disproven?
No, like, wait, you misunderstood what I said. The findings would be replicatable. Now they've done different drop tests just with higher precision and like proper methodology, not like flawed methodology like this one you guys like to cherry pick.
Wait,
And they don't find the same
can
result.
you
Now
can
why?
you post
Why
the
don't they
evidence
find
that
it?
this one used flawed
Why?
methodology?
Yeah,
Is
like
it
I
because
said,
you didn't get the result you liked? And that's why it must be flawed? Because you're
capsules
just making a claim without actually providing the evidence of that claim.
Capsules weren't in a vacuum. Release mechanism wasn't
Where
as
is the
accurate as
evidence of
possible.
your
If you do a
claim?
frame by frame analysis, you can see that.
Where
But
is the evidence
I
that
just
is
said
true?
I.
Saying
You
it
can
doesn't
even
make
look
it
at the frame
true.
by frame.
No,
You can literally look.
looking at the frame by frame
Literally
doesn't
look at
show
the
us
frame by
that it's
frame.
not a vacuum.
Did he just say it's not in a vacuum?
That's what he said.
No, the drop
It's in
was
the
in a
Brennan
vacuum,
drop
but
tower. It's the
the
world's
capsules.
tallest vacuum chamber.
The caps, yeah, they dropped it in a vacuum, but the capsules weren't in a vacuum. The capsules themselves.
What? Everything was inside the
compartments of each
vacuum
element.
chamber.
Dude, you're gonna make me get in an accident. Listen, for the last time. You put the capsule in the drop tower, then you pull the vacuum. All the air comes out, including the air in the capsule. Then you raise it and then you drop it. The end.
Well, I'm trying to find. It's at atomsd.com. Unfortunately, I can't go to his website because I think his website's down. So I think Bud's site got shut down.
It doesn't seem
Do you
relevant
have the original
anyway, if
paper
you
though?
find it or
Like not the
not,
video, but
because it's just an assertion, right, without evidence.
I'm looking at his website and it's shut down. Like it's saying there's an error. If you can access the original paper to find the methodology, we can go over it together if you want. But I can't find the original paper. But I'm looking at responses that like shit on it because it was horrible at the time. But I mean, this is presumably something that you would not just be able to do one time, you'd be able to do it time and time again. And why do the precision replications not find the same results? Because obviously the things outlined, the covariates actually did
Do
have
you
an
have
impact.
okay, hold on, dude. Which precision replications? Do you just make that up?
There are far more modern ones I can pull up that are better. I don't have them on hand right now, but I was about to go for breakfast, but
Oh yeah, so you just
to
made some
avoid getting
claims,
into another prolonged debate, I'll retract.
You just
Because
made
I want to
claims
go have
that I
breakfast, but
guarantee you caught back up and you haven't researched.
I'll retract. Yeah, I'll just retract it because I don't want to. Like, I want to go have breakfast right now, but I'll keep listening if you guys want to talk to someone else.
What it comes down to is it can't be true because I don't want to believe it's true. And that's the whole argument.
I don't think I said that.
I
Well,
demonstrate
I mean,
that
if
with
you can show it
refraction
replicated,
from our world
that would
Indio.
be good.
Well,
That'll be
you're the
awesome.
one claiming that it's flawed, and so it's up to you to show that it was
Yeah, but I
replicated with
can't. The
different
thing is,
results.
like, I can't pull up
We're
the
not
guy's
allowed to
website.
replicate it. We're not allowed to
I'm trying to
replicate
show.
it anymore.
I'm trying to show you guys, and I published or I sent this to DJ a couple days ago, but that was one response. There are more. Like I went through with the
We
vacuum
don't want
problem, but
responses or excuses. We want to see
I
the
want the original
actual
paper. But
replication you're claiming.
unfortunately,
The
I can't find
paper
the original
is
paper.
okay. The paper isn't what we're looking for. We're looking for the replication that you said disproves it.
Oh, well, like I said, I'm going for
a
breakfast.
paper without a counter
I've been debating for an hour,
experiment,
so I'm just
right,
going for breakfast. So
demonstrating
I'll retract it for now. I'll retract that claim. Just want to go have breakfast.
Will you retract all your claims that you've made without evidence, or just that one?
I backed everything else up. Just this one because I don't want to go. I don't want to move
Okay,
on
then
to
you
this
must
other
have been in
thing.
a different conversation then.
I was, yeah. I think you were in a different one.
No. Have a good breakfast.
I like the rhetoric. It's spicy. I hope you find another Glober. Is there another Glober in here who wants to take over?
In the 2 hours he's been spoken to today, he's posted absolutely nothing.
Yeah, that's what I've seen. I don't see anything there in the side text backing up any of his claims.
Keeps appealing to a lot of stuff. He hasn't posted a single thing.
Hey, anyone else seen that image I just posted? Anyone else hearing that claim?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, there's so much AI shit floating around tied to these images. You know, just don't know where anything's coming from.
I think there's people out there making fake Plato thought, like fake arguments, basically to try to rope in people to share it and muddy the waters.
Yeah, for sure. That's their damage
Yeah.
control.
Yeah, like controlled psyop opposition.
Yep.
They
They admit
know
that
what
they do
they're
the
actually putting out officially is utter trash, right? So they just need to add in 100 fucking more examples of trash. People just give up.
Is Alan also muted here?
Is what?
What?
All right, you're unmuted. What's up? Aland?
Oh, what?
Yeah, you're unmuted now. You wanted to be unmuted? There you go.
So, what are you doing, guys?
We're waiting for people to have conversations with about the topic of the channel.
Oh.
Circling back around here, looks like our guest left because he was tired of arguing.
Hello, what are we talking about?
Hello. Oh, just some guy was in here trying to claim that the deflection of the vertical is absolutely of no consequence when it comes to measuring the globe, and he was, supporting the globe. So we were just
Oh,
kind of talking about that.
is he still here?
Sorry?
Is he still here?
No. No, he left. I thought he was, but he's gone. So, yep, I guess we're on to
Oh,
something new. How's the weather?
Pretty decent. Sun is circling above me. I'm watching that Sabine Hofstadter video. It's very interesting. She has released some anti-flat Earth stuff before, but she has points. She seems like a reasonable person. Not, she doesn't like to make physics up and things like that. She likes empirical evidence. It's very interesting.
Hello, guys. Hello.
Yeah, we hear you and your family.
I want to read you an email that I was asked to keep confidential. I've been thinking about this for a long time, but I now believe that reading it to you will go some way to explain why I'm worried about the status of scientific research generally, but especially in the foundations of physics. I received this email about 7 years ago after I published a comment in Nature Physics titled "Science Needs Reason to be Trusted." In it, I explained how I lost trust in scientific self-correction after I realized how much of what's published in the foundations of physics is nonsense and continues to be nonsense. This email came from someone who I've met a few times but don't know in any depth, and who at the time worked at a top institution in the United States. To honor the request of confidentiality, I've removed some details. Hi Sabine, I'm if you remember me. I'm not using my work email. The topic is a bit delicate and I hope that our conversation will remain confidential. I'm contacting you regarding your recent paper in Nature, which made a lot of noise. First of all, congratulations on a nice paper. If you wanted to attract attention, you managed to do this. Actually, I'd like to ask time, think not only about short-term personal benefits, but about the community in general. You understand what consequences your publication might bring for our community? What are all these BSM model builders with exaggerated self-opinion going to do afterwards? What about experimentalists who survive hiding inside big multi-TV collaborations? Can you offer them all any decent employment alternatives? Some of them have families and young children. Some of them are already too old to get employment elsewhere. For some of them, academia is the only way to get US visa. If you like, yes, what we created is a bubble, but it helps thousands of those guys and their families not to die from hunger. We all do the same stuff and have some trade secrets. For example, I'm one of the authors of the so-called model. Pretty useless stuff, old refurbished with a couple of new blows and whistles. But if people buy this and it helps them to get grants, who cares? For people who pay us, all we do is just noise. They have zero idea that elementary particles exist. They pay us from public funds, not from their own, and basically pay for something cool, some new crazy hype, which they need either to include into their science spending reports or, in case of universities, to attract students. Your paper made a lot of noise and most likely will affect redistribution of HEP funds towards other areas, but I doubt that you'll be able to suggest and implement any organizational changes. Also, any changes of quality criteria which would demonstrate uselessness of somebody's work will have zero chance of approval. I understand that all what I wrote above might sound a bit harsh, sorry for this, but this is how our society is built, and this is not only a problem in the HEP community, but also exists in all other areas. My heart is bleeding when I regularly see bright and intelligent persons with independent ways of thinking leaving academia or getting kicked out, whereas obedient idiots remain. But there's nothing we can do. Those who get kicked out usually find better opportunities outside of academia. Those who remain in academia accept the rules and enjoy the comfort of academic life. Of course, sometimes there are exceptions, like string theorists Smolin and White, but I doubt you'd like to share their destiny. I'm reading this to you as an illustration, a rare example of somebody else's honest words. I can't prove to you that this email is real, so you'll have to take my word for it. In contrast to the person who sent this email, I don't think that taxpayers are stupid. We're not paying physicists for crazy new hype. We want to see results. And soon taxpayers will start asking some tough questions. An example. So they told you that this Dune experiment that's being built from some billions of dollars of public funds at Fermilab will tell us why we exist or why the universe didn't disappear. I regret to inform you that it won't do any such thing. Regardless of what the result of the Dune experiment will be, it'll not tell us why the universe contains more matter than antimatter, because this question is impossible to answer within the context of our current theories. The matter-antimatter symmetry that Dune is supposedly shedding light on is a pseudo-problem. It's a story that physicists have made up that they're now selling to the public because they think that once they have the money, it doesn't really matter if they deliver what they promised. Though, to be fair, I think that some of them are honestly confused about what CP violation in the neutrino sector even says about antimatter. What will the experiment do? It'll measure some properties of neutrinos. What's that good for? It's good for keeping particle physicists employed, because some of them have families and it'd be unfair if they had to do something useful for their income, wouldn't it? And has anyone even noticed that the US government spent another $2 billion or so on a new particle collider at Brookhaven? Its purpose is to improve measurements of the quark and gluon distribution inside of heavy ions. What's it good for? You're not supposed to ask. You're supposed to believe that you're too stupid to understand what it's good for. But let me fill you in. It's good for keeping particle physicists employed. Meanwhile, the Chinese are laughing their asses off that you think it makes your country worth defending. That particle physicists have created these bubbles of useless research is not a problem that can be fixed from inside the community. The only way to fix the problem is to stop paying them. I'm afraid that this is exactly what's going to happen. I didn't want this to happen. This is why I wrote my 2017 comment. But at this point, it's too late for them to change anything about it. I've read this email dozens of times, and each time I'm stunned by how condescending it is to all the people who do honest work and whose taxes pay for academic jobs. It makes me sick. And it makes me glad that I no longer have anything to do with this so-called research area that's rotten to the core. If you are one of the many physicists who know full well what nonsense research I'm talking about, but you still keep your mouth shut, if you're one of those who laugh about me because no one believes what I'm saying, if you're one of those who spread lies about me, like that story that I was invited to give a talk at CERN but was afraid to go, did you make that up? I hope it was amusing. But Jesus, use your brain. Your problem isn't that I'm making noise. Your problem is that you're lying to the people who pay you. Your problem is that you're cowards without a shred of scientific integrity. Your problem is that every bubble eventually bursts. By the way, the reason I now call it nonsense research and no longer bullshit research is that YouTube flags the latter as profanity, and we don't want to be profane on this channel. That would be absolutely terrible. All right, let me know what you think about all this in the comments. There are many reasons why you might not want other people to get your private information, and yes, I have reasons. This is why I signed up to Incogni, who've been sponsoring this video. You see, each time you open a website, it'll try to collect data about who you are and where you are and what other websites you've visited. If you then sign up for a website and fill in your personal details, they can, and often do, make money by selling your private information to data brokers. Most countries have laws against that, and you can ask for your data to be removed, but doing this takes up a lot of time. Incogni automates the process of getting you out of those databases. You sign up and they'll contact the big sinners, request that your personal details be removed. They'll keep on doing that, and if you want, send you updates about the progress they're making. Like this recent one I got that says they've gotten me out of 151 databases and saved me 113 hours of time. I'm glad there's now a simple solution to stop unfriendly people doing nasty things with my personal details. Incogni is super easy to use. You sign up, give them the information they should look for, and they go to work, like within a minute basically. I now sleep better at night, and maybe I can help you sleep better too. If you use my code Sabine or the custom link in the info below, you'll get 60% off of Incogni. That's an amazing deal, so go and check this out. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.
So is it safe to say there's no book sales in here?
What kind of books?
The latest Flat Earth book.
What?
Obvious, I liked your suggestion that it's just a button that you press and it insults you.
Yeah, I just imagine it's some like pop-up book with audio buttons.
Who's the author of the pop-up book?
Is Kim Hopkins, that's Flatty Klein, no? Or someone else?
Huh. Okay.
Where are you seeing her name?
It's in the co-authors list.
Oh, okay, I don't see it on Amazon. Let me look again. Looks like Kim Hopkins is a guy.
There you go. I have no idea for that author name though. I've never once heard that, not even in passing. Betty Van Velsen. I mean, it just sounds made up.
I was able to find some old debates with her. She has a European accent. But I've never heard of her, nor have I ever heard her speak.
It was a regular woman that was like, actually was a bit of a co-host to QE shows, but I can't for the life of me remember what she was called.
We talking Flatsy or we the previous one?
AI says Kim is
The
Flatsy.
author
Yeah.
name. Betty Shrinks, okay. Yeah, so Kim Hopkins is Flatty, yeah. Red's Rhetoric, yeah, that'll be. It's like 2018 or something. I wanted to say regarding reductio earlier, it's a shame with folks like that they seem like they're grasping it to some level, and they're obviously disturbed by it. We know that it's kind of the natural process, but I feel like they leave here, right, and then it all just kind of bottles up inside, like the whole topic. They can't speak to other people in other rooms about this stuff. Can't speak to their family. Can't speak to their friends. The only people they can interact with after they leave our presence is like the anti-flat earthers that are always in their DMs, probably. And we know how they're gonna like speak to them. I mean, they're gonna present all their malformed information along with just the general ridicule that like speaking to your family or friends would give you. So like they really don't stand a chance. So that's why sometimes they can leave here, seems positive, and then they come back, couple days later, and they're just totally reset. I think the NPC reset phenomenon definitely applies to a lot of Globers. So like, and it's just kind of weird. But there's some that do that behavior, but it's not because they can't learn. These people have never been given the tools in the first place to protect themselves from like the endless brainwashing that just goes on out in the big wide world. That's why they're in the position they're in the first place. So as soon as they leave here from us, they're just right back in it, falling for all the same tricks.
Hello there. Welcome in, everybody. Good afternoon.
I hope you all are having a wonderful day today.
You too, brother. Thank you. Thank you.
Definitely am. Just chilling right now.
Oh, I just lost her on the Glober. There he goes.
Well, maybe he was under a vow of silence because his name was Shalvin.
Oh, yes. That's pretty good. I don't know if you guys discussed Kiwi's book already, but anybody in here buying it?
Oh, did it drop finally?
Yeah, dude.
Who's the author?
I don't know, dude. It says like this Betty lady, Betty White or something. I don't know if I know, dude. It's weird. They seem like a co-author or something.
Interesting. I'll have to check that out.
What the hell was her name? Shoot. It was up there earlier. Overfences was talking about that lady. Uh, it
Do
wasn't
you
even that
remember what
long
the
ago.
title?
Oh, Welcome to Flat Earth is the title of the book. Here, I can repost the link for you.
Oh,
Oh,
thank
you
you,
know,
brother.
it's at, oh, it's at 20 minutes after the hour, but it's already past. That's been an hour ago. I'll just reshare it. Copy. Yeah, man, if you have an extra $30 on you, you can buy his book. There it is right there. What did it say? Let me see. Says in this book, Betty Van Velsen, one of the pioneers of the early flat Earth community, guides you through the substantial body of evidence she uncovered on her personal journey with co-authors Kiwi and Adam.
Holy fuckaroonie.
Yeah, bro. That's what I'm saying. Who the hell is she? I never heard of her before. I guess Overfence has posted up an old debate with her in it, but
Yeah, she was over on like the old Nathan server. She's been around for a while, but only really in the QE circle, like on Ballbusters and so on.
oh, I see, I
Never,
see.
yeah, so never really ventured out. She's not well known outside of that tiny little circle, dude. It's interesting though. It's now Betty's experience or wander through flat Earth as opposed to Nathan's. This is hilarious.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they just changed the name, yeah. But one of us is gonna have to shell out $30. Support Kiwi. Nose goes, I guess. God. Dude, why is this parking lot so full? Holy. No way all these people are working out right now. Lying. Yeah, I was listening to Nathan's live the other day. I guess he was getting called out because he was like talking smack about Kiwi's wife. It's funny.
Why?
Because I guess she was.
Why?
A low blow.
Why?
Because I guess
Why bring his?
she was like. Oh, well, I guess what they were saying was that she was talking about the book and questioning Nathan about it, like asking about like how much percentage Kiwi should get for Nathan's book. Yeah, I only listened briefly, and they were just telling him to, or his panel was telling him to lay low, or not lay low, but stop with the pestering of her and pretty much calling her a whore and
Yeah,
other,
that's abhorrent. He shouldn't be doing that.
yeah, other
All
choice
any
words.
if he's pissed off of anybody, he just points his finger at QE and Adam, and that's it. Anybody
Yeah.
else, and he's crossing the line.
I was listening because like I haven't listened to one of his streams for like weeks. So just hearing that like out of nowhere, I was like, bro, what the heck happened to you, man? Surprised Neil's not in here trying to talk to us about Kiwi's book.
I actually saw him here the other day, but he didn't open his microphone when I was around. Not saying it was because of me or anything, but when I was here, he didn't speak. But he has been.
Yeah. Does Neil have access to English Hub? Has anybody sent him an invite link or anything?
Yeah, I swear this is where he was. I swear we were in
Oh,
here and he turned
here.
up in here.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I might be wrong, but we haven't really been anywhere else. We were in politics the other day,
No.
but I don't think it was there.
Fair enough.
But hey, I'm old and senile, mate, so what the fuck do I know?
Wrong.
No, dude. Yeah, the exact opposite, actually. You know, you got like another 70 years on this earth, bro. Relax.
Mate, I'm going to just be happy when I get to 50 in August. That's going to be a massive party for me.
Oh, really, dude? Hell yeah, dude. Happy 50th. We got 70 more to go.
I appreciate that, but 70 years is just a bit too long. I think I'd rather get out a little bit before that. I'm appreciating getting to 50, but another 70 years, dude. Fucking hell. That's a life sentence.
Well, you better have your little protege lined up somewhere. You need someone to take over the Jedi role. And give him your
Yeah, I've got
Discord
two of
account.
them lined up. I've got two
Oh,
lined up,
good,
mate.
good. Oh, hell yeah, dope. Okay.
They need to name themselves Padawan.
I mean, Jedi 2.0 and Jedi 2.5. Oh, dude, yeah, I've been watching like a lot of reels on Instagram, and like a lot of people, even Globers, are upset that they don't have a live stream of the Earth. Dude, it's like the same thing we've been asking for.
Wait, isn't that like one of the rebuttals? You could just pull up YouTube and turn on the live stream of the ISS.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, but don't forget, dude. YouTube's not a good source for information. Every time they say that, dude, I fucking hate it, dude. I'm like, oh yeah, where are you gonna find a live stream of the Earth from the ISS on, huh? Where are you gonna see that at? And then they always say, oh yeah, well, what about satellites? Well, what about boats over the horizon? It's like, bro, what? Hello? Just want to move on before conceding. Good luck. Let's see. Anything else going on before I procrastinate going to the gym? What's that look like? Let me see if I can find any good videos.
I think if I was retired and didn't have a family, I would sit in here and go laundry out of the new people's questions, and I would identify scripts.
Oh yeah, dude. Always. Welcome in,
Because it's
everybody.
this, but like, what order is who saying what in?
Oh yeah, if they start off with boats over the horizon and then go to satellites next, I know which website that's from. If they start off with lunar eclipses and then go to satellites next, I know which website that's from.
Yeah, it was like 2020 when everybody started jumping in because they were bored and had nothing to do. It was like you knew who exactly they went to for information before coming in. And it was like not a Professor Dave was the common one that they would jump in with.
Yep. Welcome in, Victor. We talk about flat Earth here. If you have any questions, Jimmy will take them. He's a very smart fellow. What the heck did he leave? Bro, what? Okay, he's back. He's back. It's okay. He will take
All right, Victor.
questions
Since
with
Jimmy ran away and then came back, I'll take your questions. Go ahead. Go ahead, Victor Ferreira. Você fala
That's so
português?
funny.
Fala português, Ferreira.
It's like I talk Brazilian Portuguese, not Portuguese of Portugal. So yeah, I don't think I have any question about flat Earth. I just here to hear about you think to talk about.
Okay, so no need for Portuguese. Your English is really good.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, if you want to listen, maybe you can do that. If not, if you have any questions, you can direct them to Jedi. Welcome. Since it's gonna be 50, he's gonna have a lot of times on his hands. 50 more to go. I mean, 100 more to go, actually. Because 150, man. Ever. Nah. Gotta get to rest at some point. Can't be just running the world for that long, Jedi. 150 should be okay. Then you leave it to the rest of us.
See, now I'd appreciate that if I had a 25-year-old's body, but being 50 and another 100 years to go, my body's not going to improve. So I'd rather be 25 and have that body now and have like that time to go, because it'll be a decent amount. But fucking hell, getting old sucks.
Getting old sucks. Welcome. Was that the mount? I want to say the moon, but is M4 on? The M4 on? Welcome to the VC. M4. How are you? Where's the polite people that replied when they are greeted? At least the Brazilian guy knows.
The Brazilians know the earth is flat, to the point that they had Jesus show them what level is.
When Jesus walked on water, did he appear head first over the horizon?
Stop it. Not funny. Laughable, but not funny.
Yeah, I do apologise, but
I bet Jesus is laughing right now. It's like, good one, Jedi, good one. Let me double check. Amazing. Amazing just joined us. Joined the VC. And that's amazing. Welcome, amazing.
Thank you, thank you.
How you feeling today? Are you feeling amazing?
I'm all right. Just a bit bored. What about you, man?
A bit bored? I'm doing okay. Just had some late lunch, or you could say early dinner.
I
But
see, I
yeah, I'm
see.
sitting down now to see what's going on in here. I see the guys are just looking for new people to talk to, and it's an amazing thing that you join. So, have you ever spoke to anyone about this topic? Amazing.
No, not at all. I'm just an observer. I came to look at what people are discussing. I've never debated on this before.
You're an observer, but in here you might have to be a listener. Just kidding. You can observe the chat and also listen in the
Same thing, bro.
voice
Same
chat.
thing. Same thing.
Same thing. Do you listen and observe with the same parts of your body?
Well, you don't know me. I think. I can do that with the same sense organs.
Is that like a sixth sense?
Yep, bro.
Try that.
I'm special.
You are a special one.
Why is no
Amazing.
one, why is no one talking?
Oh, there was people talking before you joined, but then after you joined, I took over the
I
VC
scared them
and
away.
greeted you.
Oh, you're talking. I mean, are you not?
Yep, I am.
Bingo.
So then your claim is false. There are people talking in the DC.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
That's okay.
Have you ever experienced the Earth as a sphere with your own eyes in the real world?
I guess he was serious when he said he's a observer or a listener.
Well, I've never seen the Earth as a sphere with my own eyes in the real world. But they claim to be in a location that lets them see the Earth as a sphere with their own eyes. But not me, not you, just them. Just 4 people. Because they themselves have said that they're going to be the first people to go to the moon. So now that literally throws out the window the Apollo missions. So only 4 people in all of history have ever seen the Earth as a sphere. That's wild. But if I've never measured the Earth to have curvature, to be a sphere, how are they seeing the Earth as a sphere? Do I trust my senses, or do I trust these 4 people going to a place I'll never go to?
Any of the Globers want to help me out with these flat earthers saying that the Earth is not a globe? Anyone want to help me out with that? Amazing. It will be amazing if you can help me out. If you have.
Well, to be honest, I'm a firm believer that the Earth is a globe, but I don't really have any solid evidence for it. So I'm gonna stay shut in here.
Don't you find that amazing that for you as an example believe that the Earth is a globe but have no evidence for it? That isn't that amazing?
Um, I trust our governments and all the science books. So I guess that's enough evidence.
So you're saying that you have observed some people, like the government, saying Earth is globe, and you also look the books and you gather this information that the Earth is a globe.
Yep.
And that's what you hold in as a belief at this moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Will
That's
you consider other information that can be presented to you that might go contrary to the belief that you're holding?
um
Interested in looking at
no,
extra
I don't think so.
information? You don't like learning new things, do you?
I think it's a pretty silly argument. I mean, the Earth is obviously a globe, so I find this
Obviously.
I find this entire debate really silly. That's why I came to observe this voice channel. I
Sorry to
wanted
interrupt. You
doing
said obviously, and you started the conversation by I haven't got any solid proof.
yeah,
But it's
because
obvious.
I'm not a scientist myself. The
But it's
scientists have the
obvious.
proof. The
Dude,
scientists have the
you
proofs.
said it was obvious. So apparently it's obvious to you, but somebody else
Yeah,
has got the obvious secret that
yeah.
you don't have because it's not obvious to you.
Literally every scientist believes that the Earth is a globe.
That's nice. What would a scientist do to prove a shape?
Satellites literally revolve around the
No,
Earth
no,
pretty
that's
much.
technology. I'm asking about science. What science would a scientist do to prove a shape? Why are you laughing?
If the Earth is flat, how could a
Why are you
satellite
asking me a
move around?
question? I'm asking you a question, sir. Why are
It's
you
a
ignoring the question that I'm asking you, laughing, and then ignoring me and asking your question? That's rude.
I never
And
ignored
laughing
you.
again. You think that's unreasonable? Dude, I'm asking you, the scientists, they do science, don't they? So, what science does a scientist do to prove a shape? Perfectly reasonable question. Please answer it, though.
I don't really know. I'm not
Yeah,
that.
do you know what? I guessed that. I guessed you didn't know because it's a category error. Scientists don't figure out shapes of objects, do they? Scientists,
Look, dude,
when they
I'm
employ
not.
the method, figure out the causes of phenomena in the physical natural world. Now,
Look,
you
dude,
must
I'm.
understand that a shape isn't a naturally occurring phenomena that has a causal mechanism in the natural and physical world. If you want to figure out a shape, you employ geometric methods, observation and measurement, don't you, sir?
Well, I get your point, but I did not
Okay.
even come here to debate. I'm not a good debater. I just came here to observe. That's it. Why are you guys even dragging me into this?
Hey,
Because you
amazing!
said
But
obvious.
as you observe, you can also take the opportunity to learn something. Since this is an English channel, you might learn new terms, new words. And
Yeah.
the Jedi, what is trying to tell you, since you said that obviously, right, scientists know that the Earth is a globe, and therefore you believe them. But what he's trying to tell you is that that will be a category error because scientists deal with cause and effect relationships, and the shape of something is a what is question, not a how is question. You see? So the scientists will ask how is this phenomena happening, and that's not the shape of the Earth. The shape of the Earth will be established by measuring it and describing it for what it is. You get that? Maybe, possibly.
Yeah. I understand, but I can't really elaborate on that. I can't really comment on that because I don't really know what the scientists do exactly. I just believe them because they're intelligent people, I think.
Wait, you don't know what they do, but you believe them. Don't you believe in what they do?
Well, the scientists are basically finding out all the technology for us and they're helping us become more advanced. So, whatever they're discovering must be right.
Do you know like what specifically?
Sorry?
Do you know like what specifically?
You're not that audible, really.
Yeah, you sound like you're in your pocket.
Do you know? Like what specifically? When you say that the scientists do this and make everything better, and what are you talking about specifically? In
I'm talking
relation,
about
In relation to, the shape of the Earth, that kind of stuff, Or what are you trying to say?
I'm basically talking about all the space related stuff like satellites and all that. They've helped us in communication and everything like that. So whatever the scientists are doing, it's right, I think, because it's helping us. So whatever they're saying must also be right.
Well, satellites, GPS, that's not scientists, that's engineers. Engineers are making things that are cool and amazing.
But I'm pretty sure those engineers would also agree that the Earth is a globe.
That's fine.
But that will be a
They could
belief,
all
just like
agree.
you. Yeah.
They could all believe that you are surrounded by pink elephants, and they could write papers on how surrounded by pink elephants you are. They could agree and make experiments and have equations that shows that you're surrounded by pink elephants. But you can look around you and recognize and know that there are no pink elephants surrounding you. They can agree and have math and explanations and stories and special things that they only can do to prove that the earth is a sphere. But that doesn't mean that it is the sphere. And what we're trying to get to you is you need to make a measurement of the ground because the ground is the thing that they're claiming is a sphere. And when you go to measure this, actually measure the ground to attempt to find the curvature that they're claiming exists, you don't find it. That's why we are flat earthers, because we attempted to make a measurement of the ground and did not find the curvature rate that they are claiming. Right?
How
Their
exact
amazing
how exactly did
technology.
you guys how exactly did you guys try to measure the curvature of the earth? Did you guys even have the proper equipment? Did you guys measure distances long enough to actually notice the curvature?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
we
can
use Nat Geo as a
like
hostile witness. You heard? Let me take this.
If your microphone was better, yeah.
National, we use National Geographic as a hostile witness, so we kind of assume that they used the right the right metrics and the right know-how and the right equipment, and it was also recorded. So yeah, we are sure.
All right. Can you share those sources with me in the chat, maybe? I'd like to take a look at them.
Eli, what do you want me to find for you?
I'm about to find it. CFI investigators.
Hey, that's amazing that he's asking for some of the information. That's really amazing, guys. So yeah, that's a good step forward.
Okay, share copy. Or 4:30 was it? Well, yep. 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 Okay, about to post right now. And there you go. Well, that's the video I'm talking about, and we can have a discussion about it if you like.
Amazing. Your premise was that you're here because you think it's silly because it's obviously a globe. But there's people out there in the fields, you know, in the place that you haven't checked yet, because you said you saw the books and you listened to the scientists in the TV or whatever. But out there in the fields, people have gone out there to check what was written in the books about the globe idea. And when people try to compare the book to the physical and natural world, come to find out that the Earth out there is not what was depicted in the book. It's not that. Do you get that? Amazing.
What are you even talking about, man? What did
Okay, so
people do
remember
exactly?
what you said.
How did they
Oh, go
even
ahead.
confirm that those books were wrong? What did they exactly do?
I think Elijah posted some example. I haven't looked at it. Elijah, what's the example that you posted? I don't know if you
It's an
actually.
8-minute long video. We can watch it.
I might just let Elijah try to bring this point home because I don't know exactly what he posted.
4 minutes and 30 seconds. Because CFI investigators in Nat Geo seem to be under the impression that excuse me, hold on.
Yes, Elijah might be trying to show you one example, and he probably will explain it for you. But the things that have been done out there in the physical and natural world is as basic as water levels that are used for everyday buildings. You know, when you build structures, waterways, including you know, every building, every house that is level, conforming to a water level, and conforming even to your vestibular system, which also has a water level. We can confirm based on your senses, starting from there, from the basics, that we can observe the world to be a horizontal. There's a reference, an orientation that your body is oriented to, which is that horizontal. And we can confirm this with equipment like measurements, measurement tapes. We can utilize lasers to target long distances from point A to point B to different locations. And we can confirm that under that laser there is no curvature across water. We can do long distance observations. There's many examples. People might be posting stuff in the chat for you to look at. But there are many examples, including many other topics like aviation, communication systems, many things that you do on your day-to-days conform to the physical and natural world for them to work properly, correctly, and they conform to a flat and motionless world that you live and operate upon. Not the sphere that you saw on the book, you know. Is that amazing? The world that you can go out there and check and verify everything we do upon it, including measurements, construction, communications, all depends on certain axioms for them to be able to work practically. And based on those foundations of the world, horizontal, level, flat is part of the whole equation. Foundationally, starting
Well,
from the house that you're standing to
I see no point in discussing things like this without any proper, solid, concrete
You've
evidence.
seen what?
And you're not even elaborating on anything, so I don't really think that there's a point in debating like that.
I think you're
We
cutting
can
out.
start. We can give you the evidence and start talking about it if you want. I can put some laser tests and measurements in the side chat if you want.
Yep, go
He
ahead,
wants to
go ahead.
elaborate it. That's what I heard. Yeah, give him some lasers if he wants to elaborate. I'm just overviewing, overstating maybe. Overall,
Oh, and by the way, I think in the chat, Mr. Vic just
Jedi is
posted
proposing
some
to
things.
post some
Yeah, that
laser tests for you.
Mr. Vic just
If you want
posted
to look
some
at
things
those,
that will
because
prove.
Elijah left. You know why Elijah left, bro? Amazing, because he has a baby, and babies can be, asking for daddy's attention at any moment, and that's amazing that he went out there and took care of that. But my friend Jedi, I show you some of
Is
the
it
laser tests. Go ahead.
is it sensible to accept that if an object was on a sphere and it went away from you, it would disappear bottom up in the distance at the horizon?
Yeah.
Would you agree that the horizon is due to, on a sphere, is due to the object disappearing bottom up because the Earth is actually getting in the way of the object? Like a friend walking down a hill and his feet disappearing because the hill's getting in the way?
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay. Well, you can take your height above the surface of Earth, right? Look across water because I'm accepting that we're on a sphere and that gravity's holding water to the surface of the sphere. And since water doesn't create hills and mountains and valleys, I'm going to agree that the surface of that water is perfectly conforming to the surface of the sphere because gravity. And I'm not going to find topography. Okay. So if I look over water and I see something off in the distance, I can get the distance between me and that object, right? Let's say it's 5 miles away. Now I can use that distance marker as well, that's how far away I'm seeing. And then I either see the horizon between me and the object, that means the horizon's less than 5 miles away from me, or I see the horizon beyond the object, that means the horizon's greater than 5 miles away. Can you agree with that?
That was quite a lot to take in because I was listening half-heartedly, but I guess I get some of it. Yep.
If the horizon's farther away than an object 5 miles away, is the horizon greater than or less than 5 miles away?
Can you repeat that?
If the horizon is beyond an object that is 5 miles away, is the horizon greater than or less than 5 miles away?
It's obviously greater than 5 miles away.
Okay, so you find an object in the distance, note its distance, and then compare the horizon to that. And that's telling you how far away objects are beginning to disappear because of the sphere. Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. I've posted an image. This is a screenshot from a video from a gentleman who took a tripod, set it up on the water, 3.5 feet above the water, and looks at these windmills. The one on the right is the farthest one away. It's 11.2 miles away. In the video, there's a boat that was beyond it. It was 13 miles away. So, How far away is the horizon, according to this image? Is it greater than or less than 11.2 miles?
It's greater than 11.2 miles.
All right.
Yeah.
So this horizon I can use with height above the water to give me the radius of the Earth by using trigonometry. The radius of the Earth, with the boat being at 13 miles, so the horizon's 13 miles away, that radius value is 127,000 miles. But the horizon is beyond the farthest pole, so just using the pole as an identifier, as say this is where the horizon's at, right? 11.2 miles away at 3.5 feet, that radius value is 94,000 miles. Do you know what they claim the radius of the Earth is?
Not exactly. I think it's around 6 lakh, no, 60,000 kilometers or something. I don't know. I forgot.
6,000 kilometers. They
Oh,
claim
6,000.
it's 6,000. Yeah. And which that's about 4,000 miles, right? And this observation is giving us a 94,000 mile radius. That's 90,000 miles greater than what they're claiming.
I see, I see.
I'll give you another one. This is a world record photo. So a committee that's deemed themselves official has identified this photo as being, for sure, the longest record photo. Okay. And this one is in kilometers. So you might be able to grasp it better than me using miles. So, farthest mountain is 493 kilometers away. The observer is 50 meters high. Okay. So at 50 meters and seeing 493 kilometers away, the radius of that Earth is 2.4 million kilometers. That mountain should be well below the hidden portion, right? Because the Earth should be getting in the way of that object because they're claiming 6,000 kilometers for radius. But your observation is giving you 2.4 million kilometers for a radius value.
I see, I see.
So you can either conclude that you live on the oblate sphere that has a radius of 2.4 million kilometers and 94,000 miles and 4,000 miles, or you're looking across a flat surface and your visibility, its limitation is not due to the shape of the ground. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I think that you've just shown me two experiments that are quite complex, and you've just introduced me to them. I've not yet understood and seen all the intricate details. So how would I even be able to debate any of this when I'm just being shown these?
Okay. Well, they're observations, they're not experiments.
Yeah.
Here's another one. This one's from a video where the guy put his camera 1 foot above the water and the horizon is beyond 9.4 miles. So this radius value is 264,000 miles. So that means it's 260,000 miles greater than what they claim.
I get your point. I'll maybe look into these observations later. Maybe.
What should be seen is if you are at 1 foot observation height, the horizon should be at 1.2 miles, not 10 miles. If you're at 44,000 feet, the horizon should be at 252 miles, not 700 miles, not 1,000 miles, not 1,200 miles, like some people have done with cameras that are using infrared light. They're seeing through the haze and they're able to see farther than what the geometry is claiming. So, if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the distance to the horizon should be 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. This will give you the distance to the horizon in miles. If you write this down and you go out and you make your own observations, you can verify whether or not what you're seeing conforms to the shape that they're claiming. And typically what happens is that 1.2 already corresponds with the limitations of the human eye. So you'll need something that can view of a resolution that's greater than the human eye, which is why people use long distance cameras, binoculars, or telescopes or whatever, right? Because the argument can be made that the Earth's geometry was reverse engineered off the limitations of the human eye. And it took, let's say, Copernicus or Pythagoras and whoever predates him. I don't remember who's actually the one who they're claiming is the originator of boats disappear bottom up, so the Earth must be a sphere. So 2,000 years of relying on the human limitation of the eye, or the limitation of the human eye, right? And now we're at a point where we have technology that can, surpass the limitations of the human eye. And we're able to now throw that in the trash, right? Do you follow?
Yeah, I'm listening. I'll definitely look into these points someday if I have enough free time, for sure.
Yeah.
Because you came with full preparation, and I wasn't even intending to debate. I just wanted to listen. I just got
Yeah,
dragged
well,
into this.
I'm not debating. I haven't heard anybody debate because a debate would require you to make a point and then defend it, and then somebody
Yeah,
else make a point and defend that. But
yeah,
nobody's. It's just a conversation.
yeah. So I'll look into these points someday if I have time.
All right. Well,
But for now,
when
I'm a firm believer that the Earth is a globe still.
yeah. Well, the reason I use this measurements of the ground is because that's what's actually going to prove whether or not you live on a sphere of the dimensions that they claim. Measure the Earth. You can make all kinds of, well, I watch the stars, they make an arc over my head, so the Earth must be a sphere. Or day and night cycles, it's daytime and nighttime. The sun must be on the other side of the sphere, right? That's all begging the questions and affirming the consequence. It's not proving whether the Earth's flat or a sphere. Flat is not a shape. Flat's just a description of the surface. When I say the Earth's flat, I'm not saying that the Earth is a particular shape. I don't know all of it. I've only experienced what I've experienced, right? I've only ever seen the surface of the Earth, and its description is flat.
I see. I see. So basically, you are just looking at this criteria of observing the horizon from the land, basically, and you're saying that this is the ultimate proof of whether the Earth is round or not.
Yeah, because I can't dig the diameter of the Earth, right? Because if the Earth was a sphere, the diameter would be, from one end to the other through the middle of the Earth. I can't do that.
Yep.
If I could do that, then I could identify the radius, right? Because I could, measure how long it took, or, I could definitively say I traveled this long through the Earth, I got to the other side. Half of this is the radius. I can't do that. So I got to measure the arc that's on the surface of the sphere, and that arc is going to be a portion of that circumference, and then I can get an angle to the center from two parts on the surface of that circumference. Right? That's why you have your height above the surface, that 1 foot above the water, and you got the 10 miles to the horizon, right? And that's going to give me a right angle. And then I turn this right angle triangle into an obtuse triangle. And then, because triangles are defined, geometry dictates how a triangle should function, I can use this to calculate the rest of this triangle that I can't experience. Right?
Uh-huh. Well, I definitely look into the authenticity and accuracy of these observations later, and I'll look into the maths later. For now, I'm feeling sleepy, so good night.
Good night.
Щось я мовчить-то.
Is Mumble still here? Welcome.
Hello.
What brings you
Somebody
in?
just say hello. Sorry, I'm watching football. Might have been my imagination.
No, Uslick showed up.
Yes.
What brings you to the room?
I just want to hear about the flat earthers, you know.
Yeah. Well, we want to hear if you have proof of the Earth being a sphere.
How do you know? I support sphere world.
Well, it's the major consensus. It seems to be the thing everybody believes.
Yeah, because you know it is. Yeah, I mean it is 2,000 years old, you know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Earth's older than 2,000 years old, so you know.
I'm not actually 2,000, you know. Like we know the world is sphere for like 3,000 years, maybe.
3. Slime. Do you have an account of that 3,000 year? Who was it 3,000 years ago?
I don't know.
Did you make it up?
I think it was like 2,000 years ago.
By who?
By like the what was it?
It's
Like no,
okay if you
the ancient Greeks, you know.
Yeah, it's okay if you Google. A lot of people don't actually know the Earth's a sphere; they just believe it, and then they like half-heartedly went through school and learned something, but they don't actually know. You know, they think they know.
So how did you made an experience, you know? and find out that the world is flat? Like, how do you know? Not from the
I
internet?
know I made a measurement, and then first I learned what the sphere was claiming, and then I went to try and verify the claim, and then I couldn't do it.
How did you do that?
Well, I checked the distance between me and the horizon, and I checked where the horizon should be on a sphere at the radius that they claim, and I'm seeing farther than what they're claiming. And not only that, the horizon's distance changes over time. Like over a couple hours, the distance to the horizon can change. Over the handful of weeks, the distance can change even greater than over a handful of hours. So, I mean, I'm either living on a sphere that's expanding and contracting, or I'm looking over a flat surface that has limitations to my vision that's not due to the shape of the ground.
How do you measure the distance?
Well, I would find an object that's off in the distance from a place I desire to stand at, right? Well, let's say I stand at the beach, okay, because water is perfectly conforming to the surface of the sphere because gravity's holding it down. And since water doesn't make topography like mountains and valleys, I'll know that I'm looking over a flat surface, okay, a very level surface. And then I find an object off in the distance. Let's say it's a peninsula and it's 5 miles away. Okay. If the horizon is between me and the peninsula, I know the horizon is less than 5 miles. If it's beyond, I know it's greater than 5 miles. Right. And then so I'll take that and then compare it to the trigonometry required for the Earth to be a sphere at the values that they claim. Do you know what values they claim?
Not really. But I know
About
there is a formula, you know, how far you
Yeah.
can see the horizon.
Well, it does. Because the people who stand up and say, yeah, the Earth's a globe, they say boats disappear bottom up. That's because the Earth's getting in the way. That's the horizon. So I know that on a sphere, an object's going to disappear bottom up because it's going to go away from me and go down the ball, on the surface of the ball. So that horizon is going to make an arc on that circumference because I definitely can't dig the diameter of Earth and then get a radius from that, right? So I'm stuck with the surface. So I got to measure curvature on the surface.
Okay.
Distance to the horizon is going to give me an arc because that's where I'm going to not see anything anymore.
So you don't think there is a curve also?
No. That's why I say
there are a lot of videos, you know.
because if there was a curve, then it could be a sphere. But since there's no curve, it can't be a sphere.
How do you know there is no curve?
Because I measured it by the method I just told you.
How can you measure it?
I just told you. What was it that I had said?
Like in the small distances, like you have, I mean, you really need to have a very good camera to see the curve.
No,
Well, like if you go up, it's easier.
better than that. The camera just has to have a resolution limit and a viewing distance greater than my eyes. That's it.
Like maybe like put a camera to a hot balloon, you know?
You can, but then the curvature rate would be dependent upon that height. 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet gives you the distance to the horizon in miles. If your weather balloon or your hot air balloon was at 44,000 feet, The distance to the horizon should be 252 miles away. If you pull out an infrared camera and you see 700 miles away from 44,000 feet, you're not looking at the geometric horizon. You're looking beyond the claimed horizon. If you see 1,200 miles, those two observations would also crush the claim that the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles.
Like I
I'd say
watched,
the
the sandwich video. Like uh, they made a sandwich to go to space, and you can see the curve there.
Yep, that's
I think it's
because of the distortion of the lens, right? There was a guy who was Felix Baumgartner. He went up to weather balloon height, and he jumped out from his edge of space jump. And Neil deGrasse Tyson did the calculations and concluded that he was not high enough to see this curvature of the Earth, and he denounced people for using fisheye lenses to confuse people in that way.
Okay, so something else. I mean, you think the other planets are also flat?
Planets are lights in the sky, they're stars. And they're called planets because the Greek word that they came from means wanderer.
They're lights. Like you don't believe that Saturn is a planet?
Saturn
No, it
I
is a
don't
planet.
understand.
It is a planet. It's just not what you've been taught.
Yeah. Outer space is fake. The ever expanding vacuum, the light years distance between you and Polaris, doesn't exist.
What about like the
We
Milky
just
Way?
disagree with the modern definition of planet. That's all. But even if it was, it would have no bearing on the shape of the Earth or its geometric features.
Right. Which is
But
why we
it
go back to
sounds
measurement to validate the outer space story. The outer space story was built on the idea that the Earth was a sphere. The
okay.
distance to the sun, the size of other planets, the distance to the stars, that's all based on the Earth having a radius of 3,959 miles. If the value of 3,959 miles is wrong, then all of the dimensions of outer space in that story are wrong and they need to recalibrate.
But like, what about the Voyager, the satellites?
The satellites are in an orbit. The orbit requires
No,
them
no,
to
the
know the radius
Voyager.
values so it doesn't crash into the Earth again. So again, you need to measure the Earth to validate the radius value.
I'm talking about the Voyager. The
About the what?
NASA sent like maybe I don't know 50 years ago. Like it's
Voyager?
in the outer space.
Yeah. Voyager requires the Earth to be a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles and the heliocentric model to be true.
Okay, so it is not true.
No. Because
Okay.
the radius value is not validated. And when common people, everybody can do it, goes out and tries to measure the curvature of the Earth, they don't find it.
Okay, so the world is flat. Then why do people think like? Why do people see like different things in the sky in the night, like the southern sphere and the northern spheres?
Yeah. The lights in the sky have nothing to do with the shape of the ground. It is a good question. If it's not what they've told me, what is it? The answer is I don't know. I've never been to the stars. I don't know the distance between me and the stars. I don't know what the stars are made of. I don't know their dimensions. I don't know. It would be
But we know.
it would be disingenuous for me to say that I do know when I've never experienced them in the way that's required in order to know. I could say that I have a story or a speculation, and that's fine, but I would never be able to validate it.
How did you know that you like girls before you even kissed a girl?
Because they made me funny on the inside. That's how I know I like females.
Who asked that
How do you
question?
know you're not gay? Have you tried it?
Yeah.
So,
Damn.
why is it you have to become a degenerate?
Why? It's a valid argument. You said yourself you didn't experience traveling to stars.
Are you
Right.
projecting your
It might
feelings
be.
onto?
Where
So
in
you
the
don't know if
doll
you like
did
girls yet? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
where in the doll did what I said hurt you?
It didn't hurt me.
Well, then why are you acting like it hurt your butt?
Or maybe he was offering.
Come on. Let's be reasonable. We don't have to be rude and disrespectful. Fair?
Yes, of course.
All right.
Yeah, what a gentleman. I was gonna go there, but good stuff, dude.
Yeah, but he started mentioning my butt.
Well, I said it because I was making a joke about you being butthurt. But anyway,
Stop doing it. It's not nice.
to know if the Earth was flat or not, you'd have to measure curvature. To know if it's a sphere, you'd have to have curvature.
But we have curvature.
Where?
Don't answer that.
No, come on, serious.
Bro, stop
Where?
laughing.
Because I've been fucking looking for this. Here, I'll give you some examples. Let's say I am seeing curvature, right? I am
Yes.
looking at the surface of a sphere. Here's this observation.
Mm-hmm. What is this?
3.5 feet above the water, 11.2 miles away. The radius value is
Can see it.
94,000 miles. Okay.
Wait, I can't see anything. Wait a second.
I'm posting another one. 1 foot observation height, 10 miles away, 264,000 miles radius. Let's see.
Why is this loading? Oh,
This one you might get. It sounds like you speak in kilometers.
platform
50
habitat.
meters. 50 meters high, 493 kilometers away. The radius value is
30 mentioned.
2.4. Yeah. 50 meters high, 493 kilometers away. The radius value is 2.4 million kilometers. I can conclude that I'm looking at a sphere and I'm looking at curvature, right? But it doesn't make sense. That's why I conclude the Earth is flat and my visibility is limited by something that's not the shape of the ground. Let me see if I can find that one from a plane. This is it. The value I used is actually greater than the height that he was flying in. I think his height was actually like 34,000 feet, but I put the max altitude for an airplane 44,000 feet. He can see 700 miles away. The radius value is 29,000 miles away, or excuse me, 29,000 miles in radius. The same guy that gave you this 700 miles away also has two other observations, one of them being 1,000 miles and the other one being 1,200 miles. I need to get a still shot from that video and make another one of these using that geometry. I just haven't done it yet. So which is it? 29,000 mile radius, 1.5 million mile radius, 264,000 mile radius, 94,000 mile radius. Which is it? Or is it oblate spheroid and all of these are true? If one of these are true, they need to redesign the entire heliocentric model because they're claiming 3,959.
But you know, these are like tall objects, like these platforms. So you
Yeah,
need
that's
to
me.
use the platform's height
No, I
for the
don't.
formula.
No,
We mean
because I'm using the horizon. If I can see the object, it's not beyond the horizon because the horizon is the thing that's causing them to disappear. Okay.
Yeah, but it's it's tall as fuck, so you need to
Well,
use
it's
the
tall as fuck, and
platform.
it's greater than the radius with 493 kilometers away. I can still see the damn thing. Okay. If you're going to claim that the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, and that mountain actually is 493 kilometers away, how tall is that mountain in order for it to be cresting over the curvature of the Earth like that? Because it's 306 miles away. 493 kilometers away is a mountain, and it's part of the evidence that this is an extremely long range photo. That's why it's a record. It's one of the records. Okay. 306 miles away. How much curve is that? Let's do the math.
Where is the car?
306.
It's like Georgia.
That mountain needs to be 700 749,000 feet high in order for it to crest over the horizon. And I don't know of a mountain that's that tall. You see what I'm getting at? I mean, I'm sure I can identify the height of the actual mountain, but it's definitely not going to be tall enough to crest over the horizon on a sphere of the geometry claimed. Or I'm just looking over a flat surface and I can see a mountain 493 kilometers away. Or I'm flying over a flat surface and I can see a landmass 700 miles away.
Yeah. What's going on? What's happening in here? Everything quiet?
We're letting it sink in.
Letting it sink in. Good one. How was the other guy, the amazing guy? Did he got some tips from the crew?
I think he said he was tired and he's going to go to bed and he'll think on it.
Yeah. His accent was like maybe from that side of the world that people are most definitely falling asleep already.
It's taking a while for it to sink in. The drain might be clogged.
A lot to take in at this time of the night.
Yeah. At this point, it's a fine wine. The longer it sits, the better it gets.
Right, schedule deporte. Schedule deporte. Just join.
Hello there.
Hello.
Welcome. Hi.
Welcome. Hello.
What brings you by to the Flutter Discord channel? Deporte.
Oh, to be honest, I thought that there's some kind of debate or something, people arguing or something. So I thought that there is something.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
me.
you see.
I was debating with Gemzy right now. I was trying to
Um,
tell him that the surface of water is not flat and that it's curving, right? So I told him that boats disappear over the horizon, bottom up,
yeah.
right? Because the Earth is obviously a globe. But then he told me that the surface of water measures flat and all that. So Yeah, I have nothing now. Do you think you could help me out with a good globe proof? Scheduled? You there?
What?
Oh, I was saying, could you help me tell him how the Earth is a ball? Because I just tried, and he didn't.
I
Yeah,
mean,
it was a little
is
hard
it
for me. So
is it really important?
yeah, Gemsy, is it important?
Throw the curveball, so you keep pitching, bro. You keep driving. Go ahead.
Well, I'm upset because Gemsy keeps trying to tell me that I'm actually special and I'm actually living in a unique environment and I'm not a speck in the void of specklessness. So I just want to keep my subjective reality, but he keeps telling me it's objective.
Yeah, Gemsy keeps telling me that the surface of water measures flat. So I don't know. Maybe he has more to add on to that.
And I wanna also fix the pronunciation of deporte. It's deportee. Schedule deportee. My bad. Go ahead, guys. So deportee. The thing is, you ask if it's important. Oh, you ask if it's important, and as you know, a lot of people in the world believe that they live in a globe, right? And it seems that it's important to a lot of people that they actually believe this, and I will defend it.
Okay, but why this information is important, like personally to you?
Because if I want to do something in the physical and natural world that we all operate in, I have to take certain foundations into account for me to be able to operate in it, right? Will you agree?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So if I go out there and I don't use reality as my foundation, I might, have issues. So I start with my perspective when I wake up and open my eyes and use my senses to be able to start my day, right? So in this home that I'm at, that was built with a level foundation, the water level. It was made that way, so when I wake up from the bed, I can stand up and be level with the house, right? Leveled, horizontal. The
Yeah.
TV is also put in place horizontally, so when I watch it, it's not tilted sideways, right? So I can watch the TV shows and everything from that orientation. And also when I have the table, the round flat table on the kitchen, when I put a glass of water, that water, when it's horizontal and level and flat, the water doesn't spill to the floor and go splash splash to the floor, right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's very important, isn't it?
I mean, all right. At some
Simple
point.
stuff is very simple stuff, but do you think this stuff is important? That the stuff that I've been telling you, that the house is built correctly based on a horizontal frame of reference level? Because the constructors, the builders of the homes, they take this pretty seriously.
Why do you think that like the Earth is flat?
Because when we measure the surface of the Earth, is not curving as alleged in the books and the TV shows that they show us. It's actually not curving and not spinning like they show on the tail elevation. Based on measurements of the surface and the lack of spin or movement as shown in the TV. Because in the TV they say it's spinning, right? And they show you a spinning globe. But there is no evidence for that in the physical and natural world. And when they show you the spinning globe, globes curve, right? They curve. And when we go check in the physical and natural world, the Earth is not curving based on measurements, observations, and the way we operate across it. No curve or motion of the Earth is used to operate and do anything. Like even important things like, do you like flying?
Like, I'm fine with
Airplanes?
I'm
Airplanes?
fine with that. I don't know. Like, I'm not against it.
You never flew? That I'm just saying that's an example that flights that are taken over across. A lot of people, like millions of people, fly. I guess daily across the world, right?
All right.
And that
Yeah.
seems to be. You asked about important stuff, right? I already told you about the foundation of your house, and you to be level. Your senses tell you that the Earth is motionless and also flat and level and horizontal. So when people try to travel from one position to a long distance, and they get in airplanes, the aircraft was built by engineers. An important job, engineers. They build the aircraft to work on a flat and motionless Earth, and that's very important because they want their families to make it, in the aircraft, make it safely from one place to another, and the engineers also want to make it safely and sound to the other place that they're trying to travel to. So that's why when they build the aircrafts, they take reality into account and not the globe that they showed you and I in the TV. Those are just a few examples of what I'm trying to communicate to you. The reality, it's not the globe that we learn in the TV or saw on the book, Because where do you learn about the globe? Was it in the TV? Was it in a book?
I would say from cartoon.
Oh, cartoons, yeah. I also saw many cartoons that depict the Earth as a globe, but you and I and everyone in here knows that the Earth is not a cartoon. And cartoons can misrepresent reality. Wouldn't you agree?
I mean, okay. But are you sure that it's reality?
Yeah, reality. Well, not the cartoon though. The cartoon, you can use cartoons to represent something, but the cartoon globe that we got doesn't conform to reality because, as you know, as I told you, the Earth is not curving. The measurements that has been done, I could give you an example. I can show you laser tests. Lasers that the military uses to target points, targets, or even in the construction industries, they also use targets to, use as a reference for constructions and do different things, and they're fairly accurate to show you if you can build straight things, because when you build, like for example, the house, when you want to build a straight house, these are the tools that we employ to make things in reality. And when you ask if it's reality, yes, it's reality, because that's the way we build stuff and do things. It is real, very real. The thing in question, which is the globe, right? The thing that you and I learned in the books and the TV and the cartoons, it has, it's a geometry, right? A sphere is a geometry.
Yeah.
When we get the numbers that we're given about the size of this sphere, and the numbers are put in a mathematical equation, right? Is this big? It has a radius, a circumference, right? The sphere.
And
We can test that. We can put that to the test when we turn off the cartoon and we go to the physical and natural world and we check if the cartoon is correct or not correct. And come to find out, the cartoon has been falsified, scheduled. Can I call you scheduled or anything else?
Yeah, you can call me this way. Yeah.
Okay. So we check if the cartoon was correct though, and come to find out, just based on the measurements of the surface of the Earth, the cartoon is incorrect. It's a misrepresentation of the Earth because the Earth is not curving. Therefore, it cannot be a sphere like they show in the cartoon. So it's very real though. You know, another thing that is important, since you were asking about important things,
Yeah. What?
you know how we breathe air? When you expand, when you expand your lungs, you open the volume of your chest, right, of your lungs. And since the volume, the size of them is opening, the air pressure around you rushes towards your lungs, and you can breathe. You know that, right?
Yep. And?
Yeah. So if the Earth was this globe that they show in the cartoons, and the air that we breathe was next to the vacuum of space, as they call it, which is unlimited volume, based on the laws of nature, the laws of thermodynamics, the air that is rushing towards your lungs when you open that volume, it will be rushing away from your lungs because it will be going from this high pressure towards that empty space out there, that available volume of unlimited sizes and distances that they claim, right? That there will be no you and I breathing air and having a conversation about this, because gas pressure or air pressure, the air that we breathe, has an antecedent cause and effect relationship to be so. And one of the antecedents to air pressure is called containment, because gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container. So for us to be here, containment is required. And the globe doesn't have any of that. Have you seen a container around the globe? When they show you in the cartoons?
No, I'm not quite sure.
Exactly. They don't show containers around the globe. You're correct, schedule. You're on point, on schedule. And that will be an impossibility for you and I to breathe air without this setup that we have in place, which, as an antecedent, we can demonstrate that there is some type of containment in place for us to breathe air, which is important. You were asking about important things, so I'm giving you the important stuff, right? Is that important, breathing air? Pretty important, huh?
I think so. At some point.
Hey, you breathe more air than when you drink water, don't you?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad that you are entertaining the conversation, though. I'm making it a little bit superficial, but it's an important topic because the laws of nature are basically in place for us to be able to even be alive. And breathing air as being part of us be able to be alive, yeah, it follows certain laws, certain antecedents and cause and effect relationships. So based on demonstrations that we can do in reality, we can demonstrate that this gas pressure that we breathe requires a container, because that's the case all the time. And that's another example to demonstrate that the globe cartoon that you said that we learned about, because I also learned it like that. The first time I saw it was in a book and it was a cartoon. That comes to find out the cartoon is impossible. It's an impossibility. That's why That's why it's a cartoon. What do you think, Schedule?
I'm too woman for this conversation.
You said what? You're gonna Google it?
No, I'm too woman for this conversation, you know?
Ah, okay. You like it? No, it's okay. You know, there's a lot of ladies that talk about this, but it's okay. You learn. I told you these few factors, and eventually, when it's your time, you can entertain it a little more. You're saying you're too woman for this conversation?
Mm-hmm, exactly.
That's I never heard that before as an excuse. But I mean, it's kind of funny. But you're being honest, which is cool. I like it. But still, I'm pretty sure you're pretty capable of. You are comprehending what I'm saying, aren't you? You do comprehend what I'm telling you.
A little bit. A little bit.
Okay. You know water level. You understand that the level of water.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you do get that. You do get that the construction guy in your house to put the first brick had to establish a water level so you can have the water on the table level and doesn't go splash to the floor. So you comprehend that. The TV is horizontal level, the floor is level, your neighbor the same thing, their house level, all of that. So you do comprehend this. And what I told you about the air, you do comprehend it as well. So don't underestimate yourself. You are actually pretty capable. So don't think that, I mean, that's what the globe idea wants for you, is for you to think that you're not important enough because you're just a speck in the middle of nowhere, right? Isn't that what the globe is? A speck of dust, right? Isn't that what they teach? Yeah. But you're very important, Schedule. You're very important, so don't underestimate yourself about
Sure,
these
buddy.
topics.
Sure, buddy. I believe you.
You don't have to believe me, believe yourself. But if you have any questions, you're welcome to ask, and just let me know if you're interested in the topic. Okay, Schedule.
All right, buddy.
All right, sister.
What is
No.
proof of Earth's flat?
That will be you. You are the proof. You have
The
something
Earth.
called that will be the Earth. Obviously the Earth is proof, but you yourself that operate on the Earth have something called your vestibular system, and you have a liquid in your inner ear, in your inner ears, in your canal of your ears, that is level to like a water level. And when you tilt yourself, you know that you're tilted based on that orientation. So the world and the waters across the world, the water on your table, the water on your bathtub, on your pool, the lake next to your house, your neighbor's pool, and even the oceans across the earth are all horizontally level, parallel to your water level. Do you get that?
No.
You don't get it? So between you and I, right? You're inside your ears, the water level that you have built upon you, upon your senses.
Okay.
10,000 miles away from you, me having my water level in my ears, right? There's no curvature between you and me. There are two lines
Oh,
parallel.
okay. I get
There are
it now. I get it now.
two lines between you and I that are parallel. Maybe I'm high in the mountains and you are down in the valley, but between you and I, those two lines are parallel. You know what that means? Parallel to each other?
Yes.
Okay, so the orientation that you have across the world, and based on your senses and your vestibular system and all of your senses, that orientation is the same for you and I. Doesn't matter if we are 10,000 miles away.
True.
That's a basic example. Well, we can give you more if you want. You want more information, or is that good
No,
enough?
thank you. I already believe it.
It's not about belief. It's not a belief. It's an
Yeah, it's
acknowledgement.
knowing it. It's acknowledged. Yeah.
Well, you already know it, yeah, because when you stand up and you are, level to the floor, you're not going sideways and kind of falling and hitting the wall, right? You're horizontal, level. So you already know that you are level, and your house is leveled as well. That's the state of the matter, of the whole world, and we can demonstrate this. We can show it. We use it practically in reality in everything we do. And the globe idea that you learn in the books and the TV is never used for anything we do in reality. It's only on the TV or cartoons, like Scheduled was saying. That was Dainlization? How do you say that? Who was the guy that was replying? Dainlization. That's a new word for me. Bruh. You gonna reply or not? Alright, next. What's happening? Am I being too mean? Let's see. Oh, Schedule's still here. Cool, cool. She said she's too woman for this conversation. That was kind of funny. That was like a curveball. That's like a. Oh, go ahead.
You have to remember that these people, many of them only have 7 or 10 seconds of attention span before they lose interest. So you got to give them a little time to breathe now and then. Say maybe 5 sentences, then wait. Otherwise, they're gonna go.
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh, there we go. There she is.
Schedule was thinking about it, and she agrees with what you just said. That's amazing. The guy earlier, amazing. Too bad he's not here anymore.
And I've been posting things relevant to what you've been talking about in the side chat. So, guys, don't forget to check the side chat for information. People will post things that are relevant.
Cool. Yeah, every time you're in here, take a look in the side chat. There might be stuff being posted there for you. And since you and I were talking for a little while, scheduled, maybe some stuff of what I was communicating to you might be posted in the text chat for you, for your convenience.
Yeah, sometimes it helps to see things that we're talking about visually, or like there's links there to information, like laser tests.
I think that's pretty important, Tito, because sometimes I forget that some people cannot visualize many times what we're saying. So yeah, the visualizing part, it's super important for sure. The other guy said, "I'm convinced. I believe it now." That's funny.
It was like this dude came in one day and he's like, "So what's the proof of Earth?" And I talked about water. I said, "That's about it." And he's like, "Yep, right, okay, Earth's flat." And I'm like, "Hang on a sec, right?" Wait. He was just, "Yep, okay, that's good enough for me."
That's what I'm saying, right? Water. Your house is built up on a water level. Your floor is level. Your TV is level. Your table, your water cup, and then your distributor system, and then 10,000 miles away, the next guy, your scheduled deportee right here, even if she's deported 10,000 miles away from me, she's still gonna be leveled. And by she being deported and traveling on an airplane to her country of origin, yeah, she's gonna demonstrate that the Earth is not a globe because she's in an airplane flying, and the requirements for that are the foundations of the world.
I've been looking into the whole landing thing, and because like Elijah talks about it a lot, and as some other people talk about it a lot. So I was like looking into that, and and I post a diagram now and then. It's just a simple diagram, and it cannot be explained on a globe. I mean, if that's literally how they're calculating their descent plan, their landing plan from like hundreds of kilometers away, then it cannot be a ball. Like impossible. Like you can't use that math without if the Earth's surface is curving, you can't use the math they're using and land on your runway the way that they're saying they're using. They can't. They just can't. You can't assume that the distance between your ground position in the sky, like you're in the sky and directly under you, you're going to calculate that the distance to the runway from that point on the ground is a straight line, flat. And you're going to use that math to calculate your rate of descent and the speed you need, and all that stuff, right? Like that's your baseline for calculating it. What you've got to do now to land on your runway. I mean, you can't do that if it's a globe. You just can't. Not over that sort of distance. You've got like a mile of curvature to account for. You just can't do it.
Sometimes I throw a curveball and I think about the operators in the tower and all the towers across the world. If they were trying to calculate the Earth spinning in an axis and all these airplanes coming from different angles, just imagine the mess. Imagine how crazy it would have been, all the airplanes going all different angles across the world. The Earth is spinning and the operators on the towers. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but damn. Sounds like a hard job. Let alone the pilot that is in an airplane trying to land that thing.
Yeah, people forget about ground control, and just how much how involved they are in the operation of the aircraft. People just imagine that the pilot's doing all the work with some help from some satellites and GPS. No, ground control is helping you out, right? They're monitoring your safety continuously if you're in range.
Yeah, they're making sure you're doing the right adjustments to the motionless flutter below you. Just speed up because we're spinning faster than the airplane. Just speed up so you can catch the landway. Oh my god, my mind cannot process it. People are being shy. We did have a few conversations, but still, the new people are being super shy about it. Alright, keep your secrets, everyone. Oh, you're back. Welcome back. Do you have another question, though?
Not for now.
Were you honest when you said that me explaining to you the water level across the world from between you and I, is that enough for you, though?
Yes, I think it's enough.
I mean, I'll take it. What do you think, T-Dub?
Because if Earth was a sphere, water level won't be same, right?
Exactly.
Right.
Even though there's lakes that are high up in the mountains, right? And then you have the peak of the mountains, and then you have the deepest sea level. That is what, like 7 miles or something. That's like 7 miles from the sea level to the sea floor, the deepest. And then what's the highest mountain? Tito, do you know? The highest mountain.
Highest mountain.
How many miles? How many miles?
How many miles high is it?
Yeah. Anyways, from the seafloor to the highest peak, right? Let's say that's 14 miles between those two or something like that. I will say I'm not too far from that. And then you go across the world. How many miles across the world? The world is flatter than a pancake when you compare it just to the deepest to the highest point, right? To the deepest from the highest point. That's like, you say that's how thick the pancake is, right? Or the sheet of paper, 14 or something around there. And then you go across the world, how big the world is on the horizontal. It's flatter than a pancake, isn't it, Tito? Flatter than a sheet of paper.
Well, Kansas definitely is, according to the surveyors.
Yo, Dane,
I mean,
I
there's
asked you one.
places flatter than that.
Yeah, I asked that guy one question. The guy that was talking to me earlier, Dane Station. How do you say that word? Can you reply? Can you correct me on your username?
I don't know.
You don't know how to say your username?
Yes.
Okay, I'll take that too. Tito, teach me, please, how to read that word correctly. I'm struggling here.
Daintalization?
Daintalization. Okay, got it.
I don't know.
Daintalization.
But his other name is just user.
Okay, that sounded better than in what it was sounding in my mind. All right, you figure it out now. Daintalization. That's how you say it. From now on, you know how to say how to say your own username. You learned it here. You learned two things today. What do you think?
I think it was very efficient time.
Very efficient time. I like that. This is a learning server, isn't it? That's funny. You're also welcome to ask questions anytime about topics, and you can another idea. Diantalization is if you mention this topic to someone and they have questions, you can also bring the questions here whenever you like. There will be people in here to reply. Even if I'm not here anymore. What happened with the global warming, guys? It was like 50, 60, 70 degrees for some days, and now it went down to 32 degrees to freezing again when we're supposed to be in springtime. Summer soon. And it was freezing last night. It was snowing yesterday. Ice falling from the sky.
This is Bill
Near the
Gates.
summer. What was that? Did you say it's Bill Gates?
Yes.
What do you mean by that? Go ahead and tell me. Can you expand on what you mean by that, bro? It's Bill Gates? I'll take it as a joke. Well, as a word, as a name. I know there's a lot of people that join around this time and they just want to listen because it's late at some places. So when we ask them questions, many times they don't want to reply because they don't want to make too much noise. Normal has joined. Welcome, Normal. Normal. Left. Normal. Yo, play some debates or something. If nobody gonna talk, where's the bot at? Anybody knows how to play that bot and put something? Put I don't know, like DJ's debate with that guy or something. You guys are gonna be quiet. Do something in the background. Play that debate or something. Okay, keep all of your secrets then.
Hello, welcome to the Physics 1 course, Unit 1. This lesson, I'm going to title it Introduction to Physics. So what I want to do in this lesson really is to spend the next 15, 20, 25 minutes, however long it takes, to give you, number one, a motivation for why you even should care about learning physics. I mean, some of you may have to learn it, but why should you care to learn it? But secondly, and what we're mostly going to be doing here is getting an overview, a broad overview of almost every topic in physics, which seems to be an insurmountable task, but we're going to take kind of a tour of the main concepts and the main ideas in physics to give you kind of a roadmap of what we're going to learn in this entire class. All right, so at the end of this lesson, you should know not only why you should care, but you should also understand some basic ideas about what is physics, what do we care about, and why do we learn it, and what main topics are inside of the class that we call physics. So the first thing is physics is all around you. It's one of the sciences that you can walk outside, get bathed in sunlight, drive down the road in a car or whatever, and you are experiencing physics in almost everything you do. Things like light hitting you on the skin, heat, radiation from the sun, electricity, magnetism, radio waves, motion, the work that is done by the car, from the gasoline in the engine pushing the car. All of that stuff is physics. So one of the main reasons why you really should care about learning it is because literally everything you do every second of the day is impacted by physics. But I personally want to convey to you the big picture of why you should learn physics and why maybe you should take an interest in it. And that is because for hundreds of years, really thousands of years, humans have been trying to understand the world we live in. We don't have all the answers. Even in this physics class, we don't have all the answers. But we have amassed a great deal of knowledge about how things work. So I want you to kind of think about 200 or 300 years ago when there was really no electricity in your lab or in your house, and there was candles burning, and you were just struggling as some person in 200 years ago to understand what magnetism was, or to understand what a chemical reaction was. That's more in the realm of chemistry, but you know, chemistry and physics are like peanut butter and jelly. Or if you were trying to understand what heat really was, and what work really was, and what energy really was, and you spent your whole life trying to understand those things and scribbling down equations and going down one dead end and coming back to try a new path, right? So you would, for lack of a better word, you would do almost anything back then to understand what you now have the opportunity to understand because of all of those people that came before you and devoted their lives to try to figure this stuff out. One example would be Isaac Newton. I know you've heard of Isaac Newton. We're going to talk about Isaac Newton for a long time in this class. Well, you know that he has his famous laws of motion. What you may or may not know is Newton is the guy that invented something we call calculus today, which is an advanced branch of math, right? So this is a person that was trying to solve a problem. And instead of just giving up because he didn't know how to solve the problem, he invented the entire concept of calculus. The thing that everybody learns takes many years to learn. He invented that himself for the purpose of solving a problem he was working on, right? But even Newton, as smart as the man was, as brilliant as the man was, would probably do almost anything in his day to have the knowledge that you have today because of everything that Newton did and everybody that came after him contributing to this knowledge. He probably would just dream that you could watch a video or take a class or solve some problems and learn all of this stuff and all of these topics that I talked about, magnetism, heat, and then the more modern things like relativity and quantum mechanics. So what are my expectations in this class? What do we want to get out of it? I want you to be able to solve problems. I'm definitely going to lecture and I'm going to tell you the concepts. Concepts are probably the most important thing. But equally important with that, or maybe even more important than that in my opinion, is to be able to solve a problem. Like you can understand the concept behind something, but if you can't get your pencil out and you can't solve a problem, then you really don't understand anything, really, in my opinion. So this whole class is going to be problem-based. We're going to lecture, we're going to get concepts and ideas, but we're going to put pencil to paper and we're going to solve problems. So my advice to you is to keep in the back of your mind, every one of these concepts are easy to understand. I can explain every concept in physics to probably a third grader as a basic overview. But solving problems tends to give students a lot of problems because their math skills might be okay, their concept, they might understand the concept, but putting the two together, reading a word problem, figuring out what is important in the problem, writing down whatever equation you're trying to use and applying it correctly is very hard. And the reason it's hard is because it takes practice, just like running a marathon takes practice, or learning how to, play basketball or football takes practice. Solving physics problems really just takes a lot of practice. But once you do it, you will definitely get better at it. So my advice is, as we solve our problems here, please watch me solve it, make sure you understand it, but then pause the lesson and get your own paper out and solve it yourself. Even if you've just seen me solve it just a minute ago, you going through the motions of solving the problems is definitely going to help you. And the final thing I want to get to before we get into the overview of physics is that anybody can learn this stuff. Anybody. Okay? The only thing required is the willingness to learn and some basic math skills. And when I say basic, I mean you're going to have to know some basic algebra, which I will review along the way for the most part, but you'll need to know some basic algebra, some basic trigonometry. We'll talk about angles and triangles. I'll try to review as much as I can, but you really should have some basic skills in those areas. And ultimately, you need to be able to put in the effort to solve problems yourself, even after you've seen me solve them. The final thing I want to talk about before we get into the overview is that we don't have all the answers. We're going to present all of this stuff as if humanity has figured everything out. But I want you to know that we haven't figured it all out. I'm telling you right now, people are doing research in advanced physics trying to figure out what mass is. This marker has some mass, right? We say it has mass. You all have an idea about what mass is, but people are doing research today trying to figure out what really is mass, right? Why is it harder to push something that's has a lot of mass? Why does that happen? How does the universe know to kind of resist your pushing whenever it's a big heavy ball or a boulder and I can push something that has less mass? I mean, we take those things for granted, but the physical mechanisms that underlie all of this stuff in reality is not trivial. It's not something we all know the answers to. So as you learn on this stuff, learn it, but keep in mind that as you kind of get older and you study more, there's always going to be more stuff to learn and more stuff to contribute. All right, physics in general can be broken up. I'm going to break it up into three main things. There's physics. Typically, you take physics 1, and then there's physics 2, and there's physics 3, right? So what do we cover in physics 1? I'm going to expand on this stuff, over the next several minutes. But essentially, physics 1 are all of the concepts associated with motion, force, and energy. Now, everybody watching this has some idea of what motion is, things that move, right? And what a force is when you push on something, right?
So I've stopped that there because I'm not sure about the this guy's policies on replaying his content. And since we're on YouTube, I guess we better not play it any further. But like that last bit that he said about mass and not having everything worked out, he's going to teach like we've got it all figured out, but we really don't. Like that was the crux of that what he said. That I wanted to highlight as him. From coming from him as a physics teacher.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks for sharing.
That's cool, thanks.
Because we get a lot of people coming in saying that they know all that stuff. That what he just said, he doesn't know, and that we haven't figured out yet. We get people in here saying the opposite, saying we do know and we have figured it out. And I think a lot of the people that that have some physics background, right, forget that their teachers say this sort of thing to them. They caveat these things. He's not the only one. I've heard this from teachers myself, like speaking like that. When I've been in when I was in the education system, I remember them saying things like that. So it's important to note that, but it seems like a lot of people don't. They gloss over that part and they just treat everything that's said thereafter as if it's gospel.
It kind of puts into perspective when kind of like talk to so many people and put everything together. Like the perception is almost like just a background idea that people don't actually think about it too much. It's just like a given for most people. And going thinking contrary to it, it's almost like out of the norm, and that's why people get triggered and defensive about it, because it's abnormal to them. Someone thinks differently and knows differently. But for some people, it's easy, as the guy that was earlier. Okay, parallel to each other, water level, yeah, okay, that's it, simple. Some people do get it. Oh my goodness. Noah? Is Noah regular? No? Ah? My bad. It's not funny. Welcome, Noah. If you're able to reply, Tito will appreciate it. And Jedi too, I know that.
The last days shall be as in the days of Noah. Think they named a lot of people Noah back in that day. It's the most popular name now. I know that.
Is it that popular, Noah?
Yeah, I think it's number one.
For real, for real. Wow.
As in the days of Noah. I know, which is something I thought about. Yeah, I think it's one of the most popular, if not number one. Google it, I guess. Fact check me.
Hey, let me ask Google to tell me the truth right now. Cause I don't believe you. Just kidding. Google. Fact checked.
There's probably some country differences.
Oh, that's what I was thinking, and kind of on those lines.
What does the great oracle say?
I don't even know how to ask it though. Let me see. The most common last names. I never asked for last.
I should be like, what's the most popular boy's name now? Probably say no.
Boys.
I don't know.
What's the most popular? Yeah. Whatever that means.
Is it one of the most popular?
No, I'm just saying that the way you phrase it. Yeah. What is the most popular boy's name? So, my internet is slow. Just kidding. In the United States, I never asked that, but okay. Liam has been the most popular boy's name for 6 consecutive years through 2024, followed closely by Noah. So Noah is number 2.
I'll take the win. That's close enough. It was probably number 2 in Noah's days as well then. I guess, who was the antagonist there?
Nice.
The guy who built the tower. I can't remember his name. The Babel Tower. That one was number 1.
US top 5 2024. Liam, Noah, Oliver, Theodore, or Theodore, and James. Okay. You know the number one in the UK?
Is it Noah?
Mohammed.
Muhammad. Yeah, I did know that now that you mention it. It's probably number
With
one in
Noah
Sweden as
and
well.
Oliver following.
Yeah, well, there you go. I would not surprise me if Muhammad is the number one name in Sweden as well.
Didn't give me that one, but I might be able to ask.
Dude, they're taking in 1 million immigrants in Sweden out of a population with that is 10 million. So 10% is blam, smack.
Sweden took 1 million. That's much better than other countries.
It's crazy high. They have
Crazy
cities
high. That's
with
a lot of
no
people, huh?
Swedish-speaking people at all. Cities.
Like buildings after buildings after buildings.
Yeah, like it's like a suburb of Stockholm. The whole place.
Yeah.
Like 50,000 people in one place. Like a city, a small one.
Yeah, in the Caribbean, cities are like that, like 40,000, 50,000, 60,000 people, and they're pretty sizable cities, complete cities. Yeah.
They have like 2 generations barely speak any Swedish. It's super weird.
Sweden compared to other nations in the European nations, is 1 million like a lot, or is in other
Yeah.
nations taking way more?
No, it's a lot for a country of that size. 10 million people, or maybe it was 9 million when they started doing it, and now they are a little bit over 10 million there. So
Wait, I thought you said 1 million, but you're saying 10 million immigrants in Sweden?
no, Sweden's population was about 9 million people, and they've taken in 1 million immigrants. So now it's 10 million.
I see.
So you shifted your demographic to 10% non-natives?
Yeah, they did do that. Yes, so they're getting in everywhere, parliament and everything.
So that was a retarded move, right?
Yeah, as soon as you hit 10%, you can't kind of stop it. That's just the way it is. But I mean, for us, it's a good thing. As soon as we hit 10% flat earthers, that's it. That's the end of the Globers. So I kind of agree with the whole thing.
Sweden was like a fortress up there, and nobody will be able to invade it. But now they just got invaded. I'm just kidding. Maybe that's the wrong word, but they didn't have to.
No,
You know.
that's pretty much it. Yeah, 10% is enough to tip the scale in any topic, any area, politics, religion, whatever you want. 10%.
Could it be turning? My bad. I apologize. Could it be turned into something in a way positive somehow? Sweden. I mean, doesn't Sweden need, I don't know, workers for certain sectors?
No, it's fine. It's not that it's not about the people, right? The people are good enough. It's that they bring the culture, the whole thing with hiding the women under the burqas and all of that stuff, right? And that doesn't sit well with most Swedish people or the women in the country either. So
Really?
hell, I'm
So
the
are the
last
women in your
person.
country, check this
I'm the
out, are the
last.
women in your country standing up politically to stop it from happening?
No, not at all. The
No,
rapes
they
have
want it to
become like
happen.
they have like 30%
Listen,
more rapes every year.
yep. I'm going to tell you something about female psychology, brother, which a lot of men don't like to hear. But once the men in the culture become weak, the women want their nation to be conquered, and they want their men to be killed, and they want their men to be replaced by actual men.
Yeah, that's what they do. They bring in a lot of military age men, right? And they take over the whole place there. So,
Hey
because the men in Sweden, timid.
guys, I have a question. Guys, I have a question.
Hit it up, bro.
Oh, who is worth?
Jews or Iranians?
People like you who ruined my VC where I was just hanging out with my buds, and I have to listen to your dumbass.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
think we have to
exactly.
categorize it. I'm the last person. Look, I'm not against immigration. I am a fucking immigrant to this country, America, right? So I don't care about that. But at least I I learned the language. I took over the culture. I celebrate Thanksgiving. I do all of those things, right? I pay my taxes and go to work and kind of I'm productive. It's about something else.
Yeah, it's about niggers. Yeah, it's about niggers.
Yeah.
So get that
Whatever, bro.
motherfucker out of here.
Yeah.
Are you
Yeah,
looking for your
we
dad?
should.
Just
That's high IQ, bro.
Yeah, we should.
your dad is not here. Sorry, go away. Go ask about your dad somewhere else. Where is he at?
I got his username. We can take care of him in the mod thing.
It's difficult to copy
I
paste stuff.
it's not that I'm against the speech. I'm not. But since we are live broadcasting on YouTube, we got to protect ourselves here. So
That's fair. I'm against it because it's just so boring. It's like, did you say something actually salacious, not just a retard trigger word?
If you're 5 and you just learned the word, maybe. But he sounded like 16 or maybe older. Just say different words. There's so many different words that you can say, and put them together. You know, like sentences.
yeah, if it was up to me, people could use any words here. I don't care about that at all. But I
Oh,
kind of like
definitely.
us to have our YouTube bots intact.
Yeah, so guys, I'm back from the future. I'm back from the future. Tomorrow, he goes into the other chat room and tells his friend, so I went to the flat earth room and they couldn't answer any of my questions. And I beat them in the debate.
Yeah, he beat us. We concede. We get beaten by a word.
Mostly. Welcome, mostly. Can you reply, mostly? Open your mic, mostly? Or no, mostly?
Musulti.
Mostly not. Mostly I don't open my mic. Mostly I listen. Mostly I don't speak. Right, mostly? Or do you speak mostly? Anyways,
Jamsey, do you remember the mostly flat?
like the surface of the earth. Just like that. Mostly. So welcome, mostly. You made it home. Wow, he dropped. I tried to trigger them to open their mics and at least say hi. It doesn't work for everyone because there's people on the other side of the world trying to keep quiet next
Man,
to their phone.
does plain truth know the legacy of the mostly flat? We'll have to tell you about it one day.
Yeah, I do not know. What is the legacy of the mostly flat?
Well, the short version is he was an old friend of some of the guys. He came back to help us out with some things in the server, used it as a chance to steal the server, then turn the server, our old server, into a Minecraft server, and then he went crazy. And then we made a
Oh,
new server. But at first he called himself the most flat, like the king of the flat. And then he had to change it to mostly flat because there's mountains.
right. A mountain earther.
That logic, I will say mostly water.
So I was at my barber's place today, and guess what? In the waiting room, there's a TV. There was a couple of people sitting there waiting, and of course, they're going to talk about the Artemis and the moon rocket crap, and they were laughing at it, mocking it, and I was mocking it with them, obviously. But it's funny to be out amongst the regular people, and they weren't flat earthers at all. They just thought it was
Especially in
ridiculous.
barbershops. Especially in barbershops, bro. Like people talk about everything in barbershops.
It's a yeah. That's true. That's true. I went to get my beard done, but yeah, just an observation. You wonder what regular people think about it. They probably don't even know it's going on. Kauki, the Pink Panther. Are you from Finland? Sounds very Finnish.
Is my voice clear?
It's very low.
Yeah.
Now, is it clear to you guys?
We can hear you.
Volume, your gain, raise it to 150% or something.
I put you up locally so I can hear you. It's all right. First time here?
Can you hear me, guys, now?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. So, what's the main question here? Is it
We're talking
the
about
Earth
Earth.
Guys, do you watch the last trip to the moon or something like that?
Yeah, the first 14 minutes before they switched to CGI. Yeah, we did watch that.
It's CGI.
Well, right now it is.
How you can know this?
Well, they
Why
tell us.
it's not real?
No, they told us. After 14 minutes, we couldn't see the rocket anymore, right? And then they switched to CGI. They always do that.
Oh.
Look at it, though.
So, what's your evidence here?
Yeah, I can present some evidence. Super easy. Why am I hearing myself echoing? Can anybody else do that, or is that just me? Okay. Oh, I think it was your mic there, Kauki. Are you able to watch the chat? Kauki.
Yes, I can.
Okay, have a look at the chat. This is super easy. So people ask it all the time, do you have evidence for flat Earth? And we say, of course we do. And here it is. First of all, they've showed you pictures of Earth from space. You've seen the space balls?
Yes.
Right. And those balls, they have water on them, and the water curves around the ball. But here's the thing. They have told us the size. So maybe you've seen something like this. Have a look. Yeah. So because they have told us the size of Earth, we can figure out how much it needs to curve over distance. You happen to know the size?
Okay.
You do?
The Earth is big, you know.
Yeah, it's big. So 3,959 miles. That's the radius. That's what they tell us, right? So in this diagram, you can see that over 10 miles, there is 66 foot of curvature. That's 20 meters. So you can go check this yourself. You can find the lake, get a friend, bring a friend, have him bring a mirror, and he can flash it from the other side. If you see that flash, it means only one or two things. Either your friend is over 30 feet tall, or water doesn't curve. So you're going to have to take your pick there. But if water doesn't curve between you, and Earth is covered by 71% water, it cannot possibly be a sphere. You understand the logic of that, right?
Yes, I get it.
Right, so we've done some laser tests. We took a laser, we shot it 10 miles, 1 foot over water, and it ends up 1 foot over water on the other side. But if we lived on a ball, it should end up over 50 feet over the beach on the other side. But it doesn't do that. because water doesn't curve. So anyway, when you have time, you can watch the video. Here is one guy who did this test. 21 miles he shot his laser. Yeah, that's it. That's why we are flat earthers.
Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, you too. Always welcome here. We're here 24/7. A little drive-by. It happens now and then. Shout out to the YouTube listeners, by the way. Haven't checked out YouTube today. See if someone wants to interact a little bit with us. We have some people. The last 90s baby is over there. The Mega Worthy 9688 is over there. That's a mod. Russell, Lou, and Bill are over there. Shout out to you guys. Onyx Storm is over there. And WC Davis is on YouTube. Shout out to you guys. Let's check Flatloid stream. This was Helio Skeptics. There's 11 people right now listening. Shout out to Magnus Carlsen. Yeah, we can do one of those. He's a good chess player. Who else plays chess in here? I know me and DJ, we do it. Over on Flatloid stream, we have CJ548. Shout out to you. And Nathan Quiring 3003. Wait, isn't that Toby? I can never remember people's usernames. 11 people on that stream as well. So we have 22 watching on YouTube right now. And we're about the same number in here, I'm guessing. $18. It's a little slow today, but the way it is. Let's see what the good people over on X has to say about Flat Earth today. I think it's funny when they ask us about Artemis and the moon flight or whatever. What do they think we're gonna say? They showed us a few minutes of live footage, and that's if I grant them that. And I can grant them. Sure, you shot up a rocket. Yeah, it's up there. Then what happened? You turned on the CGI, and that's all we know. A lot of straw manning going on over on X today. A lot of discs in space and things going over the edge, water over the edge, and things like that. Super ridiculous. People say Artemis 2 just sent this back. Structure looks intact, and it's one of those floating discs in space. So they're gonna mock us, I guess. Mock us with the straw man. I don't know how effective that's gonna be though. It's just ridiculous, isn't it?
Oh man, I just dropped a bar. Mock us with a straw man argument. They think they have a strong man, but they have excrement. You like it?
Yeah, you should go up against Eminem. It was good.
Rap battle?
Yeah, not
Dude,
bad.
I'll challenge them to a rap battle, and I'll let them practice for months. Then when they show up, I'll bring Christmas paper and rap boxes, and I'll be like, I win.
There you go.
They'll be like, we weren't prepared for this. I said, you should have read the fine print, bro.
That's right. Amazing physics over on X says, what is the biggest threat to Earth? And then there's a picture of the ball, the space ball. I haven't replied, but if I did reply, I would say people like you posting shit like this on the internet. Imagine how impressed those people were in 1969, 70, 71, and 72 when they saw all the so-called footage from NASA. They were probably like, oh, wow, this is great. Holy cow. Whoa, the moon, the earth. And I think that there are some people out there today who are like, wow, ooh, these pictures are great. Look at the moon, look at the craters, look at the earth. Wow, and they're super impressed. But what are people going to think about this in 50 years? They're going to be exactly like we are. Dude, look at that crap, CGI, AI generated bullshit. So I guess we can be early and just call it for what it is.
That's right. We'll be leading the pack. Actually, let me rephrase that. We are leading the pack.
Yeah, we are definitely.
You know, I've been saying for a year and a half that we've never had a better opportunity in our life to get across the message that the NASA crap is fake, with all the AI images and the number of people who just believe these AI images and are willing to fight because they believe in them that much, that here we are seeing more AI crap. It looks a lot like the previous one. That's probably why they don't improve this, is that if they improve them too much, it'll certainly show how fake and fraudulent the previous ones were.
Yeah.
Dude, they're just trying to tick the boxes, right? For the past 10 years, there's been, hey, how come there's no image of a spacecraft outside of the Earth looking back at the whole Earth with a satellite in the frame? So they have one of those supposedly. Then there was, hey, how come you never take a picture of the night side where the lights actually match? So supposedly they took one of those, like a long exposure. But also another one was, how come you never take a picture of the whole Earth with stars in the background? So supposedly they got one of those. Then another one was, hey, how come you never take a shot of the backside of the moon? So supposedly they got one of those. So they're just ticking off all the boxes of people's complaints. You know what I mean?
So what have the GTs been coming in here saying the last couple of days?
Nothing really, dude. After the launch, pretty much nothing.
No, the only ones that come in here has been asking the same question. What do you guys think about the moon rocket moon trip or whatever? And we tell them the same thing every time. Well, we saw everything you saw. We saw a few minutes of, the video, and that was it. The rest of the time it's been CGI, hasn't it? Admittedly. So they don't
We
even.
did a bet. We did a bet. How long until the camera cuts away? And I was like 4 feet, and that's what happened. As soon as it's they said lift off, the camera cut. Like as soon as you saw it go up a little bit, the camera cut like 3 times.
Right.
It is a nice pyrotechnic show, I will admit that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt that they shoot stuff up. That they can do that all they want, right? But
I've seen it. I mean, where I live, I can see it.
yeah,
I didn't
so
see one,
we can
but
see.
I've seen probably 10 to 15 of them over the years.
Yeah, so they can shoot shit up, and maybe they can even keep it up there for a little while, but eventually it's going to come down, and that's the way it is. When we only see what we see until they cut the video, right? Then everything after that point is just speculation. They could be visiting unicorns or other worlds, or I don't know, do whatever they want up there. How would we know?
Yeah, frankly, what I see from my perspective is it takes off north of me. I don't know if it's quite 100 miles. I forget. It's a hour and a half drive to there, and so it takes off, heads southwest from its vantage point. I'm sorry, yeah, usually southeast, but they've also sometimes taken off southwest. And then you watch them go up, and they come right back down.
Yeah. I mean, just look at that video,
It's a
T.
beautiful little parabola.
The space people.
We saw a launch of some sort. I think it was October, maybe it was November. We didn't know. We were at the jetty, and somebody's like, "Look over there, it's getting ready to take off." And then, sure enough, saw some sort of chemtrail going up and beautiful little light show. And then it went down to the southeast.
Yeah.
Yeah, my favorite always is where they used to show on TV the space shuttles launching, and then forgetting how many hundreds of miles away they are at that point or whatever. The point, the first separation happens, and then you hear it on the TV just immediately as it separates. So I'm just sitting there thinking, whoever come with that's never even ever shot a gun in their life.
That's a good point. I think I remember I've seen stuff like that as well. Yeah, they are supposed. What are they when they release that thing 60 miles up? What's the story? Should take a little while though. Speed of sound. What do where do we have that? 800, 850? I can never remember. You can calculate for it. $761 miles per hour. That's the speed of sound. So if they separate at 60 miles up, should be a little delay there before you hear that explosion or whatever.
I'm glad you guys are still here. I was afraid you might shut the server down now that the Artemis missions have gone. They went around the moon.
Oh yeah, I'm still here, bro.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be here forever.
How long has this existed? This 24/7 flat Earth.
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. I'm relatively new.
I bet I've been in here longer than you, Lats. Because I remember you showing up in the politics and religion, but I don't remember you before that. I came here the first time like a year and a half ago, maybe.
Yeah, that's exactly when I started a year and a half ago.
Yeah, about the same time.
Yeah.
Did you come in as a flat earther, or did you come in as a globe earther and then change your ways?
Oh no, I came in as a flat earther. I was a flat earther before I came in. I was doing text-based debates in like comment sections of social media and stuff before I came in because I didn't want to look like a dumbass when I came in here.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, otherwise Jedi was gonna poop on me when I came in.
You were flat smacking on the comment section and like YouTube videos.
Yeah, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Reddit.
Is there
Anywhere I
some
could type.
is there some
Go
like
ahead.
Dave Professor videos that you got a whole bunch of comments on? That'd be funny to look at.
No, there's like some like random science pages on Instagram and Facebook and stuff. They weren't like anything great. I mean, they're okay, but I was like, whatever. I don't even know if I have access to the freaking Instagram thing anymore. I deleted it when I came in here, so I don't know if I could. I don't know if like a deleted account still retains the comments on the page or not. I have no idea.
Yeah. I got to some pretty long ones in the lobby. I wonder if I could search. I wonder how long those conversations are. It'd be funny to go back and look at what I said.
As a flat earther or like as a globey?
I came in hard as a globe earther in the lobby.
I'm not sure. That would be interesting to see.
Hello, mic check.
Sound good, brother?
What's up, lads? Somebody asked when the server started. I want to say 2017. Somebody could correct me. Maybe. I don't know. That's when the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server was originally made.
Wait, where was it made at?
What year was he asked when? I said 2017 is when they first made it, I think.
Oh, that's
Dang.
interesting. I didn't know that.
That's man, it's gonna be a decade in a year. Then we should do like a some kind of event, like 10-year anniversary event. That'd be fun.
I could be off in my years. I'm an old boomer, so it might have been 2016. I don't know. I know we had to do 2.0 because some idiot hijacked the original server. That's a long story, but
Oh, somebody like hacked it.
well, they basically got powers or mod powers or something and voted everybody else and thought they were king of the hill. Some guy, I can't remember the guy's name now at this point. Heman Sheeple, that was the guy's name. I've never ever heard of him or not.
No,
Dang.
never. I think actually somebody might have brought him up like once or twice, but I don't really remember.
He basically tried to take over the server, and he called it mostly flat for a while or something. It was kind of weird. And I think India was like, fuck it. I'm going to start 2.0. You do whatever you want to do. So,
Were you one of the first people in there?
I was one of the first ones when they redid the server, yeah.
Oh, damn, nice.
I know that was 2018 when that happened. So. Anyway, no spinning ball believers amongst y'all right now.
Nope, not a single one.
When you get Protect Hate Speech back on the ball, give him some globe proofs, Lace. He wants to be on the ball. Go ahead.
I don't got any of that. I'm just a believer.
No, Lace is getting ready to give you some globe proofs so you can get back on the globe.
Oh,
Are you ready?
Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, yeah, dude. Lights in the sky are balls. Therefore, Earth is ball.
There you go. That's all you need.
How do you know
You
that the
only need
lights?
2 words.
I mean,
To
light doesn't
maintain your
even.
globe belief, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say lights. That's not even. You can't throw a light. You can throw a ball, but you can't throw a light. It's not physical. It's not going to be a ball. Answer that, Lats.
That's because NASA shows us that they're balls. Good old NASA, ESA, Indianesa, Japanesa, Chinesa, all those guys. They wouldn't all be lying, right?
So really, to maintain a superficial globe belief, all you need is 2 words: gravity and refraction, and you're good to go. You don't know what they mean, but you know they mean something, and somebody figured it out. So you're good.
Yeah, pretty much. You know what? You just reminded me to go take my creatine. Thank you. I don't even know why I just thought about that right now.
Glad it could be helpful for whatever reason.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Yeah, it looks like a panel full of crazy globe deniers, unless Protect Hate Speech has got something for the globe. You got anything, man?
Let's see. Well, I mean, they just shot off a rocket to the moon, so I mean, we got that rocket that just went around the moon. I don't think it's made it back yet, but once it gets back, I'm sure they're gonna have some sort of offloading of data or offloading of some sort of proof they did what they did. So that'll be interesting to dissect. I'm sure everybody's going to be arguing about that for a while.
So they've already allegedly made a lap around the moon. They're on the way back, or is that what you said?
Yeah, because I think it was like
That's cool.
I think it was like 2 days ago. They said they had made it the farthest away from Earth that anybody has ever had. So that must have been like the midpoint. So they're probably like gonna splash down tomorrow or something. Unless they're orbiting
So
the moon. I don't
technically,
know.
they're saying they went further because Neil and the boys stopped and actually landed on the moon. They went past that and went on past it and went around it. Know what they're saying? Okay.
Yeah, they went like on the dark or something.
So we should have some good photos of the dark side of the moon coming in soon. That'll be cool. Just like Pink Floyd said, we'll see you on the dark side of the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, we already
Oh
have
yeah,
Dark Side of the Pictures moons stuff. Let me
do
see if I
we?
can find it. Yeah.
So, but Kubrick is dead, so I wonder who. I mean, who's gonna, you know?
I just posted it up in the side chat. Look at that.
I'm sure there's a Stanley Kubrick Jr. somewhere working for NASA right now. Not sure if he's actually his son, but same thing.
That GIF I posted up in the side chat is supposed to be like a satellite or something.
Oh yeah, that's a satellite. Or supposed to be. That's the fakest looking shit I've ever seen.
Man, that's totally legit. I'm back on the globe just watching that. That's amazing.
Bro, but look at the freaking clouds though, dude, on the Earth. Okay. This is supposed to be a time lapse of like how many hours, dude? Like think of like the angles like that the moon would have to travel over this Earth.
Those are
It's like an
the
8 hour
rare fixed clouds. The fixed
it's like an
clouds,
8 hour
man. You gotta
time span,
understand.
dude.
It's all relative, man. You just don't understand. That is the fakest thing of all the fake shit. That's one of the fakest right there. That moon just zipping by, right? Zoop.
Yeah, I think that was it's
So
supposed to be
where's
like
the
an 8 hour
cam?
time lapse.
Where's the
Crazy.
cameras? Where the camera is supposed to be? How many miles from the moon taking that picture? Come on, man. Moon's like, zip, I'm out of here. Later.
Let's see if I find the
Yeah,
exact source for that.
the speed of the moon is questionable, and then if you look at the fidelity of the Earth compared to the fidelity of the moon, like what? It looks completely different. Like they just like Photoshop the Earth and that.
Yeah, the moon's going faster than the Earth's spinning. Is that correct? I mean, I'm not trying to make anything correct, but you know what I mean. The moon's like zipping on by. Anyway,
Yeah, I'll post that source for you right here.
got to call bullshit on that one. We have been joined by Alec. Let's see if they want to say hello. Hello, Alec.
Hey, what's up?
What's
How are
going
you?
on?
Just
Doing good,
listening,
man. What
looking
bring?
for something good to listen to.
Well, what do you want to hear about? You know much about the flat Earth?
I'd like to believe so.
You'd like to believe so. It's a believe is a sketchy word. We kind of know. We have knowledge that the Earth is not a ball. Do you want to hear about that?
Go for it.
Well, you see, a lot of us have went out in nature to bodies of water. I mean, you agree that they claim that the Earth is a ball of 3,959 miles, right? So that gives us math that you can do, and you can figure out how much curvature there should be. So every time we go out to check for said curvature, it's flat. Somebody else embellished that. That's a simple answer there. Who else wants to add on to that?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Well, just your everyday experience. I mean, doesn't it? You don't feel like you're spinning. You know, you never see the curve of Earth. You can't see it. So I mean, to say it's a globe would just be contradicting your everyday experience. All your everything you see, everything you feel.
Yeah, he said that he doesn't want to talk, so I don't think he'll respond, but he's trying to listen to some information here. So who else wants to throw in something? It's basically the natural physics of water. Bodies of water do not maintain or display convexity on their surface. They don't curve. And that's been proven thousands of times over by many observations with lasers, mirrors, radio signals. There's all kinds of stuff piling up. On the globe side, we have nothing empirical, and we got some pictures from NASA, the U.S. government, and other space agencies. And that's about it, unless somebody else wants to throw any other. Is there any other globe proof that people think's legit? Not really. Anyway.
If we can just, sorry to interrupt for a sec. It's not to do with that. If any, can someone post the Keck face version of what Lats has posted, please, for Lats, because he doesn't have it. Just wondering if anybody's got it. Can you please post it? Thank you.
What version? Keck face? Is that what you said, Tito?
Yeah, so Lats has posted the Discover alleged Discover footage of the moon passing by the Earth, right, while the Earth rotates. We made a Keck version, you know, the funny Keck face meme and emoji.
Okay.
Right. The
I don't
toothless
have
dude laughing,
does.
Spanish dude. Yeah, right. Yeah, we put his face on the moon as it passes by. Somebody made a version of it. So I was just wondering if they could post it for us for Lats, because it's hilarious.
Yeah, I wish I had that when I remember it, but I'm not too good at saving that shit. That was funny. I know what you're talking about.
I think I might have seen it once, but I don't recall what it looks like now. Also, for this 70 guy, does anybody remember banning him for a week? He's like crying in the side chat right now.
Doesn't ring a bell with me. I mean, we can give him a chance if you want to. Can you unmute him? I can't.
Oh, he's unmuted. He can talk.
Obviously, if I texted in the chat.
Yeah, so what happened, dude? Why were you crying, dude?
I wasn't the one crying. The one crying was the one who muted.
Why were you muted?
I don't fucking know. You guys are emotional. That's why.
We're emotional.
What'd you do to get muted, man? Did you probe the globe or something?
No.
You came in here and probed the globe, and we had to mute you, right? Is that what happened?
Got all in your feels. That's all.
Would you at least remember who
I
did
can't
it?
understand.
Yeah, I can't remember. Maybe straw manning or something. Doesn't matter. You're back now, so welcome back.
Back to the room, man. And why did you change your name? What happened to Jedi? Are you calling yourself a judge or something? Like what?
Dude, your mic is really bad, actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're coming in really quiet, like you're talking through your pants or something.
Yeah, it's really garbled, 70. I can't understand anything you're saying.
It doesn't have anything to do with my microphone. It probably has more to do with the signal.
Fair enough.
You need to adjust your globe spinning satellite.
I think we need Stephen Hawking's translator here for 70. He says he always loved physics.
No, let me go look. Maybe it might be in there. What a mod.
How can I be loved if physics doesn't love you back?
I don't think that.
Unless you get physical, then you can call it love.
With the concept of life, because a lot of people love life, and they can't love the or anything.
That was a good song, Jimsy, by Olivia Newton-John back in the 70s. Let's get physical. Let's get physical. Physical.
I'm not even going to lie to you, bro. That was actually fun.
It was spontaneous and in a timely manner. That's why it was funny.
Yeah, I don't see him in the band log. Oh, yep, there it is.
Okay, so can I present a little funny thing?
Well,
If
I
it's
only saw
related to
the.
the topic.
Yeah, it
I'm
is.
sorry.
Go for it.
Water being level, like the vector of gravity is creating an equipotential surface, and the center of gravity is dependent on the volume of the container, right? So literally all points along that equipotential surface are of equal elevation perpendicular to the vector of gravity, right? And the center of gravity is dependent on the
Right.
volume of the container, therefore the surface of water is flat.
But on the ball, they say that equipotential is just a point, right? So it's not.
That's
only.
what I wanted to say.
Yeah.
The horizontal plane created that you're referencing as a level reference is literally a singular point at that intersection. It's not a plane. A plane requires at least 3 points. But according to the globe, you only have a single point horizontal plane at that intersection.
They have to claim it's a tangent plane, even though in hydrostatics they don't teach you that. They just teach you that the surface itself is perpendicular to gravity, therefore horizontal. So they contradict themselves. They talk out two sides of their mouth. They'll teach you in one lesson, yeah, the surface of water is flat, and then in another lesson, no, it curves. Like, it's just crazy.
Right.
Imagine that contradictions in the globe story. Can't believe it, Tito. What's going on?
Any idea how much money has to be invested into this global this conspiracy that you guys believe in? Like with the whole NASA faking like the moon landing and stuff, like the going to space recently. That's like live AI, right? According to y'all. I'm just gonna assume. I'm not gonna straw man because you guys hate that. So that's what that is, right? NASA recording the
Super
whole
easy to
space.
trick people.
That's what you're saying?
So it's super easy to trick people. DJ's been in here for a couple of days now, just tricking people, like saying, like showing them AI imagery and what is claimed to be actual imagery, and people can't tell the difference. So it's like it's not that hard.
But there's a difference between the AI images NASA has admitted the fact that they released because you can't generate the entire Earth, so they have to generate part of the Earth.
No,
Like,
dude. Tito was talking
yeah.
about AI generated images that he made, and he
No,
was
I know that.
asking
I'm just talking
Glovers
about.
if they were real.
I'm pointing out the fact that there's only ever been like one time, or like a point in history where NASA's ever had to use AI. Live video is not AI. I'm just kind of curious how much money you think goes into like faking.
Have you ever
My
been to a
video can
magic show
certainly be
before?
AI.
Like right now, while they're out in space, it's fake. It's being faked. So like, I'm wondering how much
Yeah,
money.
look at the footage I just posted. They claim this is actual footage, right? Look what happens to Earth in it.
What do you mean? What happens to
Oh,
Earth?
that's the glitched one. Yeah, that one's good.
Oh, so a signal getting disconnected slightly means that they're fucking.
It's fake.
faking.
If the Earth can't do that, right? And how you
The
gonna
Earth can
explain
do-
how you gonna explain that as a photographic anomaly?
I don't
How you gonna
need so
explain
much.
that as a photographic glitch?
Bro, if it was a signal loss, the entire
Getting
thing would
explained.
glitch, not
Obviously,
just
it's
the Earth,
glitching.
bro.
So that means the signal was disconnecting. Obviously, the signal's going to get disconnected.
What, and joined back up instantly? How did they transverse? How did they like time travel or something?
There's technology.
There would have been a
fucking-
gap. There would have been a gap.
There is technology that there is in their live stream. What are you talking about?
That's from the live stream.
Yeah, are you saying that's the Earth tilting?
In the live stream, literally shows them leaving, and then it goes blank for fucking a couple of hours, or no, for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, this
Then it
wasn't
goes-
edited by
then it
anybody.
goes-
This is
and then it goes
live
blank.
stream. So you were watching that, and then next minute, Earth tilted and then tilted back.
So you're pretending that you can't just like open YouTube right now, go to NASA, click on their channel, and then click on the little live stream icon, and just fast forward to the very beginning of the live, which is from the launch towards where they glitched a couple of times towards the point until it gets to the point where it's at now. You can't. You telling me you can't do that? That's impossible. Like your hands are broken.
I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. That's from the live stream. So
Yeah, but that's okay. All right.
Bro,
Do
you
you think
understand
Earth
if
can
it was
do
a
that?
signal loss, it would be the whole video.
Do you think that's Earth in that image?
Of course, it's the fucking Earth. It's not an AI
Well, do
generated
you think
image.
Earth can tilt like that?
Do I think the what can tilt like what?
In the image, Earth tilts. It literally flashes at a different angle and then goes right back. Do you think the Earth can do that?
No, I literally just pointed out the
So
fact that
what
the
caused
image.
that to happen?
Well, you weren't paying attention. You need to get some fucking Q-tips.
No, I guess I didn't catch it. Yeah, you didn't say how that happened. I was listening.
No, the fact that it was just a glitch in the fucking sit, like they were recording. You lost connection. The whole stream literally shows points in time where they lost connection. I'm asking you a simple question. Can you not go on the fucking live stream and confirm it yourself? Are you not able to just go on the live stream and rewind back to the very
A
fucking second?
connection loss would mean that between the tilting and the tilting back, there'd be a gap. There's no gap.
Is
Why
it
didn't
okay? So why are you refusing to just go and just confirm that? Because you can easily just go on the live stream and literally see that last hour.
I don't
Are
know
you
what
not
you're asking, man. Sounds like a
why
code.
doesn't the rocket glitch? Why
like
doesn't
what
the
you're
rocket
sending
glitch?
does not show anything related to what's actually being streamed. That did not show up on a fucking stream. I've been watching
Dude,
the stream for a long time.
why doesn't the rocket
Bullshit.
glitch?
You just
But
say you
only
just sent
Earth?
some bullshit ass GIF. You didn't actually go and look at the stream. You want to talk about a gap in time where the fucking camera turns off? It's there. I'm
T-Dub,
telling
did you
you, it's
see the one where the
not because I'm
moon
going to tell you
changes
that
from an
it's
oval to a
there.
circle? Did you see that one?
I think that you think that I'm trying to win an argument rather than just point out a fucking fact. Like you can just go on YouTube
You're going through
and look
cogdisk because this
and
clearly is not
observe
a globe in
the
this
gap
image.
in
This is
between. What are
not
you
the Earth.
talking about? What are you talking about?
Yo, T-Dub, did you see the one where the moon turned to an oval? I should probably turn that to a GIF right now.
Oh, no, that'd be cool. Anything you got, share it with us, because DJ's making a compilation and he's going to do a whole video with all the different like glitches and shit.
Isn't it fun that it's just the
One of
Earth
them
glitching?
I'm gonna be right back because I just got a call.
Dude, does that guy have me muted or am I not coming through?
No, he's
Yeah,
just like that.
one of the live streams that shows the moon changing from a circle to an oval, literally like becomes oblong or whatever that word is. Yeah, that GIF is good, T-Dub. I saved it.
Yeah, no worries, man. Are you part of DJ's server? He's got a whole channel dedicated to all the different ones.
Oh, I'll go there now. I mean, I'm gonna see if there's any other stuff I want to save.
Are you in his server though? Have you had an invite?
Meme GIFs competition. Yeah, I'm in there.
No, in DJ's server. Pickled Minds.
Yeah, Pickled Minds. I'm in there.
Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, he's got an Artemis channel.
You guys never gave a number, by the way. How much money is going into this whole conspiracy? Like, if
The
you just
black budget.
throw one off.
Military got endless funds to fake space.
Yeah, but the military does not have it. They have finite amount of funds. It ranges in the
Yeah, they
billions.
built the world's largest movie studio to fake space, dude. The ISS is sitting in it.
Okay,
They're the leaders
that's
of the technology behind
how much money
cinematography and
did they invest into
photography, dude. They
this
literally
part of the
run that. They run that tech space.
Right. Okay. How much money did
Yeah,
they
they
invest in?
literally dictate what happens in cinematography.
I
They
hear
run
you.
special effects. They're the
You're not answering the
masters of
question.
special effects. Yeah.
You just refusing to answer the question. How much money did they invest into that specific conspiracy or that specific aspect of the conspiracy? Does it range within the billions? Does it range within the millions? Does it range within trillions? Like, how large is the number?
Somebody probably remembers the number. They get like something like $90 million a month or a day in taxpayer dollars.
So we're just going to pretend that's
That's
real. 10
NASA.
million.
Yeah, NASA gets taxpayer dollars.
No, I know that. We're just going to say, we're going to pretend that what you're saying is real. So $10 million invested.
You don't have to pretend that it's real. It is real.
Yeah, 100% is real, right? So $10 million invested into this project. Where is like the main base where they have this entire like whatever you're saying is happening?
Yeah, the ISS replica. I
Sure.
think it's in Texas.
It's in Texas.
It's
Where's
the
that?
neutral buoyancy lab where they got the ISS replica. That's where they shoot all their chroma key stuff. It's the world's
It's where
biggest cinematography studio, dude. It's like they run like the leading technology behind like, you know, videography. They run special effects. They make new special effects technology. That's what
it's
they're
like the
funding.
C. So you're saying that's the CGI headquarters of the world or America when it comes to placing
Yeah, they have
information.
the most advanced CGI capabilities.
Okay. All right. Cool. We're getting somewhere in this little.
Yeah, that's NASA. NASA has the best CGI. Yep, you agree.
Sure. No, I mean, I definitely don't agree that they have the best CGI because people were able to tell that the
Oh, you don't want to
images.
agree? You know, can't do
No,
that.
because the images that they did release where they covered the parts of the Earth that weren't taken on photo with AI were obviously fucking doctored. People were able to tell, which is why there's people like there's some people like you out there saying what they're saying. There's other people that are just as far gone as you, and there's other people that are kind of like you that believe in that shit and start believing in a whole bunch of other shit because they believe in that shit. When they
All
really
right. Well,
shouldn't,
you're not
because
really saying anything right now, man. I don't know. What are you
no, I
talking
mean, I
about?
absolutely am. You just can't comprehend it. I mean, you're a flat earther.
You're kind of just making personal attacks and not really. It's just sophistry. You know what that is?
Personal point out the fact that
How do
you
you
guys have a
respond to it? Are you even? You're not even trying to respond to what I said.
well. If I were to actually respond to that in a serious level, I would ask you for sources.
Okay. Google
That
neutral. It's called the Neutral
no,
Buoyancy
no,
Lab. Google
no,
ISS replica neutral buoyancy lab. You don't want to believe that it's real. You want to pretend. Let's pretend it's real for a second. It is real. Go Google it.
Okay, sure. I understand this.
Let me know if you need help spelling any of the words I said.
I'm not the one with comprehension issues. It's you. You just displayed that. You demonstrated that. Just said.
It's BUOYANCY buoyancy neutral buoyancy lab. BUOYANCY.
Are you slow?
You know what's funny about the ISS replica? It's sitting in front of the world's largest green screen.
Oh, so you really just want to show me how low your level of comprehension is. All right, I got you. So, key training activities, full scale mock ups. The full
Dude,
contains a
you're in the middle
lifestyle.
of comprehending what I already knew
Yeah.
right now.
I hear you. I hear what you. I hear what you mean. All right,
Yeah, but I
life
already
size.
comprehended this. You are in the middle of comprehending.
I hear that you think you comprehended it. You're reading. You're talking over. So, life size models. You took that and said that means they're conducting experiments there and recording it. Saying like that is the most ludicrous, ridiculous thing I've ever heard. So you never actually like answered how the launch was like faked or anything because you're talking about like CGI and shit like that. We're not talking.
Yeah, I
A
don't
lot of
remember
it.
you asking about that, but I could certainly talk about launches
I
if you
mean,
want.
I literally asked you how much money is going into this conspiracy.
I said
Like,
it's a black budget, dude. It's endless. They get like something. I said 90. I don't know the exact number. I said $90 million a day, taxpayer
billions and billions.
dollars, and that doesn't include the
That's
military
a
budget. It's
tiny
just
amount of
like
money.
a wicked amount of money, dude. It's like it's
Okay,
like
it's a limited amount of money, yes
uncalculatable.
it is, but it's a limited, finite amount of money. It's not endless. They have specific needs with all of that money.
You could
Billions
whatever you
go
just
for
asked me. You could Google. Ask Google how much money does NASA get a year from government, federal funding, and taxpayer dollars.
is AI. I'm just asking you how much is going into it. Where is it being streamed from, by the way? Like, how is the live stream being faked, and where is it being streamed from? And how much money is going into the stream? I don't want to hear anything
Do you
about
really need help
live.
answering those questions? You can't go figure? You're not smart enough to go figure?
No, because I don't believe in conspiracy theories. You have to try to sit here and confirm it. I'm trying to confirm it for you. You're the one who believes it, and so you're in a Flat Earth Discord.
All right, dude.
Yeah, all right, indeed.
Yep. You asked me a lot of questions about NASA and stuff. I answered them, and you said I don't comprehend. You didn't comprehend, dude.
I mean, you clearly don't comprehend. You demonstrated that a couple of times, even down to the fucking example you tried to give with this neutral buoyancy lab training. Are you fucking serious? You're actually like
Why do you think? Why do
epitome
you
of
think I showed you that? What do you think I said?
okay, your point is that they're faking the stream there, which is not true. So I'm asking like for actual evidence of where the stream is being faked. Because from what I read here, they trained that they did a simulation of what it
I
would be
sent
like
it to you already. You said that they're faking the stream here, and I said it's not. So I need evidence of where they're faking the stream. I sent it to you. That's where I think they're faking it, dude. The neutral buoyancy lab in Texas with the ISS replica. That's where they do all their cinematography. That's what I said.
No, it doesn't say anything about an ISS replica. It doesn't say anything about an ISS replica. It says a life-size model where they simulated the events that they're going to partake
It's
in.
literally an exact replica. They built two ISS.
Yeah, okay.
When they built
A
the first one,
life-size
they built the
model, but
second
you can
one,
call it the same
so they
thing with
can
an
test.
actual.
Look, they needed to
A
test the
replica is a
environment that they claim
replication.
they're going
It means
into. So they
you
built
replicate something,
they
copy
built
something,
one where they could
duplicate
simulate the
something,
environment that they
which
thought it
means
was
that
going to
the
be.
technology is not
Okay.
just some fucking
They
vessel.
simulated the conditions of
Simulation.
the
It means it's the
environment
real thing,
before they
which would mean
claim to
that
have
they can
gone there. So
actually
yes,
take
they
that
have
up
a
to space.
replica ISS.
They can only run simulations.
It's an
There's only
exact
one way
scale
that
model.
is up in
Okay, because
outer
they needed to
space.
test what that
You
would
can
do in
do
the
that,
conditions that they thought
but
they were
it
going
doesn't
to.
have anything to do with reality because it actually is up out there. Like you can literally observe it. What are you talking about?
Dude, do you have to turn disrespectful as you're learning things?
It's being disrespectful and being honest are two completely different things.
I'm not trying to bruise your ego or make you feel stupid. We're just having a conversation, man.
I'm not trying to bruise your ego or make you feel stupid. I'm just simply pointing out the fact that you are. That's it.
Well, I guess that's what you're trying to do. But I'm not trying to do that. I'm just discussing. I tried to answer your question, man. That's what I tried to do.
Matter whether accepting this as faith, it just is faith.
All right.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah, your fucking life-size model is not the same thing as a replica. A replica is something you would actually be able to fucking take to space.
What?
Do that. You can, yeah. Do you not know what the definition of
a
a replica?
to-scale model is not a replica.
Are you autistic?
All right.
Are you autistic? Like you're actually not comprehending the fucking words coming out of my mouth in this basic plain fucking English. I'm not saying anything.
I think you're very angry. I think you're very angry.
I'm not angry. I'm just excited to talk about this because I like talking to idiots. I'm not gonna lie. It kind of gets my gears going. But let's answer the question. Do you not know the difference between a life-size model and an actual fucking replica? Do you know what a replica is?
It is literally a replica. It is a scale.
Do you know what a replica is by definition?
It is a scale replica of the ISS that they claim is in the sky,
so
man.
can I
What
take
are
it
you
to
talking
space?
about? Look it up.
Would they be able
Look it up. Google it.
I did look it up, fucking dumbass.
Google your model,
Did they take
please.
it?
You know, if more Globers Googled their
Yes,
model, they wouldn't say these incorrect things. You really wouldn't be so
You're not
incorrect
actually
right now.
saying anything. You're refusing to answer the question because you know you sound dumb.
Dude, you're refusing to accept what I'm telling you, that it's the same size. You're like, it can't be the same size.
I'm not refusing to
Google it.
accept
It's a scale
I
replica.
literally just acknowledged everything you just said. Yes, it's a life size. It's
same
a fucking
size, same exact size, same material. It's the same. It's the same. It's a replica. They built two ISS. Google it. Google it. Just Google it. Stop referring. Stop.
I'm not arguing about that. You're like you're like a fucking
stop depending
dead
on
dog.
me, man.
You're sitting here barking about something that doesn't even make any fucking sense. Like, shut the fuck up and just listen. A life-size model. I heard you. You repeated that like a billion times. Can they take this to space? Yes or no?
Now you wanted me to listen, all right? You're not about to ask me questions. You got some information? You want me to learn something? I'm gonna sit here and listen. Don't ask me anything.
Time and you're still just making a bunch of noise instead of just answering the fucking yes or no question. and then take it
No.
to
You were
space.
going to inform me about something, so don't ask me
So
nothing anymore.
yeah, I'm going
I'm
to
going to
inform you
listen.
about
Go
something.
ahead and inform me on something.
And in order to do that, I'm going to have to ask you a simple fucking yes or no question. A yes or no question can be answered in less than a second. I don't know if you can comprehend how long a second is,
You're
but it's
kind
not
of
long.
losing your grip,
It's
man.
really
You're
not
getting
long.
angrier and
It's
angrier.
really not long. It takes 1 second to say yes or 1 second to say no, or less than that. It doesn't take long. So yes or no, can it be taken to space?
Yes or no? What? I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ. That's
You all
actually
right,
crazy.
bro?
Can what?
I didn't hear what you
Can
said.
what
Your
be
mic
taken to
isn't great.
space? What
The
can be
life
taken?
size, the
Define space.
replica, the life size model that he's claiming is a replica.
I don't claim it. Google claims it's a
Okay, of
replica.
course not. So it's not a fucking replica. It's a life size model, which means that what the information that's being conveyed in these
Did you
articles is
Google it yet?
exactly
You don't know what you're talking about. You didn't even know there was a
you don't know
replica
Replicas
what the
until I
fuck you're
told you.
talking about. Clearly,
Now you're gonna tell
replicas
me
don't
what the
have to do
replica
what
is
the
like
original
without even
does.
researching it.
of autism.
Do you guys
You're
hear what this
refusing to
guy's doing right now? He's trying to tell me about the replica that I just informed him about, and he didn't even research it yet. Like, come on, man.
I mean, I didn't
Look it
research it, but
up.
I'm literally reading from the
Look it
fucking
up. Go
page.
study. Go do a little
I
bit of
did.
studying
I
before
looked
you
it
try
up.
to claim
I
you know
looked
what
it up.
it's about.
Look it up.
You
I
can
looked it
Because I
up.
you can
just
make
told you what it
bro.
is.
It
You
is
didn't
a
even know what it
replica. You can
was.
make a replica of a structure that doesn't perform the original
Yeah, but
function.
an actual replica is something that functions as whatever it's emulating.
No, no, it isn't.
Yes,
No,
yes,
no,
yes,
no, it's
yes,
not. I can make
yes, it
a
is.
replica of like a life-size car, right? But scale it down, and it doesn't have to fucking have a combustion engine in it.
Okay, I hear your comprehension. That's where you're stuck at. That's where you're stuck at. That's where you're stuck at. So we won't move past there. You're stuck there.
Now
It's
you
really
get
just pedantic. So I don't.
now
It's
you
It's
it's
not
a,
the
okay. It's
any
a to scale model, right? Yeah. Okay.
yeah, that's
And
what exactly that's the
and
point.
and
So the point is, what the information being conveyed in this article is exactly what it is. It's a simulator. They go and simulate the events they're going to go do out in outer space. Doesn't have anything to do with them fucking showing people the whole world like a constructed Earth inside this lab. Like this dumb conspiracy that you're trying to come up with doesn't have
dude,
anything to do with
what
the
conspiracy?
neutral buoyancy lab is in the walls of the pool are a green screen.
That's what you believe. I'm sorry.
That's not what I believe. It's what they display. They show you. They brag about it. They're like, please come take a look. Come look at our amazing green screen studio. That's
On a
what they
guided
tell you.
tour.
Come on, man.
You can pay to go see it.
That, let's go.
I mean, they don't hide this shit. They're not admitting to anything. They're just saying, "Hey, look, for other purposes, we do this." Right?
What?
I mean, yeah, they're not saying that they don't actually do like space travel and all that, but they admit to having studios and green
You guys
screens and
have
whatever.
that's clearly the fucking point. A part of the point I made earlier about you guys having different motives. You just didn't feel. But okay.
What's he saying?
Your mic
I
is
don't know. It
getting
sounds like
really
he's
muffled,
went
man.
underwater. He might be there now.
Yeah. Can't hear you very well, buddy. That was all.
You sound super excitable too. Like, I don't know, like this triggers you or something.
I mean, I don't like stupidity. So yeah.
I mean,
You know,
our argument does not rely solely like on the fakery of space or anything like that. Like that's just a side note, right? That's interesting to think about. I mean, potentially the Earth could still be a ball or a globe, right? And they can still fake space, right?
Okay. I hear you, but like I'm trying to get
Yeah.
to like the people that are specifically making that argument because I'm curious about like what the whole actual logic behind the money being invested into the conspiracy. And I'm trying to hear the logic. I just want to know what is going on inside that fucking
Well,
empty head. I just want to make sense of it.
empty head. I mean,
Very empty.
you have to examine like our actual arguments that lead us to the conclusion that they're faking space.
It's funny
Right,
because
man.
it's like you're the horse that was led to the water, and you're acting like there's no water here, but you're sitting here like, please let me drink. Like, okay, so do we have water or not for you? Because if there's really nothing in our heads, you're just standing at a
So,
giant lake.
anyways, if anybody besides you, that matches who actually like will engage on that serious level, not talk about some fucking whatever the hell that was, could actually speak about this and like give me some real answers, I'd appreciate that. Not whatever
What
the
do you
fuck.
want answers to?
Yeah, you didn't understand what we talked
I want
about.
I just want a concrete number. So like based off of your estimates, you do some math based off of what your observations, you know, with how NASA functions, how much money they get, what they're doing with what money. How much money is specifically going into this conspiracy, you believe? This
NASA
specific.
enacted budget for fiscal year 2026 is approximately $24.4 billion. $24 billion a year for 2026.
You're not answering the question. I'm not talking to you either. I'm asking somebody who's
I
like actually
didn't
going to
answer
see
your
it.
question? Really?
No,
Wow.
because I asked what specific, like,
I
what
literally
amount.
typed in what you said on Google, dude. What's wrong with you? What
No,
the
you
heck?
He
didn't.
wants to
No,
find.
you
He
didn't.
Yeah,
wants
I
the
did. I
financial.
typed in your words
No,
on
you
Google
did
for
not. You type in
because you
what
don't know
is
how to Google stuff
NASA's
today.
budget. What NASA's budget has nothing to do with this make believe conspiracy theory.
You keep asking how much money does NASA use?
Are you on
Okay,
fucking meth, dude? Are you on meth? Is that why you almost said it? Did you miss it? Like, calm down.
you'll be all right, man. It's not that serious, dude.
It's definitely not that serious, but it's a
You're
debate.
taking it
So
super serial.
I'm trying to engage in it. You're not actually engaging
So
in
do
it.
you
So
now know how much money NASA makes? Are you gonna ask again?
I heard you answer that NASA makes that NASA has earned that NASA was donated or given $22 billion. I know that. I heard you say that. So you're saying, oh, okay. So the amount of money going into this conspiracy theory is every single penny that NASA gets. That's what you're saying. Every penny that they get from the government goes into the conspiracy. That's the claim you're making. All right. And then you're saying in this base in
No.
Texas.
Okay, no.
Oh,
NASA
yeah,
really does
are
make
you fucking
aircraft. They really do
You're
make
not even really
satellites and
paying attention to
aircraft.
the fucking argument
Not all
you're making. You're just saying
cinematography.
shit. So
Whoa, you
exactly
okay,
how much
dude?
is going into it? You're not listening. You're a fucking idiot.
You asked the question. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, he didn't answer. You answered some other shit that had nothing to do with what I asked.
Okay.
You're fucking dumb, dude.
We wouldn't actually
Sorry.
know, right? Because that would take some, covert investigation and
You guys are
accessing information that they're trying to keep hidden from everyone. So how would
it's
we
not
know? How would we
information,
know?
bro. A lot
How
of
would
these,
we know
like, a
how
lot
much they get and how much they actually spend of it?
because I can point something out for you. I can point out an obvious fucking fact. The government is ran by it serves the people, and it's not really ran by the people, but you can say that.
Oh, you're in trouble now, says who's here.
Right. Anyways, the NASA is a part of the government. It's funded by the government, but it's also a part of the government. It's not just some private agency. So it's a governmental factor, right? So of course they're going to have that funding specifically, right? And the funding that goes into all these specific different governmental factors, faction, whatever you want to call it, actually all of that information it becomes declassified after a certain period of time. So if you're looking at information from the
That's what they
past,
want you to know. I mean,
what do you mean that's what
that's
they
what I
want?
asked you. How would you know how much is actually spent versus what they get?
Every file after a certain point in time has to be unredacted. You do realize
They can
that, right?
just tell you that they spent the money on X and didn't.
Okay, literal live paper trails and receipts, like showing exactly what's
Paper trails can't be
I told you.
falsified.
He wants
yeah,
the
but
receipt that says conspiracy theory on the for the
when
conspiracy theory.
so let me just ask you this. You really believe that they mix genuine information with lies and just don't at
Yes,
all?
this is why people buy things like sales and marketing. Do you know what sales and marketing is, right?
I know
You're
what sales and
American, aren't you?
marketing. Actually,
Yeah.
like really acknowledging the reality of the situation.
Dude,
So you think
you're asking about mixing truth with lies. And that is a very well-known way to give people misinformation.
yeah,
Did you not know this?
yeah, I knew that because of articles and
Okay,
stuff like
that's
that.
surprised why you asked the
Misinformation.
question then.
So yeah, you're talking about misinformation. I don't care about any of like that shit. I'm talking about legitimately unredacted files that will, like for instance, somebody that works for NASA that has access to specific shit will be able to affirm is an actual file rather than just like some shit that people piece together and put in an article and said, well, this is probably what's going on with NASA. Because a lot of the times, what the fuck is
This
actually
is
happening?
weird.
You have private investigators, you have people that
You think
know
we're
people.
conspiracy? Don't you?
Of course, I don't think that's obvious. Pretty
Pepe
It's
Sylvia.
not true. Not with regards to the flat Earth, dude. Now, the consequence of the measurement of the Earth brings into question the truth in the story of which we've been told. But ultimately, it's just a flipping measurement, dude.
I understand you don't have to explain.
Can
I'm
you
really
speak a
just
little
trying
bit
to.
clearer into the microphone as well? You're mumbling a lot, dude. I'm not being rude, but I want to hear what you say.
I said I understand what you believe in, the conspiracy that you believe in, the worldview that you hold, the models. I
Haven't got a model.
Mm-hmm.
Haven't got a
No,
model.
that's what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I get it. I understand.
Okay.
You have to
Okay,
say
cool. Okay, so why are you interested in paper towels and redacted files, freedom of information?
because
Are you hoping there's going to be some kind of paper trail that's going to lead
okay.
you to the truth? Because ultimately, mate, if I had it, I'd be giving it to you. But I definitely don't have that type of information.
I mean, of course you wouldn't. So that
Why
means
are
that
you asking for it then?
the only public information
No, hold
regarding
on.
NASA,
Why are you asking for something that you know that we don't have?
because I know you don't fucking have it, so you can't really base
So,
any
okay, but why is it relevant then?
It's because what your beliefs are baseless. That's why.
No,
I mean, I get it.
our
Conspiracy.
This is a straw man.
please.
This is a
Yeah,
straw man.
sorry. I know.
It's not a straw man. I didn't say anything to actually straw man. You sound dumb.
Okay.
Like, you didn't
Who
say
here
anything to me.
actually claimed, no worries, then who here claimed anything about a conspiracy or FOIA requests or redacted papers? Who made that claim?
I brought all that to actually get you to understand where your basis is. Now, as far as conspiracy, nobody has to
What is our basis? That's what I want to know from you. What do you think our basis is?
I'm addressing your conspiracy. So you don't
What
get.
conspiracy?
That the Earth is flat. That's what. There you go.
Why
We're
would
not going to
that be a
say
conspiracy? Yeah,
because it's not
why
true.
would that be a conspiracy?
Because it's not true. That's why.
Oh, it's not true. Okay, so then you have Earth curve measurements then.
I mean, you don't need Earth curve measurements when you're literally looking at the Earth from a fucking outside of a window outside in space right now.
Dude,
Because NASA
it's not that we need.
and everything that
Dude,
they push out as
Sev,
lies in marketing and stuff like that, as you say.
I'm going to keep talking. It's not that we need, it's just a consequence of the claim, dude. We would measure curvature.
Okay, yes, I understand your claim. So yeah, the consequence of your claim, you want to argue about it. Yes. Regardless, I don't.
He talks a lot. Dude, please.
He does. He's just scattergunning at this point. He wants
One
to
of
get
the
scallop and
consequences.
scattergun and mumble. And Jesse, shut up.
Hey, what's up, Steph?
Shut up,
Savini,
Jesse.
Savini, did
One
you
of the
ever ask
consequences of
for
Earth
the
being a
proof
globe
that
would be.
there was a globe? Did you ever ask for proof that there was a globe when you were told it was a globe, Savini? Did you just believe it, or did you ask all these questions to the people that told you it was a globe?
What people told me that Earth was a globe? What people told me that?
Why do you guys claim that
Why would I be,
the Earth is?
why would I be convinced that the Earth is a globe rather than just fucking know it?
On to the next person
Hold on.
says.
Yep. So, anyways, the new guy, Moody. You sound like you have genuine questions other than the trolls that we usually have. What do you got, man?
Why you guys think that the Earth is flat?
Because it's measured that way and referenced that way for all practical purposes on Earth. There is no actual measurements of curvature of the Earth. Every idea about the Earth being a globe is purely conceptual or fabricated.
Yeah, but we don't have another evidence.
Yeah, no, we do. It's measurably flat. That's all we need.
Did you see it?
Did I see it? No, we measured it. It's not just about seeing it, it's measuring the surface of the Earth, and there's no curvature anywhere.
So what do you think about NASA?
What do you mean? What do I think about them?
Do you think they are liars or something?
Well, let me ask you. If the Earth is not a
Yeah.
sphere, but they show you pictures of a sphere Earth, do you think that they're lying?
I mean, they don't have any purpose to lie. To lie.
You don't think they have a purpose to lie, really? So did you ask them?
No, but what they will get if they lie about that?
Well, that's a
It
good
doesn't
question.
matter
That's why I'm asking you. Why do you think they're lying to us about it if there's no curvature, but yet they show you a ball?
because they have no purpose.
Because they have no. You say they have no purpose to lie, but they're doing it anyway. Okay. Well, I guess if you think NASA's lying for no good reason. Why do you think NASA's lying for no good reason? Because I didn't say anything about NASA lying. You did.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know.
Are you some kind of conspiracy theorist? Are you and Svenny some kind of conspiracy theorist where you guys think that NASA is lying about stuff? Because we didn't bring it up. It's always the people that come in here and ask, why is NASA lying? So you guys must think they're lying or something.
So, but you still didn't answer me. Why they are lying?
No, I'm asking you. You're the one that says they are lying. I didn't say that NASA was lying. You did.
I believe them.
Oh, you believe them. So then you have, did they give you any Earth curve measurements?
I mean, like, shit.
What? I'm having a hard time hearing you, man. You're kind of drifting off. Say it with your chest. Hello, Moody.
Give me some time.
Okay, well, you tell me why you think NASA's lying in that time.
I'm asking you, why do you think NASA
I don't think
is
that
not?
they're lying. You think they are. You brought it up.
No, I believe them. I believe what they say.
So you don't think that they're lying. So why are you asking me about NASA unless you think they're lying?
Because you claim that the Earth is flat.
No, I didn't claim that. I'm telling you that's how everybody measures it, and that's how everybody refers to it. They reference the Earth flat, and that's how everybody experiences the Earth as a flat and stationary plane. Everybody. You, everybody.
So why do you think all the the moon and the sun are circles while the Earth is not circle?
Why would the sun and the moon being circles have anything to do with the Earth underneath your feet? Like if you see something in the sky, like a bird, do you think you're standing on a bird? That's kind of weird.
I mean, all the planets are circle, but the Earth is not.
All the planets. Oh yeah, the wandering stars look like circles. The Earth is not one. No. Why would you think the things in the sky would be the same as the thing underneath your feet? I asked you this question. Are you avoiding it? Don't be afraid of the question. What would dictate that the things in the sky would be the same as the thing underneath your feet? What law? What reason would there be for that kind of thinking?
So, can you give me some facts about that?
Yeah, the Earth is measurably flat by everybody. There is no measured curvature anywhere by anyone at any time in all of human history.
So do you
At
have
least
like
the
all?
kind of curvature that's consistent with the globe.
What about all nations? What they say?
Well, what does it matter what the nations say? The Earth is flat as we measure it. Who cares what people say? Like, there's some people out there that say that the tooth fairy's real, and there's people out there that say Santa Claus is real. You know, so like, it doesn't really matter what people say. Is it true or not? So you have to go to reality. Remember reality, that place where you live? I know most people spend half their time buried in the digital realm now, but you know reality, where you breathe the air and you touch the grass and you eat the food in real life?
Yeah.
In reality, there is no measurable curvature consistent with a sphere of 3959 radius anywhere on Earth. Nowhere. It's flat. Do you just go by what people tell you? Because you're asking me about, like, oh, well, NASA says this and the nations say that. Do you just listen? Do you only believe what, like, the authority tells you? Have you never challenged authority in your life? Have you ever challenged a claim? Do you think that people that are older than you or have more money than you, or do you think they have your best interest in mind all the time? Certainly you don't think that.
But the governments and NASA, they have no reason to lie about
Well, you
that.
keep saying that, but I didn't bring up anything about them lying. You seem to be the one that's insinuating that they're lying every time you try to defend them. You're saying they don't have any reason to lie. I'm asking, did you ask them, or is that some kind of belief that you have? Is that something that you believe but you don't know but you hope is true?
But they have rockets, they have telescopes, so
Oh
that's why I
yeah.
believe.
Well, I've got rockets and telescopes, man. So if they have a rocket and a telescope, all of a sudden does the Earth just start to curve? What's going on in your mind right now? I mean, the one thing that we feel, in fact, we know that would prove that the Earth is a ball is Earth curve. Where is that? Where can we find it? Where can we measure it? No one will give us that. It seems like you guys kind of want to tell us that whoever that is you think smarter than you or has more money or is in a position of power would be the ones that would know best, even though historically, over the course of all mankind and his history on the earth, it's been the most wealthy and the most powerful people that have been doing the most shenanigans, pulling the most fast ones on the public. It's always been that way. And you guys are like, no, not this time. They wouldn't have any reason to lie. The super wealthy, powerful people, why would they lie to us? Certainly not for money. Certainly not for control. They have no reason to do that.
Do you think they will get money if they say or if they claim that the Earth is a ball?
What do you mean? Do I think they will? They already have.
So, I mean, I don't want to repeat the same question, but you didn't answer. You didn't get.
Is he cutting out or is it me?
I still asking the same question. Why do you think they will lie to us?
I didn't say anybody was lying. You did. I'm not saying anybody's lying. Why do you think people are lying, Moody?
Why don't they just say the Earth is flat if it is?
I don't know. So you think that they're lying then? Is that correct? Moody thinks that the NASA and the government is lying.
Yeah, if the Earth is flat and they didn't say that, so they
Okay.
so they
Well,
lied.
why do you think that they're lying then?
Because they didn't give us the truth about that first.
Or yeah, they didn't give us any tools to do it with, right? So they have all the tools, right? Now it turns out in 2026 we have all the tools that we need to measure the Earth. They've made it so inexpensive and so accessible for the normal guy to at least go out and buy a laser or a theodolite or any of these tools that we need. Accelerometers, gyroscopes, you name it, we can get it now. High-powered telescopes, high-zoom cameras. We have all the tools that they have. So we measure the Earth and it's not curving.
So why they hide the truth?
I don't know. They didn't hide it. We have it now. I just told you.
Do you have a picture
A picture of what?
of the Earth?
A picture of the Earth? What are you talking about? Yeah, every time I take a picture when I'm on Earth, that's a picture of the Earth. Do you want like a landscape or a portrait?
I mean from the sky.
From the sky?
On a really,
Yeah, we have videos and stuff.
really long selfie stick. Sorry.
Yeah, a big selfie stick. No, I mean there's high altitude balloon footage that's available to everyone. It's on YouTube, man. What's wrong with you? Anyway, I hope guys like you and Svenny here, the conspiracy theorists that think that NASA's lying, I hope you guys figure out why they're doing it, I guess. I mean, if that's important to you, why you think the government is lying or NASA or whatever, good luck.
No, for me, it doesn't matter, to be honest. If it was a
Oh.
circle, yeah, it doesn't matter for me.
Okay, well, I guess if it doesn't matter, then welcome to Flat Earth.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Yeah, good stuff, dude. I think it's the fastest flip I've ever seen.
Yeah. Is Svenny okay? 70, whatever his name is? We got Shane in here. Hi, Shane.
No, dude, he's still crying in the side chat.
Is he?
Yeah, he said that
Does he?
Google is reality. And I called him a dumbass.
Google is reality.
I know he's ignoring me.
He's descended into that, huh? Where now Google is reality and whatever Google says is the truth. This is one of my favorite bootlickers, old 70 here. Now he's saying MF. What does MF mean?
Oh, on mute, Svenny. 70, whatever his name is. Alright. I want to hear him deny that his experience of the Earth's surface is flat and motionless. Deny it, Seven.
Like, actually.
Is your experience as a human on the surface a flat and motionless experience?
I don't experience delusions, so obviously no.
Is your experience of the surface flat and motionless? Yes or no?
I actually answer that multiple times.
I can barely hear him anyways. Should we just get rid of him? He's trolling and he's hard to hear. All right.
Yep.
You're coming.
All right.
Bye, Senny. Or 70. We still don't know how to pronounce your name.
Well, we got Bralga 2210. Welcome, Bralga. That's an interesting name. Bralga and Shane and Moody. Moody, the new flat earther.
So, do you think there are aliens in the world?
Aliens what?
Do you think they are exist?
Do I think they are exist? Yeah, we've got a lot of what we call illegal aliens in the United States right now.
Yeah, a lot of people say that, especially in 51 area.
No. I'm just talking about illegal aliens. You know, immigrants that are here that haven't gone through like a naturalization process or anything like that. Most of them
So
are
what?
from Central America.
Yeah. So do you think there are smart creatures underground?
Smart creatures?
Yeah.
From where? Like from what are you talking about? Smart
Underground.
creatures. I mean, there's underground.
Yeah.
Like miners? Yeah, we have miners that mine for coal
Like
and stuff. I think they're pretty smart.
like greens. Do you hear about that?
Greens? No, they're
Yeah.
usually black because of all the the coal. They get pretty dirty. They're usually kind of black, not so much green.
So have you ever heard about them?
Heard about green people?
Greens. Greens.
Yeah, well, oh, you mean like the Save the Whales people? Yeah, those greenies. Yeah, they they want to save the whales and the environment and hug the trees. I don't find them too intelligent, although we should take care of the environment. We have a responsibility to do that. But I think some people get a little bit carried away. Is that what you're talking about?
I think that's
Are you talking about green people from like outer space?
yeah, but they live underground.
Why would they live underground?
I heard something about that. I'm asking you.
You heard, bro?
Yeah.
Let me listen. I've heard of tigers, and I've also seen photos of them. And then I went to the zoo and I saw one. Right. So before I ever saw a tiger, I heard about it. Now you have apparently heard about green people, I guess, in underneath the earth. Have you ever seen one of them, or is this just something somebody made up and then you decided to believe it?
I don't know. I just ask about your opinion.
Well, what do you care about my opinion for? I mean, I don't really like the color brown. That's one of my opinions. Why would I give you?
Because
Why would I have an opinion about green people underneath the earth? I've never even heard of such a thing.
some people who believe the earth is flat claim something like that.
I know, and also people that believe that the earth is a sphere believe things like that. So what is your point?
I thought you have the same idea.
The same idea as the people who believe the earth is a sphere and there's green people underneath the earth? No.
Yeah. Okay.
By the way, why is it all that you guys that believe in a sphere think that there's like green people under the earth apparently, and then they come from the sky? Why do you believe that?
Because they believe there is another world underground.
Another world underground? So are they coming from outer space or are they coming from underground? Where are they coming from?
From underground.
Well, this is a weird idea you have.
Wait, I'm gonna send you some links.
Well, what is it about? Some nonsense about people living underground? Are you a conspiracy theorist, Moody?
They travel the universe to find Earth and then live under its surface.
Bro, just
Yeah, I guess so.
Bro, just forget about that.
Well, okay. You brought it up. I mean,
yeah.
Meanwhile, the Earth is measured flat, and it doesn't move, and it seems to be contained. And that would probably more likely explain why people are coming up from the Earth instead of this silly idea of the vacuous outer space. Do you believe in outer space, Moody?
Do you believe in what?
Do you believe in outer space?
Outer space? Nope. I don't
No?
have an
Okay,
idea
good.
about that. No, because I don't believe. I don't have an idea about that.
Okay, cool. We've got Ms. Tiny Tosh in here. Are you somebody that we're familiar with, Ms. Tiny Tosh?
Oh, they are not greens. They are grays.
Well, now they're gray.
Greys. Wait, I will send you.
Yeah, that's Quiet Noob's girlfriend's account.
Oh,
They are
yeah,
also
quite. That's
they are
okay.
exist in Wikipedia. You can read them. You can read about them in Wikipedia.
Oh, great. Though, so do they have one of these creatures that we can
Maybe
go and
Border
look
on the
at?
floor.
I mean, if it's on Wikipedia, it probably has to be true. I'm sure they have one of these grays somewhere where we can go look at them and meet them, right?
Yeah.
Where can we find them?
They claim it. They are underground.
Well, can I go meet one or touch one or see one or something? Or is this just some kind of fairy tale?
It's theories. But there are some
Theories?
stories about. There are stories.
Yep.
Occurred in
There's
USA.
there's all kinds of stories about all kinds of creatures on this earth from long ago. There's stories about giants, mermaids, fairies, trolls, cyclops.
Some researchers speak about that.
Do the researchers have a gray alien for us to look at or to touch, or some kind of specimen, anything?
That's interesting.
Just think of all the creatures that have been told stories about over the course of time. Elves, living in trees, making cookies.
You have no reason to not believe about them.
I don't have a reason not to? Sure I do. I've never seen one. It's just a story. Do you believe everything that you hear? I mean, I'm starting to wonder about you, Moody. Do you just believe whatever you hear right away?
Not like that, but why I need to say they are liars?
Once again, who's lying?
The people who claim.
Okay, well, did they show you any gray aliens?
And it's easy to produce pictures about anything.
Okay, great. So you're telling me that they could have faked the pictures that they showed you? So you think they're faking pictures?
I mean, there is pictures about the circle Earth. Why don't you believe it? Why didn't you believe it?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because on the surface of the Earth, there's no curvature, so it can't be a circle or a sphere if it's not curving, right? Yeah. You keep forgetting about that part. It's like, oh, pictures are evidence of things being real. Well, I've got pictures of Santa Claus. I got pictures of mermaids. I got pictures of Bigfoot. I've got pictures of all kinds of stuff.
But Bigfoot is real, bro. I believe it.
Bigfoot's real. Okay, so once again, you believe it. You saw that video from the early 80s or late 70s or whatever it was, and I'm sure you've probably seen some documentaries on YouTube where these guys are running around in the woods at night with flashlights and talking to some old crazy fool. He swears he saw one, and yet, you know what? We don't have the fur of a Yeti. We don't have a skeleton of a Yeti, you know, a decomposing body. We don't have anything, nothing. We just have stories.
So why do you believe about dinosaurs when you didn't see them in real life?
What?
You believe in the dinosaurs were exist on the earth?
I don't think so. I don't listen. I know that alligators can get really big. Is that what you're talking about? Because dinosaur means great lizard.
Yeah, iguanas can get big too. Iguanas can be really big.
Yeah, there's snakes that are like 30 feet long in certain situations, like anacondas and big pythons in the Amazon. There's large lizards that we have today. I don't have to believe it. And we have them. But are you talking about some kind of giant monster dinosaur lizard thing?
Like
that people
T-Rex.
tell you about? T-Rex. Yeah, I've never seen a T-Rex. Have you seen a T-Rex?
No. Do you believe about it?
No. No.
No.
So you didn't believe
all you got about T-Rex is cartoons and movies. That's all you got about that. Cartoons, movies, and paper mache put together with color and makeup.
So you didn't believe that T-Rex lived on our Earth before?
No. I've never seen a T-Rex.
How about the skeletons?
I don't know. The skeletons. Yeah, the skeletons you might be
skeleton
interested to find. I've even gone to those natural history museums where they tell you that these are actually not the bones. We cast all the bones and then we made copies of the bones and we erected this big thing. But the thing that you're looking at when you go to the Natural History Museum is not actually a skeleton of anything. It's a copy of something they tell you exists somewhere. Did you know that?
This is new for me. New informations.
Yeah.
Yeah, the skeleton that you saw in the movie is not a skeleton. The skeleton that you see in the museum is not a skeleton. It's a man-made product.
So we are surrounded by the liars.
Whoa, who's lying?
Maybe they believe
Everyone
it.
around us.
No, maybe
Everyone
they
around
just
us.
believe it as well. Like Santa.
If they tell you they're not real.
Even the science.
Well, that's not really science. At best, it would be natural history, and history's really, really, really hard to prove. It's kind of in the name, his story, history, his story. So whoever he is, it's his story.
Actually, yeah, actually, man.
Did you ever have a grandpa that would tell you stories?
No.
No? Did you ever know anybody like an old man or somebody who would tell you this old story as like a joke